Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Right, so Order! Order! We start with questions to the Secretary of State for Scotland, Richard Ford.
Number one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, an apology to you in the House for Scottish questions overshadowing other events today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to join the Commonwealth Games Federation last week to confirm Glasgow will host the Commonwealth Games in 2026. This will be yet another wonderful opportunity for Scotland to show how we can put on world-class sporting events. As part of those events, of course, I visited the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome and spoke with the next generation of cyclists who have been inspired by Sir Chris himself. I'm sure the whole House would wish to pass on their best wishes to Sir Chris Hoy and his family. And finally, congratulations to the women's football team who qualified for the playoffs yesterday after a 4-0 win over Hungary. Mr Speaker, I was delighted to join the Prime Minister as he hosted the inaugural Council of the Nations and Regions in Edinburgh at Queen Elizabeth House earlier this month. We discussed opportunities for attracting long-term inward investment, stabilising the UK economy and creating good jobs. The Council demonstrates our commitment to working together to delivering those priorities.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Alongside Scotland, it is essential that all of the UK's nations and regions have a seat at the Council of Nations and Regions. Yet areas like the Great South West, which is home to over 3 million people with an £80 billion economy, are being left out because we don't have metro mayors. Will he speak with colleagues in the Cabinet Office to ensure that Scotland can work as a council with all of the non-mayoral regions of England?
Mr Speaker, on the 16th of July, the Deputy Prime Minister wrote to all areas that do not have a devolution deal to invite them to come forward with a proposal. New mayors established through this process would also be eligible to sit in the Council of Nations and Regions. I'll make sure the Deputy Prime Minister forwards the letter on to the Honourable Gentleman.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's brilliant to welcome the Prime Minister to my constituency for the first meeting of the Council of the Nations and the Regions. Can the Secretary of State tell us if, after this Council, the Government is committed to ending the decade and a half of austerity imposed on my constituents by the Conservative and SNP governments?
Mr Speaker, I was also delighted to attend the Council of the Nations and Regions in a Labour constituency in Edinburgh, and I can guarantee and assure the Honourable Gentleman that our manifesto said no return to austerity, and that's what we're determined to deliver.
Shadow Secretary John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Unite, the trade union, have issued a joint letter from political leaders across the United Kingdom's nations and regions opposing Labour's cut to the winter fuel payments. It's been signed by every party at Stormont and parties in Wales, and the Scottish Conservative leader Russell Finlay has also signed it. Was the winter fuel payment even discussed at the Council of Nations and Regions?
Mr Speaker, I thought the Shadow Secretary of State would have taken the opportunity with a full House to apologise for his government not only crashing the economy but leaving a £22 billion black hole. It's something that this government is determined to clean up.
Order. We've not even got to the budget yet, Mr Bully, and you're already excited. Come on, Secretary.
I would hope the Shadow Secretary of State may come to the dispatch box during the rest of his questions and apologise to the country for crashing the economy and apologise to pensioners for what's happened to them as a result.
Jamie Stone.
Number 2, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was delighted to speak at Spacecom Expo last month in Glasgow, where I met a wide range of industry members, both national and international. Recently, I was also fortunate to visit the Saxavord Spaceport in Shetland and saw wonderful progress there. I've also met representatives of Orbex in the Honourable Gentleman's own constituency. I'll continue to champion Scotland's spaceports, including in Sutherland, in his own constituency.
Jamie Stone.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. He mentions the company Orbex. At present they employ 125 people. By 2030 they can employ as many as 500. Can I ask the Secretary of State if he'd be willing to visit Orbex in Elgin and indeed the Sutherland Space Launch Site?
Secretary of State.
Well, Elgin is certainly not the final frontier, Mr Speaker, so I'll be very happy to visit. And of course, the Minister for Science recently visited the UK Space Agency's new office in Edinburgh, and during that visit he echoed my sentiments regarding the importance of Scotland's space sector. I know the Minister for Data Protection and Telecoms has recently met with Orbex as well, and I will remain in close contact with my ministerial colleagues to ensure that we back the sector, and I'm very happy to visit when ministerial time allows.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As the Secretary of State for Scotland, I think, knows, I recently had the opportunity with the Scottish Affairs Committee to visit California to look at how they have created an environment which encourages development of new space projects. In Scotland, we have a unique opportunity, not least because of the developments in Glasgow, but because Edinburgh University is already well respected and indeed part of the programmes Stanford, NYU, Columbia and indeed NASA. So can the Secretary of State tell us what the Government is going to do to encourage the creation of that sort of environment in Scotland? And will Edinburgh University, with its reputation, be central to it?
Well, Scotland will be central to the space sector, and I very much welcome the question. We will fully back the space sector, as I've already said to her honourable friend. We've been visiting the Minister of Science, has been to the new UK Space Agency's new office in Edinburgh. The Minister for Data Protection and Telecoms has met Orbex. I've met Orbex. I've been up in Shetland myself to Unst to visit the spaceport up there, so we'll fully back that. And of course, the potential is to infinity and beyond.
Kenneth Stevens. Secretary of State.
Can I welcome my honourable friend to his place? A wonderful result in his constituency of Adrian Shotts. Investment into the UK to drive growth is the government's #1 priority. We have started delivery on that already. Just this month we hosted an international investment summit where we announced £63 billion of shovel-ready investment across the UK, which includes the likes of Greenvolt's £2.5 billion investment into Scotland and Iberdrola's £24 billion into green energy. We also announced this week that Glasgow will host the Commonwealth Games, bring £100 million to the city itself.
Kenneth Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. It is refreshing to see a government working across departments to ensure a pro-worker, pro-business and pro-growth inward investment. Therefore, can I ask him to outline, after years of Scotland being let down by two poor governments, this new Labour government approach benefiting my constituents in Adrian Shotts?
The #1 benefit to his constituent Adrian Shotts, Mr. Speaker, will be to have the honourable gentleman as a local member who champions them. I'm pleased my honourable friends welcome to the approach. Adrian Shotts has a rich industrial heritage, of course. Our modern industrial strategy will reignite the industrial and technological potential that exists in all of our communities. The National Wealth Fund and GB Energy will help rebuild Scotland's industrial base. We want Scotland to be the most attractive part of the UK to invest in. We will continue to work closely with the Scottish Government to make that a reality. And I couldn't have put it better myself than the honourable gentleman. He said pro-worker, pro-business and pro-growth. That's this government.
Crystal Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the UK Conservative Government promised £20 million levelling up partnership for my city of Dundee for projects such as the university's Life Sciences Innovative District, new campus for Dundee Angus College and the Dundee Museum of Transport, amongst many other things. Yet, despite in the last 4 months writing 2 letters seeking assurances, have so far had non-committal and have raised lack of commitment and raised concerns of Labour about to renege on this commitment. Can the Secretary of State today assure me that these are going to be committed and in full to Dundee, the £20 million?
Well, the honourable gentleman won't have to wait long. The budget will be in about an hour's time, Mr. Speaker, and the Chancellor will lay out all the spending plans when we go into that budget. But the biggest impact on his own constituency in Dundee, of course, is GB Energy and what that will do to our green energy system, which makes me very, very surprised why nobody from the SNP voted to back the bill last night, Mr. Speaker.
Graham Darby.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has regular discussions with the Ministry of Defence on supporting Scotland's defence sector, which makes a vital contribution to both Scotland and the UK's growth and helps the UK remain safe against current and future threats. I know the Secretary of State was pleased to visit Babcock's site at the South Dockyard recently with my honourable friend, where he saw firsthand the fantastic work that they are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for that reply and congratulate him on his debut at the dispatch box this morning. Earlier this month, as he mentioned, the Secretary of State joined me in visiting Rosyth Dockyard in my constituency. Does he agree with me that the failure of the SNP to support the defence sector to recruit the highly skilled workers they need from within my constituency and the rest of Fife is a damning indictment of the SNP's commitment to the security of the people of Scotland? And will he reassure me that he will do all he can to ensure the defence sector in Scotland contributes fully to the UK's security and future economic growth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my honourable friend has been a champion for the defence sector in his constituency since his election. I commend him for that work. I agree with him that it's essential that any government engages with the defence sector, not just because of the jobs created across Scotland, but because of the vital technology that they are developing. There's a real opportunity to create and retain skilled work in Scotland, and it's something that all of us have a responsibility for promoting as much as possible. And I'm happy to reassure my honourable friend that the Secretary of State for Scotland and the Government will continue to champion the defence and manufacturing sectors in Scotland.
Yes, Brown-Fuller.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Scotland Office is committed to championing Scottish arts and regularly showcases the sector's significant cultural and economic contributions to UK and Scottish Government ministers. In the budget later today, the Chancellor will set out her spending decisions. These will allow the Scottish Government to make its own spending decisions in devolved areas, including on arts funding.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was glad to hear the Secretary of State celebrate events in Scotland in his opening remarks. And Scotland and the UK in general boasts one of the world's leading arts industries, including the notable Edinburgh Fringe Festival. But it is facing funding pressures due to government cuts and increased Brexit red tape, which complicate travel to Europe. British artists are being shut out of European markets, hindering their ambitions and success. What steps is the Minister taking with other departments to ensure that a thriving arts sector is unimpeded by Brexit red tape?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know that the Honourable Lady has a background in performing arts and brings her experience of that to this House, and I would agree with her. Scottish artists are world renowned, and it's really important to them and to promoting Scottish culture around the world that they can perform internationally. We're supporting Scottish artists and continue to work to support our musicians to tour, and that's included the Government's successful Music Export Growth Scheme, the International Showcase Fund and the Department for Business and Trade's Internationalisation Fund, and we are engaging across Government with the EU and Member States on how best to improve arrangements for touring in Europe without a return to free movement.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since being elected, my honourable friend for Edinburgh East and Musselburgh secured the Westminster Hall debate on culture and economic contribution of Edinburgh festivals, the first debate on this matter since 1992. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this highlights the SNP government's shameful treatment of Scottish creative sector, and can he outline what this UK government will do to secure the future of the industry and support the Scottish thousands of writers, artists and performers?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the honourable member's comments and also our comments about the member for Edinburgh East and Musselburgh, and I was pleased to attend his debate in Westminster Hall when these issues were discussed. The UK government has supported creative industries across Scotland, including in her own city, £8.6 million to the Edinburgh Festivals, £2 million of capital funding to the King's Theatre in Edinburgh, and across Scotland, £5 million of capital funding to the Borough Collection, millions more committed through the Falkirk and Grangemouth deal to the Falkirk Arts Centre, and we'll continue to support arts and culture across Scotland.
Christine Sullivan.
Question number 6, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The crisis this government inherited from the previous government isn't just fiscal, but it's also industrial, because neither they nor the SNP had any proper industrial strategy for Scotland. Our industrial strategy will deliver certainty and stability. Businesses need that to be able to invest in the high-growth sectors which will drive long-term sustainable economic growth. Well-paid jobs at the heart of our modern industrial strategy, and this is complemented by our plan to make work pay. Our strategy is clear. We are pro-business and pro-worker as a government.
Christine Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The new industrial strategy identifies creative industries as a key sector for UK growth. My constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow is a popular setting for film and TV productions, including the Lockerbie film Outlander, as well as hosting the Pyramid Studios. As film and TV makes an increasingly important contribution to my constituency's local economy, can the Secretary of State advise what steps the Government is taking to support investment into creative industries in my constituency?
Thank you for that question. The Honourable Lady herself mentions the Outlander, which was filmed in Bathgate and Linlithgow. She mentions the Lockerbie bombing film starring Colin Firth, and she also mentions the in-production thriller called Damage starring Samuel L. Jackson. I hope he did a few leaflets for the Honourable Lady while he was in the constituency. The creative industries are a jewel in Scotland and the UK's crown. The independent film tax credit that was announced earlier this week by my right honourable friend for culture, media and sport gives a distinct homegrown content and talent for films to meet the criteria for this new relief. Productions eligible for the tax break must have a UK writer or director or be certified as an official UK co-production. But what it does do, Mr Speaker, it shows this government is determined to back our creative industries and continue to grow our film and TV industries.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State share my anger and disappointment that the SNP Scottish Government continue to dogmatically block new nuclear development in Scotland, depriving my constituency of important jobs and economic
prospects? And what can he do within the industrial strategy to make sure that we at least take advantage of decommissioning and supply chain opportunities?
Mr. Speaker, I've never known the right honourable gentleman to be either angry or ever disappointed, but I share his anger and disappointment. This government backs our industry. Nuclear will be a major part of that energy mix going forward, and we need to make sure we have the right balance. GB Energy has been set up. It passed its third reading in this House yesterday. Disappointed the right honourable gentleman nor the SNP voted for it, but that's the vehicle in which we'll take these issues forward.
Adam Jogi. 7, Mr. Speaker. Secretary of State.
Can I welcome the honourable gentleman to his place? The budget by my right honourable friend the Chancellor will be announcing shortly that will herald a new era of investment and growth in Scotland. In our first 100 days, we announced the headquarters of GB Energy in Aberdeen, launched the National Wealth Fund and announced the biggest upgrade of workers' rights in a generation.
Adam Jogi. Mr. Speaker, Newcastle-on-Tyne is home to many people who left Scotland to build a life like my constituent Lee Bernadette Walford. Can the Secretary of State outline how resetting the relationship between the UK and Scottish governments is important for economic growth up and down our United Kingdom?
I thank the member for that question. He is right. We don't agree with the Scottish Government on everything, or indeed very much at all, but Scots expect us to work together to produce results, and that is what we have tried to do. Yesterday I had my regular meeting with the Deputy First Minister, and this morning I spoke to the Finance Secretary ahead of the budget. Economic growth is a key area there, and I'm delighted to highlight shared work on energy, bringing the Commonwealth Games to Glasgow, the £100 million jointly funded package for the Falkirk and Rangers growth deal. Our long-term economic strategy requires both governments to work together. The Prime Minister and the First Minister have been clear that's what we're determined to do.
Pete Wishart. The Secretary of State boasted of a £150 million investment fund, only to bizarrely contradict himself and say that no such figure existed. Is this Scottish Schrodinger's funding? And is this perhaps the levelling up fund referred to by my honourable friend?
Secretary of State. I'm very surprised that the honourable gentleman was keen to ask a question, given he didn't apply for one in the shuffle. Neither did any SNP member. And it's also quite surprising that the honourable member, with all his experience in this House, wants to spend his time in this new Parliament defending the previous Tory government's reckless gambles with the economy.
Can I just say, I don't know whether you're standing or not.
No, you know, the chair of the committee.
As the chair of the committee, I wanted to come in on this question.
Yes.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would my right honourable friend agree with me that the Drumchapel Levelling Up Fund bid and the project that would fall from that would be a very good way to promote the economic and social growth of that area?
Yeah.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. She's been an absolutely doughty campaigner for the Drumchapel project. She won't have long to wait. The Chancellor will come to this dispatch box shortly and announce the budget, and I'm hopeful that all of these projects, including some of the anti-poverty projects that she's championed for years in her constituency, come to pass.
There's a man that stands. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, when it comes to promoting economic growth in Scotland, it's quite clear the best way to do that is within this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, Minister, to make that happen and convince my colleagues in front of me the best way forward, what's the Minister doing to make that happen?
Secretary of State.
The best way to keep the United Kingdom together is to make sure that this is a successful UK Labour government, and that's what we're determined to do. And may I just point the honourable gentleman to the row in front of him. They have 9 SNP MPs left, we have 37. That's how you protect the Union.
Shadow Secretary of State John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said at the weekend that the Labour budget will herald an era of growth for Scotland. But what's going to grow? Is it the tax burden on hard-working Scots? Is it the number of pensioners choosing between heating and eating because they haven't got the winter fuel payments? Or is it the number of Labour broken promises? Or will we get all three this afternoon?
Mr. Speaker, a second opportunity this afternoon to apologise for the Conservative Party crashing the economy and the dreadful £22 billion black hole that they left us to inherit, that they hid from the Office for Budget Responsibility. So I'd ask the Shadow Secretary of State to reflect on that before he asks his questions. And of course, he won't have long to wait, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor will be here shortly.
Shadow Secretary of State John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no answers in that response. Not so long ago, the Secretary of State said national insurance rise would have an enormous impact on businesses. And listen to this. He said, under Labour, national insurance wouldn't go up. Tax rises, economic damage, broken promises. Isn't this Labour government just the same as the SNP?
Mr. Speaker, I thought I thought the Shadow Secretary of State was just describing his own previous government.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will know that the House recently supported the Employment Rights Bill at second reading, which the party opposite shamefully opposes. This is the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. The government is taking a joined-up and collaborative approach to the delivery of the Make Work Pay plan, which has been developed with businesses and trade unions. We are committed to continuing this approach through consultation on the implementation of Make Work Pay to ensure that the changes we are making work well for both employees and businesses.
I'm sure the whole House will join me in congratulating the member for High Peak on the birth of his daughter, Connie. And as he enjoys his paternity leave, I'm sure the Minister will be familiar with the Dad Shift campaign, which seeks to increase paternity leave for more fathers. We wondered, would he support that campaign so that more fathers, in addition to those tens of thousands the government have already opened up paternity leave to, can enjoy that? And wouldn't he agree it's a huge contrast with the party opposite, who are spending their time talking about getting rid of maternity leave?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I do agree with what the honourable gentleman just said. I also said our congratulations to the member for High Peak on the birth of his daughter. This is why we are making immediate changes to paternity leave through the Employment Rights Bill. We're making paternity leave available from day one in a new job and enabling paternity leave to be taken after shared parental leave. And I want to just pay tribute to my honourable friend for campaigning vigorously on this issue. And I'm sure, like me, he was delighted to vote for the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, which the party opposite shamefully opposes.
John Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, many thanks. One of the criticisms of the new employment legislation being brought in is that it delivers us into the hands of the trade union barons. Does the Secretary of State agree that we are indeed in the iron grip of the barons, since he was unable to attend an event in his own office last night because he wouldn't cross a picket line?
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the party opposite when it comes to employment rights, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely no lessons. This is a party that has left us with a £22 billion black hole in the public finances, which we are having to pick up, and which my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will address in a moment.
Stephen Gittins.
I'll join the member from East Renfrewshire in congratulating the member on the birth of his daughter. And in terms of the demographic challenge, just before the election, the Scottish Labour Deputy Leader said there is something we can do to incentivise more people to come to Scotland. So in terms of employment in Scotland, has the Secretary of State and colleagues sat down with the Home Office in terms of encouraging more migration?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will work closely with the Migration Advisory Committee, and we welcome the contribution that migrants play to the economy. We'll take no lessons from a party that has consistently said that the positive destinations for people in Scotland is a 0 hours contract, and who sat last night on their hands when we dealt with the GB Energy Bill.
Stephen Gittins.
Let me try and challenge the member in a spirit of collegiality. They have committed to working with the Scottish Government. Now, the member for Nahealing Indian Yar, who is in his place, has talked about when it comes to migration policy, no one size fits all, and it shouldn't be beyond us to devise ways to attract more people to work and settle here. So will he from those benches commit in what they've done that the Scottish and UK governments should work together, and will he commit to a meeting between both those governments so we can take forward more migration to Scotland in the way they committed to and we committed to and business is crying out for?
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to Scottish representation on the Migration Advisory Committee, which would go a long way in order to deal with these issues, but it's also for the Scottish Government to do things like build houses in areas where we need more migration in order to encourage people to come to live in Scotland.
Gregory Campbell.
Aye, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland is lightly proud of its 6 World Heritage sites. As my honourable friend will appreciate, responsibility for planning decisions for large-scale energy projects in Scotland rests with the Scottish Government ministers. The UK Government works closely with the Scottish Government to deliver for Scotland while respecting devolution. I meet regularly with my Scottish Government counterparts on these issues.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank the Minister. 23 years now.
I thank the Secretary of State for his reply. In any discussions he will have, would he take account of the fact that, number one, I have written to UNESCO about the potential of a huge offshore wind farm very close to the Giant's Causeway and the UNESCO World Heritage Site that exists there. And the Communities Minister in Northern Ireland has also met UNESCO. Will he make representations to ensure that all considerations are given account of, to ensure that people know the potential compromise and problems that may exist to that World Heritage Site there?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member for East Londonderry hasn't lost any of his popularity in the House. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on planning decisions for large-scale energy projects in Scotland. This is a devolved responsibility. I do, of course, recognise the importance of considering the protection of local assets when developing renewable projects, particularly a cherished World Heritage Site.
That completes questions. I wish to remind the House that the following horrendous, terrible incident in Southport on the 29th of July, a suspect is awaiting trial, having been charged with multiple offences. That means the House sub judice resolution is engaged and references should not be made to the case. I know that all honourable members wish to see justice done in this case. It is therefore of paramount importance that nothing is said in this House which could potentially prejudice a proper trial or lead to it being abandoned. I know it can be frustrating when we can see reports in the media of the matters that we are not free to discuss here. But that arises from Parliament's constitutional relationship with the courts. More importantly, at the heart of this case are 3 young girls. We all want to see justice done for them and for their families, and for others injured in and affected by this appalling incident. Speculation about the cases, including comments made in this House, could seriously risk prejudicing proceedings. I know that none of us would ever wish to do that. Therefore, it would be wrong of me to exercise a waiver in this case, and members should not refer to it or risk prejudicing this case. Of course, I understand that members have legitimate questions about the circumstances surrounding this case. There will be no doubt wanting ministers to commit that they will come to the House and answer those questions once the legal proceedings are concluded. I give my assurance that I will ensure there are ample opportunities to do so. My understanding is that this trial is expected to start in January, and if members have questions about the operation and the decision on sub judice's resolution, they can speak to the clerks and the Speaker's Council. In the meantime, our thoughts are with the family and friends of Bibi, Elsie and Alice, and all of those who were injured and affected on this horrendous day. Before I call the Prime Minister, I would like to mark the fact that this is the last time the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton will appear at the dispatch box during PMQs. There's a bit more to do afterwards, but he has spoken at this dispatch box as Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, and after today, we all look forward to his continued contributions from the backbenches. We wish him and his family well in the future endeavours. And I say personally, thank you for a working relationship. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. I call Katrina Murray.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish everyone celebrating in the UK and around the world a joyful Diwali, a time to come together to celebrate and focus on a brighter future. Last Diwali, the leader of the opposition and his family lit the deers outside 10 Downing Street. It was a significant moment in our national story. The first British Asian Prime Minister is a reminder that this is a country where people of every background can fulfil their dreams, and it makes us all proud to be British. Mr. Speaker, as you've just referenced, as this is our last exchange across the dispatch boxes, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his service. Now, of course, we've had political disagreements, ideological differences. We've argued at some length. But I want to thank him for his hard work, for his commitment, and for his decency in everything that he has done. And I too wish him and his family the very best for whatever the future may hold for them. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Katrina Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to associate myself with the remarks made by the Prime Minister. Cumbernauld, in my constituency, was promised an elective and diagnostic treatment centre by the Scottish Government in 2021. This has continued to be delayed and is now alleged to be mothballed. What assurances can the Prime Minister give me that any Barney consequentials from today's budget are used to benefit my constituents and not be held on to by the Scottish Government?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. I'm sorry to hear about the delays affecting her constituents. The party opposite oversaw years of mismanagement and chaos, and the impact on Scottish NHS is evident. This Labour government is committed to delivering for the Scottish people, including making sure that we have an NHS fit for the future. The Chancellor will set out details in just a few moments.
Leader of the Opposition, Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your kind words, and indeed thank you to the Prime Minister for his kind words. Indeed, no Prime Minister looks forward to PMQs, but I always did like this pre-budget one, because it was, for a change, nice not to be the main event and just the warm-up act. But as you said, Mr. Speaker, today is my last appearance at PMQs, and I'm happy to confirm reports that I will now be spending more time in the greatest place on earth, where the scenery is worthy. The scenery is indeed worthy of a movie set, and everyone is a character. That's right, Mr. Speaker. If anyone needs me, I will be in Yorkshire. So, and as an adopted Yorkshireman, I'm particularly looking forward to doing the coast-to-coast walk that runs through my constituency and many others. Since 2015, we've made significant progress with a campaign to make it a national trail, and indeed, Natural England are close to concluding their work. So, can I ask the Prime Minister to ensure that the coast-to-coast does indeed become Britain's greatest national trail, and in preparation for my return to the backbenches, would he meet with me to discuss it?
Mr. Speaker, I thought he was about to ask me to join him on the walk. But certainly, I will meet him, and it is an important point.
Mr. Speaker, that is very kind of the Prime Minister. I know he's partial to the Lake District, but perhaps we can tempt him over to our end as well. Now, Yorkshire is not just famous for its walks, but also for being home to some of England's greatest cricketers. Now, sadly, no one's going to put me on that list, Mr. Speaker, but who knows? I've got a lot more time to practice now. So, but cricket does have the power to bring people together from all communities and give them fantastic opportunities, as shown so powerfully by Andrew Flintoff's recent documentary. Now, we also lead the world in female participation, and that will stand us in good stead when we host the Women's World Cup in 2026 and when cricket becomes an Olympic sport in 2028. So could I therefore ask the Prime Minister to continue government support for the England and Wales Cricket Board's new initiative to get cricket into vastly more state schools, fostering a whole new generation of cricketers for us all to cheer on at every level?
Yes, is the answer to that question. And the point is a really important one. We celebrate cricket, it does bring communities together, but it's also really important for children and young people to enjoy sport, lots of different sports, because it gives them a confidence that they might not otherwise have. It gives them the ability to work in a team and teaches them about skills like leadership. So I'm fully supportive.
Now, our two predecessors, Sir Tony Blair and Lord Hague, have repeatedly come together and powerfully argued in their joint reports that it is vital for the future prosperity of Britain's economy, society and public services for us to be a world leader in technology and innovation. Now, the Prime Minister and I may not yet be at our joint report writing stage yet, but in a similar spirit, in a similar spirit of cross-party agreement, could I ask him to find his inner tech bro and continue to support emerging British tech businesses and establish our country as the home of AI growth and innovation?
Prime Minister.
Yes, and this is a really important point. The Leader of the Opposition held a summit last year on AI, which was very important. We have been bringing together the leaders in AI. We have a huge advantage in this country, being ranked in the top 3 in the world. AI is going to have huge potential for our growth, for our public services, and I think the whole House should be fully supportive of this.
Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister has the immense privilege. The Prime Minister has the immense privilege of being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, Northern Ireland is a special part of our union, but one that needs particular care, attention and respect. Having a strong functioning assembly at Stormont is good for the people of Northern Ireland and good for our union. And that's why I was so pleased to see government restored there earlier this year, and I'm grateful to him for his support with that. So can he assure the House that he will continue to work to keep Stormont open, delivering for the Northern Irish people and strengthening Northern Ireland's place in our union?
Prime Minister.
Yes, and again, this is a really important point and one that matters to me personally. I worked for 5 years in Northern Ireland on some of the proposals under the Good Friday Agreement, in particular the transformation of the RUC into the Police Service of Northern Ireland. I worked with both communities there. It was for 5 years. It was very important to me, had a huge impact on me, and so I care deeply about Northern Ireland, and I absolutely agree that the institutions government needs to be up and running and want to give all support I can to the further development in Northern Ireland.
Now, as Prime Minister, he will be acutely aware of the threats that our United Kingdom faces from an axis of authoritarian states, Iran, North Korea, Russia and China. And in particular, I'm proud of the way that this House has united in standing up to Russian aggression in Ukraine. And I know that we will never waver in our commitment to the Ukrainian cause. Now, I will always be grateful for the support that he gave me when we were the first country to send Ukraine Western battle tanks, long-range missiles, and the first to offer security assurances to Kyiv. So in light of the threats that we face, can I urge him to always maintain the strength of the transatlantic alliance and ensure that NATO remains the bedrock of Western security, with the United Kingdom playing a leading role?
Yes, and NATO is, in my view, as important today as the day in which it was created, in light of the challenges that we face. And it was a Labour government that was the proud co-founder of NATO, and we've repeatedly said we support NATO to the hilt.
Well, finally, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Diwali, and I became leader of my party during Diwali, and I now stand down during that same festival. So I'm proud to have been the first British Asian Prime Minister, but I was even prouder that it was not that big a deal. And that speaks volumes about the values of the British people, of our country, and of this Parliament. So will the Prime Minister join me in applauding the kindness, decency and tolerance that has always been the British way?
Yes, and I meant what I said when I said that we were all proud to see him standing there as Prime Minister, representing our diverse country. We were all proud. I think everybody in this House was. So I thank him for that. And his last question, final question as Leader of the Opposition, although judging by the speed with which his party goes through leaders, he may be back here before too long, but in the meantime, I'm sure he'll be a great champion for the people of Richmond. But, Mr. Speaker, finally, I'm sure he won't mind me disclosing to the House the contents of a letter that he wrote to me this week. My answer to it is clear. Yes, I will arrange for him to meet the relevant minister about the A66 that runs through his constituency.
Dave Begg-Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Hackney, nearly 4,000 children who could fill 8 primary schools are in temporary accommodation, many outside London. This is bad for their future opportunities. It's ripping apart our communities. I welcome the government's pledge to build new homes, but will he ensure that those who cannot have a roof over their head are a top priority in that long queue for new housing?
Prime Minister.
I thank you for raising this issue. It is a source of national shame that there are just under 1.3 million households on a social housing waiting list, including, I think, 8,000 of them in Hackney. The best way to tackle overcrowding and meet housing need is to build the homes this country needs, and that's why we will deliver the 1.5 million homes over this Parliament, and the Chancellor will set out further details in just a moment.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with your remarks and the remarks of the Prime Minister about the right honourable gentleman, the member for Richmond and Northallerton, and thank him for his service and wish him and the whole country a happy Diwali. Despite our political differences, I've always felt a certain kinship since the general election, when he was the only other party leader to get as wet as I did. I'm looking forward to debating the budgets with him and the Chancellor shortly, but can I wish him and his family all the best for the future. Mr. Speaker, next month's summit in Baku is a chance for the UK to regain world leadership on climate change, a role disastrously lost under the Conservatives. As this is the final summit before countries must ratchet up their new Paris agreements before 2035, will the Prime Minister take this opportunity to seize back world leadership on climate change by committing today to support the targets set out this week by the Independent Climate Change Committee and publish a programme to deliver on those?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will seize that initiative. We've reset on the international stage, and climate is one of the biggest challenges that we face. I will be going to the conference this year, as I went, in fact, last year, as leader of the opposition, to continue those discussions about how we reach the very important targets that we must reach.
Shred David.
I thank the Prime Minister for his reply. I hope we can really take that world leadership back again. Another issue which the UK needs to show urgent leadership on is the escalating war in Sudan. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. 11 million Sudanese have had to flee from their homes, Mr. Speaker. The reports of mass killings and horrifying sexual violence against women are truly stomach-churning. So when the UK takes over presidency of the UN Security Council this Friday, will the Prime Minister make it a priority to secure a new resolution on preventing future atrocities, including a no-fly zone to stop the Iranian drones?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this, because it is an important issue, and I don't think we discuss it enough in this House. We continue to see mounting evidence of appalling atrocities against civilians and unacceptable restrictions on humanitarian access, and working with international partners, including as penholder, as he knows, at the UN Security Council to end the violence, secure humanitarian access and ensure the protection of civilians is a major priority.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is this Labour government in setting up a child poverty task force which is determined to move 4.3 million children in poverty today into a better future. However, we also inherited 2.1 million older people in poverty. So will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree to setting up a pensioner poverty task force so that older people don't have to worry about paying for their housing, food and heating costs, and ensure that they have dignity in later life?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the scale of poverty that we inherited in this country is truly appalling, with over 4 million children now growing up in low-income families. We'll deliver on a manifesto commitment to tackle child poverty, as we did last time in government, and we'll publish our strategy in the spring.
Colin Denny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ICJ has mandated that Israel ensures access to life-saving aid in Gaza under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, yet the Israeli government has voted to effectively block its delivery. As a human rights lawyer, does the Prime Minister agree that banning UNRWA is a breach of international law? And how much more evidence does he need before calling out what is happening as a genocide and acting in line with the UK's responsibilities as a signatory of the Genocide Convention?
I'm very worried and concerned about the decision that's just been taken by the Parliament in relation to UNRWA. There's a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and that decision will only make it much worse, which is why I've expressed my concern about it already before today and will continue to do so. It needs to be reversed. It needs to be reversed very, very quickly indeed. I have never described what's going on in Gaza as genocide. I do agree that all sides should comply with international law.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, a Scottish Government Health Minister was forced to apologise for waiting times in my area of Fife, where some patients wait more than 2 years for treatment. My constituents deserve so much better than this. Does the Prime Minister agree that the SNP must take responsibility for 17 years of failure? And if today's budget delivers a bigger block grant to Scotland, they must sort out the mess they have made of Scotland's precious NHS.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the second time this has come up this afternoon in Prime Minister's questions. I hope the SNP are listening good and hard, because I'm sorry to hear her constituents have been waiting so many years for their medical treatment that they need. We are committed to the NHS, and the Chancellor will have a lot more to say about that in just a moment.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's own independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, Jonathan Hall Casey, has said repeatedly recently that it is important in incidents of terrorism that the authorities put out more information sooner in order to prevent an information gap. Does the Prime Minister agree?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I'll tread carefully in answering this question for the very reasons that you yourself set out at the beginning of this session. I think it's very important, first and foremost, that in all cases, including the particularly difficult case that the Speaker mentioned earlier, that the police and prosecutors are able to do their difficult job. And all of us in this House have a choice to make, including both candidates to be the next Tory leader. They can either support the police in their difficult task, or they can undermine the police in their difficult task. And I know which side I'm on.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minutes from here, in the communities of Victoria, Pimlico, Paddington and Covent Garden, there is an unprecedented rise in the number of people sleeping rough after 14 years of the Tory government. Will the Prime Minister update this House on the cross-departmental homelessness strategy? And does he agree with me that this Labour government has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to end rough sleeping for good?
Prime Minister.
Homelessness levels are far too high in this country. And we are developing a long-term strategy, working with mayors and local leaders to end homelessness once and for all. And taking action to tackle the root causes, Mr. Speaker, which is delivering the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. And we, of course, have picked up where the party opposite failed by abolishing no-fault evictions, preventing many renters ending up homeless.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, we had the embarrassment of the Labour Party being sued by the Trump campaign. Then we had the national capitulation of...
Let me hear the rest of the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then we had the national capitulation of the government over the sovereignty of the Chagos Island. And now now we have had the personal humiliation of the Prime Minister at the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit. All of which begs the question, Mr. Speaker, how on earth does a Foreign Secretary still have the full confidence of the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I was intending to say that he was an upgrade on his predecessor. Of course, drove up thousands of pounds in mortgages, but I withdraw that now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister and the Chancellor discuss the importance of supporting working families, I think of the dedicated farmers in South Norfolk. The Prime Minister has constantly acknowledged the critical role of food security and the need for farmers to have certainty to plan. Can the Prime Minister confirm what action our government will be taking to back British farming in constituencies like mine?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend to his place. And talking of predecessors, no one did more damage to rural constituencies than his nearby predecessor, whose disastrous mini-budget crashed the economy and hurt his constituents. I do note that she's been tweeting the approval of the current Shadow Chancellor's attacks on the independent OBR, just showing the party opposite have learned absolutely nothing. Over 1,000 farmers have been forced out of business due to Tory neglect, and we will turn that around, and you'll hear more about that in the budget in just a minute.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Robert Jones and Agnes Hunt Hospital in Oswestry in my constituency is home to the Veterans Orthopaedic Service, and that's by far the largest provider of veterans hospital care in the country. It's a fine example of what you can build when the NHS and the local authority work together. It costs no extra public money to set it up, but because of NHS changes in the way ICBs charge each other, it's been left with a funding shortfall. Will the Prime Minister come and visit this fantastic facility in beautiful North Shropshire and see for himself why it's so important we keep it going?
I thank the honourable member for raising that issue, and we're all grateful to our veterans for their service in protecting our country. I do understand the value of the centre that she references and the support that it provides for veterans, and we are committed to ensuring veterans receive the employment, the mental health and the housing support that they need. The upcoming budget will set out the changes that we'll be making. Thank you.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years of failure by the last government to renew and grow the UK's infrastructure, does the Prime Minister agree with me that additional investment is needed to kickstart economic growth? And that Mr. Speaker, this is the important bit. And that investing in a new Lower Thames crossing to relieve Dartford residents from gridlock caused by overcapacity at the Dartford crossing, thereby boosting the North Kent and UK economy by £40 billion, would be an excellent project to start with.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased that under this government, Britain has already secured £63 billion worth of investment, which we've measured in tens of thousands of jobs. Our number one mission is growth. You'll be hearing a lot more about that in just a few minutes' time.
David Bandel.
My constituents, Colin and Mandy Mackey's 18-year-old son, Greg, died as a result of having a soft drink spiked shortly after he went to college. They welcome the fact that this government is going to continue with the legislation proposed by the previous government. But can the Prime Minister assure them that they and other campaigners will work with ministers and officials, not only in bringing forward that legislation, but to ensure that awareness is raised of this abhorrent practice and its potentially fatal consequences?
Prime Minister. Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for raising that tragic case, and I join him in paying tribute to Greg's parents. Their tireless work to raise awareness of spiking, to support victims and call for changes in the law is inspiring, given what they've been through. This government will act. We will make spiking a specific criminal offence to better protect victims and support the police in tackling these crimes. Thank you.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Farnborough, our leisure centre was knocked down by the Conservative Council, who made empty promises to replace it with an expensive civic hub with no viable plan to pay for it. Will the Prime Minister help secure the funding that Rushmore Council needs to rebuild our leisure centre so that Labour can start delivering change after years of Tory failure?
Prime Minister.
Can I welcome my honourable friend to her place? I think she's the first Labour MP for Aldershot ever. And she's doing a superb job for her constituents. Rushmore Borough Council was left with a shortfall of over £19 million over the last 4 years. And the running down of local services has been one of the most painful features of the last 14 years. We will work hand in hand with councils, including multi-year funding settlements, and with local leaders to develop and make sure the services that are needed are there.
Final question, Mark Francois.
Thank you, sir. Prime Minister, you mentioned veterans a few minutes ago. As we approach Remembrance Tide, one group of veterans we all owe a great debt to are those who served during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Hundreds were killed. Thousands were maimed by both Republican and so-called loyalist bombs. Many of those veterans now in the autumn of their lives. And yet you're proposing to repeal the Northern Ireland Legacy Bill, which was designed in part to protect them from endless investigation and reinvestigation. Why, sir, are you throwing those veterans to the wolves to pander to Sinn Féin?
Can I just say, the honourable member's been here for a long time. You is not me. I don't want it to be me. Please, Prime Minister.
I'm not.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Order! Before I call the Chancellor, I would like to make a short statement. Over the last few days, ministers have made a series of new policy announcements with significant and wide-ranging implications for the government's fiscal policy and for the public finances. It is evident to me that they should have been made in this House in the first instance. The principle is clearly and unambiguously set out in the paragraph 9.1 of the Ministerial Code. The premature disclosure of the contents of this House, contents of the budget, have always been regarded as a supreme discourtesy to this House and all of its democratically elected MPs, not to mention to Mr. Speaker and the Chairman of Ways and Means. I really don't need any help. Let me remind the Treasury front bench. The budget statement and ensuing resolutions are the most important Ways and Means business of the House, Erskine May 36-33. I am disappointed by comments made by government spokespeople believing they can use precedent as an excuse. I am telling them today that they are entirely wrong. Mr. Speaker has always defended the undoubted right of this House, including opposition parties and backbenchers on all sides of this House, to be the first to hear major government policy announcements on behalf of their constituents. As Chairman of Ways and Means, I have responsibility to oversee the House's consideration of the budget fairly and impartially, and to ensure that honourable members on all sides of this House have adequate opportunity to hold the Chancellor to account. Finally, we should all remember to respect the Chair, respect our colleagues, and to respect this House. Now, before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I am reminded
remind honourable members that copies of the budget resolutions will be available to them from the Vote Office in Members' Lobby at the end of the Chancellor's statement and, of course, online. I also remind honourable members that interventions are not taken during the Chancellor's statement, nor during the replies of the Leader of the Opposition or of the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On July the 4th, the country voted for change. This government was given a mandate to restore stability to our economy and to begin a decade of national renewal. To fix the foundations and deliver change through responsible leadership in the national interest. That is our task, and I know that we can achieve it. My belief in Britain burns brighter than ever, and the prize on offer is immense. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said on Monday, change must be felt. More pounds in people's pockets, an NHS that is there when you need it, an economy that is growing, creating wealth and opportunity for all, because that is the only way to improve living standards. And the only way to drive economic growth is to invest, invest, invest. There are no shortcuts. And to deliver that investment, we must restore economic stability and turn the page on the last 14 years. This is not the first time that it has fallen to the Labour Party to rebuild Britain. In 1945, it was the Labour Party that rebuilt our country from the rubble of the Second World War. In 1964, it was the Labour Party that rebuilt Britain with the white heat of technology. And in 1997, it was the Labour Party that rebuilt our schools and hospitals. Today, it falls to this Labour Party, to this Labour government, to rebuild Britain once again. And while this is the first budget in more than 14 years to be delivered by a Labour Chancellor, it is the first budget in our country's history to be delivered by a woman. I am deeply proud to be Britain's first ever female Chancellor of the Exchequer. To girls and young women everywhere, I say, let there be no ceiling on your ambition, your hopes, and your dreams. And along with the pride that I feel standing here today, there is also a responsibility to pass on a fairer society and a stronger generation to the next generation of women. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite failed our country. Their austerity broke our National Health Service. Their Brexit deal harmed British businesses. And their mini-budget left families paying the price with higher mortgages. The British people have inherited their failure. A black hole in the public finances. Public services on their knees. A decade of low growth and the worst parliament on record for living standards. Let me begin with the public finances. In July, I exposed a £22 billion black hole at the heart of the previous government's plans. A series of promises that they made but had no money to deliver. Covered up from the British people, covered up from this House. The Treasury's reserve set aside for genuine emergencies, spent 3 times over just 3 months into the financial year. Today, on top of the detailed document that I have provided to the House in July, the Government is publishing a line-by-line breakdown of the £22 billion black hole that we inherited. It shows hundreds of unfunded pressures on the public finances this year and into the future too. The Office for Budget Responsibility have published their own review of the circumstances around the spring budget forecast. They say that the previous government, and I quote, did not provide the OBR with all the information to them. And had they known about these undisclosed pressures that have since come to light, then their spring budget forecast for spending would have been, and I quote again, materially different. Let me be clear. That means any comparison between today's forecast and the OBR's March forecast is false, because the party opposite hid the reality of their public spending plans. Yet, at the very same budget, they made another £10 billion worth of cuts to national insurance. It was the height of irresponsibility, and they knew it, because they had run out of road and they called an election to avoid making difficult choices. So let me make this promise to the British people. Never again will we allow a government to play fast and loose with our public finances. And never again will we allow a government to hide the true state of our public finances from our independent forecaster. That's why today I can confirm that we will implement in full the 10 recommendations from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibilities Review. But the country has inherited not just broken public finances, but broken public services too. The British people can see and they can feel that in their everyday lives. NHS waiting lists at record levels. Children in porter cabins as school roofs crumble. Trains that do not arrive, rivers filled with polluted waste, prisons overflowing, crimes which are not investigated, and criminals who are not punished. That is the country's inheritance. That is the country's inheritance from the party opposite. But they had no plan to improve our public services. And they had no plan to put our public finances on a stable footing. Quite the opposite. Since 2021, there have been no detailed plans for departmental spending set out beyond this year. And their plans relied on a baseline for spending this year, which we now know was wrong, because it did not take into account the £22 billion black hole. The previous government also failed to budget for costs that they knew would materialise. That includes funding for vital compensation schemes for victims of 2 terrible injustices.
I just mentioned respecting colleagues. The public are watching. They want to hear what the Chancellor has to say. Simmer down.
I would politely suggest that honourable members listen to this, because it includes funding for vital compensation schemes for victims of 2 terrible injustices: the infected blood scandal and the Post Office Horizon scandal. The Leader of the Opposition rightly made an unequivocal apology for the injustice of the infected blood scandal on behalf of the British state. But he did not budget for the costs of compensation. Today, for the very first time, we will provide specific funding to compensate those infected and those affected in full. with £11.8 billion in this budget. And I am also today setting aside £1.8 billion to compensate victims of the Post Office Horizon scandal. Redress that is long overdue for the pain and injustice that they have suffered. Madam Deputy Speaker, the leadership campaign for the party opposite has now been going on for over 3 months. But in all that time, not one single apology for what they did to our country. Because the Conservative Party has not changed. But this is a changed Labour Party, and we will restore stability to our country once again. The scale and seriousness of the situation that we have inherited cannot be underestimated. Together, the hole in our public finances this year, which recurs every year, the compensation schemes that they did not fund, and their failure to assess the scale of the challenges facing our public services means that this budget raises taxes by £40 billion. Any Chancellor standing here today would have to face this reality. And any responsible Chancellor would take action. That is why today I am restoring stability to our public finances and rebuilding our public services. As a former economist at the Bank of England, I know what it means to respect our economic institutions. I want to put on record my thanks to the Governor of the bank, Andrew Bailey, and to the Independent Monetary Policy Committee. Today, I can confirm that we will maintain the MPC's target of 2% inflation, as measured by the 12-month increase in the Consumer Prices Index. I want to thank James Bowler, the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, and my team of officials. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to thank my predecessors as Chancellor of the Exchequer for their wise counsel as I have prepared for this budget. In particular, I would like to thank the former Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne for his invaluable advice in this weekend's papers, where he concluded that his mini-budget, and I quote, wasn't perfect. Well, for once, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think him and I are in absolute agreement. Finally, I want to thank Richard Hughes and his team at the Office for Budget Responsibility for their work in preparing today's economic and fiscal outlook. Let me now take the House through that forecast. The cost of living crisis under the last government stretched household finances to their limit, with inflation hitting a peak of above 11%. Today, the OBR say that CPI inflation will average 2.5% this year, 2.6% in 2025, then 2.3% in 2026, 2.1% in 2027, 2.1% in 2028, and 2.0% in 2029. Next, I move on to economic growth. Today's budget marks an end to short-termism. So I am pleased that for the first time, the OBR have published not only 5-year growth forecasts, but a detailed assessment of the growth impacts of our policies over the next decade too. And the new Charter for Budget Responsibility, which I am publishing today, confirms that this will become a permanent feature of our framework. The OBR forecast that real GDP growth will be 1.1% in 2024, 2.0% in 2025, 1.8% in 2026, 1.5% in 2027, 1.5% in 2028, and 1.6% in 2029. And the OBR are clear. This budget will permanently increase the supply capacity of the economy, boosting long-term growth. Every budget, it might sound shocking to them, but this government is boosting long-term economic growth. Every budget that I deliver will be focused on our mission to grow the economy. And underpinning that mission are the 7 key pillars of our growth strategy, developed and delivered alongside business, all driven forward by our excellent Financial Secretary to the Treasury. First, and most important, is to restore economic stability That is my focus today. Second, increasing investment and building new infrastructure is vital for productivity. So we are catalysing £70 billion of investment through our National Wealth Fund. And we are transforming our planning rules to get Britain building again. Third, to ensure that all parts of the UK can realise their potential, we are working with the devolved governments and partnering with our mayors to develop local growth plans. Fourth, to improve employment prospects and skills, we are creating Skills England, delivering our plans to make work pay and tackling economic inactivity. Fifth, we are launching our long-term modern industrial strategy and expanding opportunities for our small and medium-sized businesses to grow. Sixth, to drive innovation, we are protecting record funding for research and development to harness the full potential of the UK's science base. And finally, to maximise the growth benefits of our clean energy mission, we have confirmed key investments, such as carbon capture and storage, to create jobs in our industrial heartlands. Our approach is already having an impact. Just 2 weeks ago, we delivered an international investment summit, which saw businesses commit £63.5 billion of investment into our country, creating nearly 40,000 jobs across the United Kingdom. But we cannot undo 14 years of damage in one go. Economic growth will be our mission for the duration of this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, in our manifesto, we set out the fiscal rules that would guide this government. I am confirming those today. Our stability rule and our investment rule. The stability rule means that we will bring the current budget into balance so that we do not borrow to fund day-to-day spending. We will meet this rule in 2029-30 until that becomes the third year of the forecast. From then on, we will balance the current budget in the third year of every budget held annually each autumn. That will provide a tougher constraint on day-to-day spending so that difficult decisions cannot be constantly delayed or deferred. The OBR say that the current budget will be in deficit by £26.2 billion in 2025-26 and £5.2 billion in 2026-27, before moving into surplus of £10.9 billion in 2027-28, £9.3 billion in 2028-29 and £9.9 billion in 2029-30, meeting our stability rule 2 years early. Monthly public sector finance data show that government borrowing in the first 6 months of this year was already running significantly higher than the OBR's March forecast. And so the OBR confirmed today that borrowing in this financial year is now £127 billion, reflecting the inheritance left by the party opposite. The increase in the net cash requirement in 2024-25 is lower than the increase in borrowing, at £22.3 billion higher than the spring forecast. Because of the action that we are taking, borrowing falls from 4.5% of GDP this year to 2.1% of GDP by the end of the forecast. Public sector net borrowing will be £105.6 billion in 2025-26, £88.5 billion in 2026-27, £72.2 billion in 2027-28, £71.9 billion in 2028-29 and £70.6 billion in 2029-2030. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I come to tax, it is vital that we are driving efficiency and reducing wasteful spending. In July, to begin delivering and dealing with our inheritance, I made £5.5 billion of savings this year. Today we are setting a 2% productivity, efficiency and savings target for all departments to meet next year by using technology more effectively and joining up services across government. As set out in our manifesto, I will shortly be appointing our COVID Corruption Commissioner. They will lead our work to uncover those companies that used a national emergency to line their own pockets. Because that money belongs in our public services and taxpayers want that money back. And I can confirm today that David Goldstone has been appointed as the chair of the new Office for Value for Money to help us realise the benefits from every pound of public spending. Today, I am also taking 3 steps to ensure that welfare spending is more sustainable. First, we inherited the last government's plans to reform the work capability assessment. We will deliver those savings as part of our fundamental reforms to the health and disabilities benefit system that my right honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Secretary, will bring forward. Second, I can today announce a crackdown on fraud in our welfare system, often the work of criminal gangs. We will expand DWP's counter-fraud teams, using innovative new methods to prevent illegal activity and provide new legal powers to crack down on fraudsters, including direct access to bank accounts to recover debt. This package saves £4.3 billion a year by the end of the forecast. Third, the government will shortly be publishing the Get Britain Working white paper, tackling the root causes of inactivity with an integrated approach across health, education and welfare. And we will provide £240 million for 16 trailblazer projects targeted at those who are economically inactive and most at risk of being out of education, employment or training, to get people into work and to reduce the benefits bill. Before a government could consider any change to a tax rate or threshold, it must ensure that people pay what they already owe. So we will invest to modernise HMRC systems using the very best technology and recruit additional HMRC compliance and debt staff. We will clamp down on those umbrella companies who exploit workers, increase the interest rate on unpaid tax debt to ensure that people pay on time, and go after the promoters of tax avoidance schemes. These measures to reduce the tax gap raise £6.5 billion by the end of the forecast. And I want to thank the Exchequer Secretary for his outstanding work on this agenda. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that for working people up and down our country, family finances are stretched and paychecks don't go as far as they once did. So today I am taking steps to support people with the cost of living. It was the Labour government that introduced the national minimum wage in 1999. It had a transformative impact on the lives of working people. As promised in our manifesto, we asked the Low Pay Commission to take account of the cost of living for the first time. I can confirm that we will accept the Low Pay Commission recommendation to increase the national living wage by 6.7% to £12.21 an hour. Worth up to £1,400 a year for a full-time worker. And for the first time, we will move towards a single adult rate phased in over time by initially increasing the national minimum wage for 18 to 20-year-olds by 16.3% as recommended by the Low Pay Commission, taking it to £10 an hour. A Labour policy to protect working people being delivered by a Labour government once again. Second, I have heard representations from colleagues across this House about the carers allowance and the impact of the current policy on carers looking to increase the hours that they work, including from the Honourable Members for Shipley, the Honourable Member for Scarborough and Whitby, and the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton too. Carers allowance currently provides up to £81.90 per week to help those with additional caring responsibilities. Today I can confirm that we are increasing the weekly earnings limit to the equivalent of 16 hours at the national living wage per week, the largest increase in carers allowance since it was introduced in 1976. This means that a carer can now earn over £10,000 a year while receiving carers allowance, allowing them to increase their hours where they want to and keep more of their money. I am also concerned about the cliff edge in the current system and the issue of overpayments. My Right Honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Secretary, has announced an independent review to look at the issue of overpayments, and we will work across this House to develop the right solutions. Third, we will provide £1 billion from next year to extend the Household Support Fund and discretionary housing payments to help those facing financial hardship with the cost of essentials. Fourth, having heard representations from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, Trussell and others to reduce the level of debt repayments that can be taken from a household's universal credit payment each month by reducing it from 25% to 15% of their standard allowance. This means that 1.2 million of the poorest households will keep more of their award each month, lifting children out of poverty, and those who benefit will gain an average of £420 a year. Madam Deputy Speaker, our plan to make work pay will also protect working people. I know that the party opposite are deeply interested in our plans here. Having seen their colleagues repeatedly dismissed at short notice, I know that they are worried about their future under the Right Honourable Member for North West Essex. So they should rest easy, knowing that our plan will protect working people from unfair dismissal. It will safeguard them from bullying in the workplace. And it will improve their access to paternity and maternity leave. I hope that the new Shadow Cabinet will soon be grateful for these increased protections at work. It is right that we protect those who have worked all their lives. In our manifesto, we promised to transfer the Investment Reserve Fund in the Mine Workers' Pension Scheme to members. And I have listened closely to my honourable friends for Easington, Doncaster Central, Blaenau Gwent and Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock on this issue. Today, we are keeping our promise so that working people who powered our country receive the fair pension that they are owed. Our manifesto committed to the triple lock, meaning spending on the state pension is forecast to rise by over £31 billion by 2029-30 to ensure that our pensioners are protected in their retirement. This commitment means that while working age benefits will be uprated in line with CPI at 1.7%, the basic and new state pension will be uprated by 4.1% in 2025-26. This means that over 12 million pensioners will gain up to £470 next year, up to £275 more than if uprated by inflation. The pension credit standard minimum guarantee will also rise by 4.1%, from around £11,400 per year to around £11,850 a year for a single pensioner. While I have sought to protect working people with measures to reduce the cost of living, I've had to take some very difficult decisions on tax. I want to set out my approach to fuel duty. Baked into the numbers that I inherited from the previous government is an assumption that fuel duty will rise by RPI next year and that the temporary 5p cut will be reversed. To retain the 5p cut and to freeze fuel duty again would cost over £3 billion next year. At a time when the fiscal position is so difficult, I have to be frank with the House that this is a substantial commitment to make. I have concluded that in these difficult circumstances, while the cost of living remains high, and with a backdrop of global uncertainty, increasing fuel duty next year would be the wrong choice for working people. It would mean fuel duty rising by 7p per litre. So I have decided today to freeze fuel duty next year, and I will maintain the existing 5p cut for another year too. There will be no higher taxes at the petrol. There will be no higher taxes at the petrol pumps next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last government made cuts of £20 billion to employees and self-employed national insurance in their final two budgets. These tax cuts were not honest. No. Because we now know that they were based on a forecast which the OBR say would have been materially different. It would have been materially different had they known the true extent of the last government's cover-up. Since July, I have been urged on multiple occasions to reconsider these cuts. to increase the taxes that working people pay and see in their payslips. But I have made an important choice today: to keep every single commitment that we made on tax in our manifesto. So I say to working people, I will not increase your national insurance, I will not increase your VAT, and I will not increase your income tax. Working people will not see higher taxes in their payslips as a result of the choices that I am making today. That is a promise made and a promise fulfilled. But any responsible Chancellor would need to make difficult decisions today, to raise the revenues required to fund our public services and to restore economic stability. So in today's budget, I am announcing an increase in employers' national insurance contributions. We will increase the rate of employers' national insurance by 1.2 percentage points to 15% from April 2025. And we will reduce the secondary threshold, the level at which employers start paying national insurance on each employee's salary, from £9,100 a year to £5,000. This will raise £25 billion per year by the end of the forecast period. I know that this is a difficult choice. I do not take this decision lightly. We are asking businesses to contribute more, and I know that there will be impacts of this measure felt beyond businesses too, as the OBR has set out today. But in the circumstances...
Order, Chancellor! Order! Our constituents are watching. They need to be able to hear the Chancellor. Simmer down. Chancellor.
But in the circumstances that I have inherited, it is the right choice to make. Successful businesses depend on successful schools. Healthy businesses depend on a healthy NHS. And a strong economy depends on strong public finances. If the party opposite chooses to oppose this choice, then they are choosing more austerity, more chaos, more instability. This is the choice that our country faces too. As I make this choice, I know it is particularly important to protect our smallest companies. So, having heard representations from the Federation of Small Businesses and others, I am today increasing the employment allowance from £5,000 to £10,500. This means 865,000 employers won't pay any national insurance at all next year. And over 1 million will pay the same or less than they did previously. This will allow a small business to employ the equivalent of 4 full-time workers on the national living wage without paying any national insurance on their wages. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now come to capital gains tax. We need to drive growth, promote entrepreneurship and support wealth creation, while raising the revenue required to fund our public services and restore our public finances. Today, we will increase the lower rate of capital gains tax from 10 to 18% and the higher rate from 20 to 24%, while maintaining the rates of capital gains tax on residential property at 18 and 24% too. This means the UK will still have the lowest capital gains tax rate of any European G7 economy. Alongside these changes to the headline rates of capital gains tax, we are maintaining the lifetime limit for business asset disposal relief at £1 million to encourage entrepreneurs to invest in their businesses. Business asset disposal relief will remain at 10% this year before rising to 14% in April 2025 and to 18% from 2026-27, maintaining a significant gap compared to the higher rate of capital gains tax. Together, the OBR say that these measures will raise £2.5 billion by the end of the forecast. In a sign of this government's commitment to supporting growth and entrepreneurship, we have already extended the Enterprise Investment Scheme and the Venture Capital Trust schemes to 2035, and we will continue to work with leading entrepreneurs and venture capital firms to ensure that our policies support a positive environment for entrepreneurship in the UK. Next, inheritance tax. Only 6% of estates will pay inheritance tax this year. I understand the strongly held desire to pass down savings to children and grandchildren. So I am taking a balanced approach in my package today. First, the previous government froze inheritance tax thresholds until 2028. I will extend that freeze for a further 2 years until 2030. That means the first £325,000 of any estate can be inherited tax-free, rising to £500,000 if the estate includes a residence passed to direct descendants, and £1 million when a tax-free allowance is passed to a surviving spouse or civil partner. Second, we will close the loophole created by the previous government, made even bigger when the lifetime allowance was abolished, by bringing inherited pensions into inheritance tax from April 2027. Finally, we will reform agricultural property relief and business property relief. From April 2026, the first £1 million of combined business and agricultural assets will continue to attract no inheritance tax at all. But for assets over £1 million, inheritance tax will apply with a 50% relief at an effective rate of 20%. This will ensure that we continue to protect small family farms and with three-quarters of claims unaffected by these changes. I can also announce that we will apply a 50% relief in all circumstances on inheritance tax for shares on the alternative investment market and other similar markets, setting the effective rate of tax at 20%. Taken together, these measures raise over £2 billion by the final year of the forecast. Next, I can confirm that the government will renew the tobacco duty escalator for the remainder of this Parliament at RPI plus 2%. Increase duty by a further 10% on hand-rolling tobacco this year, introduce a flat rate duty on all vaping liquid from October 2026, alongside an additional one-off increase in tobacco duty to maintain the incentive to give up smoking. And we will increase the soft drinks industry levy to account for inflation since it was introduced, as well as increasing the duty in line with CPI each year going forward. These measures will raise nearly £1 billion per year by the end of the forecast period. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to support the take-up of electric vehicles, so I will maintain the incentives for electric vehicles in company car tax from 2028 and increase the differential between fully electric and other vehicles in the first-year rates of vehicle excise duty from April 2025. These measures will raise around £400 million by the end of the forecast period. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me update the House on our plans for air passenger duty. And I can see the right honourable gentleman's ears have pricked up. Air passenger duty has not kept up with inflation in recent years, so we are introducing an adjustment, meaning an increase of no more than £2 for an economy-class short-haul flight. But I am taking a different approach when it comes to private jets. Increasing the rate of air passenger duty by a further 50%. That is equivalent to £450 per passenger for a private jet to, say, California? Madam Deputy Speaker, let us now turn to our high street businesses. I know for them, a major source of concern is business rates. From 2026-27, we intend to introduce 2 permanently lower tax rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties, which make up the backbone of our high streets across the country. And it is our intention that it is paid for by a higher multiplier for the most valuable properties. But the previous government created a cliff edge next year as temporary reliefs end. So I will today provide 40% relief on business rates for the retail, hospitality and leisure industry in 2025-26, up to a cap of £110,000 per business. Alongside this, the small business tax multiplier will be frozen next year. Next, I can confirm that alcohol duty rates on non-draft products will increase in line with RPI from February next year. But nearly 2/3 of alcoholic drinks sold in pubs are served on draft. So today, instead of uprating these products in line with inflation, I am cutting draft duty by 1.7%. Off the pints in the pub. Alongside the changes I am making today, I am publishing a corporate tax roadmap, providing the business certainty called for by the CBI, the British Chambers of Commerce and the Institute for Directors. This confirms our commitment to cap the rate of corporation tax at 25%, the lowest in the G7 for the duration of this Parliament, while maintaining full expensing and the £1 million annual investment allowance, and keeping the current rates of research and development relief to drive innovation. Madam Deputy Speaker, in our manifesto, we made a number of commitments to raise funding for our public services. First, I have always said that if you make Britain your home, you should pay your taxes here too. So today I can confirm we will abolish the non-dom tax regime. And we will remove the outdated concept of domicile from the tax system from April 2025. We will introduce a new residence-based scheme with internationally competitive arrangements for those coming to the UK on a temporary basis, while closing the loopholes in the scheme designed by the party opposite. To further encourage investment into the UK, we will also extend the temporary repatriation relief to 3 years and expand its scope, bringing billions of pounds of new funds into Britain. The Independent Office for Budget Responsibility say that this package of measures will raise £12.7 billion over the next 5 years. Next, the fund management industry provides a vital contribution to our economy. But as our manifesto set out, there needs to be a fairer approach to the way that carried interest is taxed. So we will increase the capital gains rates on carried interest to 32% from April 2025. And from April 2026, we will deliver further reform to ensure that the specific rules for carried interest are simpler, fairer and better targeted. In our manifesto, we committed to reforming stamp duty land tax to raise revenues while supporting those buying their first home. We are increasing the stamp duty land tax surcharge for second homes, known as the higher rate for additional dwellings, by 2 percentage points to 5%, which will come into effect from tomorrow. This will support over 130,000 additional transactions from people buying their first home or moving home over the next 5 years. Next, we are committed to reform the energy profits levy on oil and gas companies. I can confirm today that we will increase the rate of the levy to 38%, which will now expire in March 2030, and we will remove the 29% investment allowance to ensure that the oil and gas industry can protect jobs and support our energy security. So we will maintain the 100% first-year allowances and the decarbonisation allowances too. Finally, 94% of children in the UK attend state schools. To provide the highest quality of support and teaching that they deserve, we will introduce VAT on private school fees from January 2025. And we will shortly introduce legislation to remove their business rates relief from April 2025 too. We said in our manifesto that these changes, alongside our measures to tackle tax avoidance, would bring in £8.5 billion in the final year of the forecast. I can confirm today that they will in fact raise over £9 billion to support our public services and restore our public finances. That is a promise made and a promise fulfilled. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have one final decision to take on tax today. The previous government froze income tax and national insurance thresholds in 2021, and then they did so again after the mini-budget. Extending their threshold freeze for a further 2 years raises billions of pounds, money to deal with the black hole in our public finances and repair our public services. Having considered this issue closely, I have come to the conclusion that extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people. It would take more money out of their payslips. I am keeping every single promise on tax that I made in our manifesto. So there will be no extension of the freeze in income tax and national insurance thresholds beyond the decisions by the previous government. From 2028-29, personal tax thresholds will be uprated in line with inflation once again. When it comes to choices on tax, this government chooses to protect working people every single time. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the choices I have made to restore economic stability and to protect working people. The next choice I make is to begin to repair our public services. In recent months, we have conducted the first phase of the spending review to set departmental budgets for 2024-25 and 2025-26. And I want to thank my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for his tireless work with colleagues from across government. Because I have taken difficult decisions on tax today, I am able to provide an injection of immediate funding over the next 2 years to stabilise and to support our public services. The next phase of the spending review will report in late spring, and I have set the overall envelope today. Day-to-day spending from 2024-25 onwards will grow by 1.5% in real terms. And today, departmental spending, including capital spending, will grow by 1.7% in real terms. At the election, we promised there would be no return to austerity. Today, we deliver on that promise. But given the scale of the challenge that we are facing in our public services, that means there will still be difficult choices in the next phase of the spending review. Just as we cannot tax and spend our way to prosperity, nor can we simply spend our way to better public services. So we will deliver a new approach to public service reform, using technology to improve public services and taking a zero-based approach so that taxpayers' money is spent as effectively as possible, and so we focus on delivering our key priorities. In the first phase of the spending review, I have prioritised day-to-day funding to deliver on our manifesto commitments. I want every child to have the very best start in life, and the best possible start to the school day too. And I know my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, shares my ambition. So I am today tripling investment in breakfast clubs to fund them in thousands of schools. I am increasing the core schools budget by £2.3 billion next year to support our pledge to hire thousands more teachers into key subjects. So that our young people can develop the skills that they need for the future, I am providing an additional £300 million for further education. And finally, this government is committed to reforming special educational needs provision to improve outcomes for our most vulnerable children and to ensure that the system is financially sustainable. To support that work, I am today providing a £1 billion uplift in funding, a 6% real terms increase from this year. There is no more important job for government than to keep our country safe, and we are conducting a strategic defence review to be published next year. And as set out in our manifesto, we will set a path to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence at a future fiscal event. Today, I am announcing a total increase to the Ministry of Defence's budget of £2.9 billion next year, ensuring that the UK comfortably exceeds our NATO commitments and providing guaranteed military support to Ukraine of £3 billion per year for as long as it takes. Last week, alongside my Right Honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, I announced in addition to this further support to Ukraine on top of our NATO commitment through our £2.26 billion contribution to the G7's Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration Agreement, repaid using profits from immobilised Russian sovereign assets. And as we approach Remembrance Sunday, it is vital that we take time to remember those who have served our country so bravely. So I am today announcing funding to commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE and VJ Day next year, to honour those who have served at home and abroad. We must also remember those who experienced the atrocities of the Nazi regime firsthand. I would like to pay tribute to Lily Ebert, the Holocaust survivor and educator who passed away aged 100 earlier this month. I am today committing a further £2 million to Holocaust education next year, so that charities like the Holocaust Educational Trust can continue their work to ensure that these vital testimonies are not lost and are preserved for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, to repair our public services, we also need to work alongside our mayors and local leaders. We will deliver a significant real terms funding increase for local governments next year, including £1.3 billion of additional grant funding to deliver essential services, with at least £600 million in grant funding for social care and £230 million to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. We are today confirming that Greater Manchester and the West Midlands will be the first mayoral authorities to receive integrated settlements from next year, giving mayors meaningful control of the funding for their local areas. And to support our high streets, we are taking action to deal with the sharp rise in shoplifting that we have seen in recent years. We will scrap the effective immunity for low-value shoplifting introduced by the party opposite. And having listened closely to organisations like the British Retail Consortium and the trade union USDOR, I am providing additional funding to crack down on the organised gangs which target retailers and to provide more training to our police officers and retailers to stop shoplifting in its tracks. Finally, I am today providing funding to support public services and drive growth across Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Having discussed the matter with the First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan, and my honourable friends for Llanelli and Pontypridd, I am today providing £25 million to the Welsh Government next year for the maintenance of coal tips to ensure that we keep our communities safe. And to support growth, including in our rural areas, we will proceed with city and growth deals in Northern Ireland, in Causeway Coast and Glens, and the Mid-South West. And we will drive growth in Scotland, a key priority for Scottish Labour and our leader Anna Sawar, including with a city and growth deal in Argyll and Bute. This budget provides the devolved governments with the largest real terms funding settlements since devolution, delivering an additional £3.4 billion to the Scottish Government through the Barnett formula. Funding which must now be used effectively in Scotland to deliver the public services that the people of Scotland deserve. This budget also provides £1.7 billion to the Welsh Government and £1.5 billion to the Northern Ireland Executive in 2025-26. I said that there would be no return to austerity, and that is the choice that I have made today. Madam Deputy Speaker, to rebuild our country, we need to increase investment. The UK lags behind every other G7 country when it comes to business investment as a share of our economy. That matters. It means the UK has fallen behind in the race for new jobs, new industries and new technology. By restoring economic stability and by establishing the National Wealth Fund to catalyse private funding, we have begun to create the conditions that businesses need to invest. But there is also a significant role for public investment. For too long, we have seen Conservative chancellors cut investment and raid capital budgets to plug gaps in day-to-day spending. The result is clear for all to see. Hospitals without the equipment they need. School buildings not fit for our children. A desperate lack of affordable housing. Economic growth held back at every turn. Under the plans I inherited, public investment was set to fall from 2.5% to 1.7% of GDP. But in Washington last week, the International Monetary Fund were clear. More public investment is badly needed in the UK. So having listened to the case made by the former Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, former Treasury Minister Jim O'Neill, and the former Cabinet Secretary Gus O'Donnell, among others, I am confirming our investment rule. As set out in our manifesto, we will target debt falling as a share of the economy. Debt will be defined as public sector net financial liabilities, or net financial debt for short, a metric that has been measured by the Office for National Statistics since 2016 and forecast by the Office of Budget Responsibility since that date too. Net financial debt recognises that government investment delivers returns for taxpayers. By counting not just the liabilities on a government's balance sheet, but the financial assets too. This means that we count the benefits of that investment, not just the costs. And we free up our institutions to invest, just as they do in Germany, France and Japan. Like our stability rule, our investment rule will apply in 2029-2030 until that becomes the third year of the forecast. From that point onwards, net financial debt will fall in the third year of every forecast. Today, the OBR say that we are already meeting our target 2 years early, with net financial debt falling by 2027-28, with £15.7 billion of headroom in the final year. So that we drive the right incentives in government investments, we will introduce 4 key guardrails to ensure capital spending is good value for money and drives growth in our economy. First, our portfolio of new financial investments will be delivered by expert bodies like the National Wealth Fund, which must, by default, earn a rate of return at least as large as that on gilts. Second, we will strengthen the role of institutions to improve infrastructure delivery. Third, we will improve certainty, setting capital budgets for 5 years and extending them at every spending review every 2 years. Finally, we will ensure that there is greater transparency for capital spending, with robust annual reporting of financial investments based on accounts audited by the National Audit Office and made available to the Office for Budget Responsibility at every forecast. Taken together with our stability rule, these fiscal rules will ensure that our public finances are on a firm footing while enabling us to invest prudently alongside business. The capital plans that I now set out to drive growth across our country and repair the fabric of our nation are only possible because of our investment rule. Let me set out those investment plans. Today, we are confirming our plans to capitalise the National Wealth Fund to invest in the industries of the future, from gigafactories to ports to green hydrogen. Building on these investments, my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, is driving forward our modern industrial strategy. Working with businesses and organisations like Make UK to set out the sectors with the biggest growth potential. Today, we are confirming multi-year funding commitments for these areas of our economy, including nearly £1 billion for the aerospace sector to fund vital research and development, building on our industry in the East Midlands, the South West and in Scotland. Over £2 billion for the automotive sector to support our electric vehicle industry and develop our manufacturing base, building on our strengths in the North East and the West Midlands. And up to £520 million for a new Life Sciences Innovative Manufacturing Fund. For our world-leading creative industries, we will legislate to provide additional tax relief for visual effect costs in TV and film. And we are providing £25 million for the North East Combined Authority, which they plan to use to remediate the Crownworks studio site in Sunderland, creating 8,000 new jobs. To unlock these growth industries of the future, we will protect government investment in research and development with more than £20 billion worth of funding. This includes at least £6.1 billion to protect core research funding for areas like engineering, biotechnology and medical science. Yeah. Through Research England, other research councils and the national academies. We will extend the Innovation Accelerators programme in Glasgow, in Manchester and in the West Midlands. And with over £500 million of funding next year, my right honourable friend, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretary, will continue to drive progress in improving reliable, fast broadband and mobile coverage across our country, including in rural areas. Yeah. We committed in our manifesto to build 1.5 million homes over the course of this Parliament. Yeah. And my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, is driving that work forward across government. Today, I am providing over £5 billion of government investment to deliver our plans on housing next year. Yeah. We will increase the Affordable Homes programme to £3.1 billion, delivering thousands of new homes. Yeah. We will provide £3 billion worth of support in guarantees to boost the supply of homes and support our small house builders. Yeah. And we will provide investment to renovate sites across our country, including at Liverpool Central Docks, where we will deliver 2,000 new homes, and funding to help Cambridge realise its full growth potential. Yeah. Alongside this investment, we will put the right policies in place to increase the supply of affordable housing. Yeah. Having heard representations from local authorities, social housing providers and from Shelter, I can today confirm that the government will reduce right-to-buy discounts and local authorities will be able to retain the full receipts from any sales of social housing so that we can reinvest them back into the housing stock and into new supply. By doing this, we will give more people a safe, secure and affordable place to live. We will provide stability to social housing providers with a social housing rent settlement of CPI plus 1% for the next 5 years. And we will deliver on our manifesto commitment to hire hundreds of new planning officers to get Britain building again. We will also make progress on our commitment to accelerate the remediation of homes following the findings of the Grenfell inquiry, with £1 billion of investment to remove dangerous cladding next year. The last government made a number of promises on transport, but it failed to fund them. Working with my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, I am changing that. We are today securing the delivery of the Transpennine upgrade to connect York, Leeds, Huddersfield and Manchester. Delivering fully electric local and regional services between Manchester and Staley Bridge by the end of this year. With a further electrification of services between Church Fenton and York by 2026, to help grow our economy across the north of England with faster and more reliable services. We will deliver East West Rail to drive growth between Oxford, Milton Keynes and Cambridge, with the first services running between Oxford, Bletchley and Milton Keynes next year, and trains between Oxford and Bedford running from 2030. We are delivering railway schemes which improve journeys for people across our country, including upgrades at Bradford Forster Square Station, improving capacity at Manchester Victoria and electrifying the Wigan to Bolton line. My right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has also set out a plan for how to get a grip of HS2. Today, we are securing delivery of the project between Old Oak Common and Birmingham, and we are committing the funding required to begin tunnelling work to London Euston Station. This will catalyse private investment into the local area, delivering jobs and growth. I am also funding significant improvements to our roads network. For too long, potholes have been an all too visible reminder of our failure to invest as a nation. Today, that changes, with £500 million increase in road maintenance budgets next year, more than delivering on our manifesto commitment to fix an additional 1 million potholes each year. We will provide over £650 million of local transport funding to improve connections across our country, in towns like Crewe and Grimsby, and in our villages and rural areas from Cornwall to Cumbria. And while the previous government's policy was for the bus fare cap to end this December, we understand how important bus services are for our communities. And so we will extend the cap for a further year, setting it at £3 until December 2025. Finally, we will deliver £1.3 billion of funding to improve connectivity in our city regions, funding projects like the Brierley Hill Metro extension in the West Midlands, the renewal of Sheffield Supertram, and the West Yorkshire Mass Transit, including in Bradford and Leeds. Madam Deputy Speaker, to bring new jobs to Britain and to drive growth across our country, we are delivering our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower, led by my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary. Earlier this month, we announced a significant multi-year investment between government and business into carbon capture and storage, creating 4,000 jobs across Merseyside and Teesside. Today, I am providing funding for 11 new green hydrogen projects across England, Scotland and Wales. They will be amongst the first commercial-scale projects anywhere in the world, including in Bridgend, East Renfrewshire and Barrow-in-Furness. We are kick-starting the Warm Homes Plan by confirming an initial £3.4 billion over the next 3 years to transform 350,000 homes, including 250,000 low-income and social homes. And we will establish GB Energy, providing funding next year to set up GB Energy at its new home in Aberdeen. Overall, we will invest an additional £100 billion over the next 5 years in capital spending, only possible because of our investment rule. The OBR say today that this investment will drive growth across our country in the next 5 years, and in the longer term, increase GDP by up to 1.4%. It will crowd in private investment, meaning more jobs and more opportunities in every corner of the UK. That is the choice that I have made, to invest in our country and to grow our economy. Today, I am setting out 2 final areas in which investment is so badly needed to repair the fabric of our nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Lewisham West and East Dulwich and I joined the Labour Party because of the condition of our schools in the 1980s and the 1990s. under Conservative governments. When we were at secondary school, my sixth form was a couple of prefab huts in the playground. My school, like so many others, was rebuilt by the last Labour government. But today, after 14 years of Tory government, progress has gone backwards. School roofs are crumbling and millions of children are facing the same backdrop as I did. I will be the Chancellor that changes that. So today, I am providing £6.7 billion of capital investment to the Department for Education next year, a 19% real terms increase on this year. That includes £1.4 billion to rebuild over 500 schools in the greatest need, including St Helens Primary School in Hartlepool and Mercia Academy in Derby, and so many more across our country. And we will provide £2.1 billion more to improve school maintenance, £300 million more than this year, ensuring that all our children can learn somewhere safe, including dealing with RAC-affected schools in the constituencies of my right honourable friends for Watford, Stourbridge, Hyndburn and beyond. Alongside investment in new teachers and funding through thousands of new breakfast clubs, this government is giving our children and young people the opportunities that they deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, I come to our most cherished public service of all, our NHS. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is beginning to repair the damage of the last 14 years. In our first week in office, he commissioned an independent report into the state of our health service by Lord Darcy. Its conclusions were damning. While our NHS staff do a remarkable job, and we thank them for it, it is clear that in so many areas, they're moving in the wrong direction. 100,000 infants waited over 6 hours in A&E last year. 350,000 people are waiting a year for mental health support. Cancer deaths here higher than in other countries. It is simply unforgivable. In the spring, we will publish a 10-year plan for the NHS to deliver a shift from hospital to community, from analogue to digital, and from sickness to prevention. Today, we are announcing a down payment on that plan to enable the NHS to deliver 2% productivity growth next year. These reforms are vital, but we should be honest. The state of the NHS that we have inherited after, and I quote Lord Darcy, the most austere decade since the NHS was founded, means that reform must come alongside investment. So today, because of the difficult decisions that I have taken on tax, welfare and spending, I can announce that I am providing a £22.6 billion increase in the day-to-day health budget and a £3.1 billion increase in the capital budget over this year and next. This is the largest real terms growth in day-to-day NHS spending outside of COVID since 2010. Let me set out what this funding is delivering. Many NHS buildings have been left in a state of disrepair. So we will provide £1 billion of health capital investment next year to address the backlog of repairs and upgrades across our NHS. To increase capacity for tens of thousands more procedures next year, we will provide a further £1.5 billion for new beds in hospitals across our country, new capacity for over 1 million additional diagnostic tests, and new surgical hubs and diagnostic centres, so that people waiting for their treatment can get it as quickly as possible. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will be setting out further details of his review into the new hospital programme in the coming weeks and publishing in the new year. But I can tell the House today that work will continue at pace to deliver those 7 hospitals affected by the RAC crisis, including West Suffolk Hospital in Bury St Edmunds and Leighton Hospital in Crewe. And finally, because of this record injection of funding, because of the thousands of additional beds that we have secured, and because of the reforms that we are delivering in our NHS, we can now begin to bring waiting lists down more quickly and move towards our target for waiting times to be no longer than 18 weeks. By delivering on our manifesto commitment for 40,000 extra hospital appointments a week, that is the difference that this Labour government is making. Madam Deputy Speaker, the choices I have made today are the right choices for our country. To restore stability to our public finances, to protect working people, to fix our NHS, and to rebuild Britain. That doesn't mean these choices are easy, but they are responsible. If the party opposite disagrees with the choices that I have made, then they must answer. What choices would they make? Would they again choose the path of irresponsibility, the path taken by Liz Truss, and ignore the problems in our public finances altogether? If that is their choice, they should say so. But let me be clear. If they disagree with my choices on tax, then they would not be able to protect working people. If they disagree with our plans to fund public services, then they would have to cut schools and hospitals. And if they disagree with our investment rule, then they would have to delay or cancel thousands of projects which drive growth across our country. This is a moment of fundamental choice for Britain. I have made my choices, the responsible choices, to restore stability to our country, to protect working people, more teachers in our schools, more appointments in our NHS, more homes being built, fixing the foundations of our economy, investing in our future, delivering change, rebuilding Britain. We on these benches commend those choices, and I commend this statement to the House.
Number 51, the first motion entitled Provisional Collection of Taxes must be decided without debate. Will the Chancellor of the Exchequer please move formally?
I beg to move.
The question is that pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions. Value added tax, private school fees, motion number 34. Stamp duty, land tax, additional dwellings, purchases before the 1st of April 2025, motion number 35. Stamp duty, land tax, purchases by companies, motion number 37. Rates of tobacco products duty, motion number 46. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Shh. We now come to the motion entitled Income Tax Charge. It is on this motion that the debate will take place today and on the succeeding days. The questions on this motion and on the remaining motions will be put at the end of the budget debate on Wednesday, the 6th of November. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the motion formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that income tax is charged for the tax year 25 to 26, and it is declared that this is expedient in the public interest, that this resolution should have statutory effect under the provisions of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968. I now call the Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the day that he took office, the Prime Minister said that he wanted to restore trust to British politics with action, not words. Well, today, his actions speak for themselves, with a budget that contains broken promise after broken promise, and reveals the simple truth that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have not been straight with the British people. Time and again, we Conservatives warned Labour would tax, borrow and spend far beyond what they were telling the country. And time and again, they denied they had such plans. But today, the truth has come out. Proof that they planned to do this all along. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, today's budget sees the fiscal rules fiddled. Borrowing increased by billions of pounds. Inflation-busting handouts for the trade unions. Britain's poorest pensioners. Britain's poorest...
Order! Just as we respected the Chancellor and heard her speak, we will hear the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, Britain's poorest pensioners squeezed, welfare spending out of control, and a spree of tax rises they promised the working people of this country they would not do. National insurance, up. Capital gains tax, up. Inheritance tax, up. Energy taxes, up. Business rates, up. First-time buyer stamp duty, up. Pensions tax, up. They have fiddled the figures. They don't like it, Mr. Speaker. They don't like it, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The public will also want to hear what the Leader of the Opposition has to say. And shouting whilst I can see you will mean that you will not be called to speak later on. Simmer.
They don't like it, but this is the truth. They have fiddled the figures. They have raised tax to record levels. They have broken their promises, and it is the working people of this country that are going to pay the price. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor and Prime Minister have tried to say that they had no choice. But be in no doubt, their misleading claims about the state of the economy are nothing but a cynical political device. Today's situation is a world away from the genuinely bleak legacy that we Conservatives inherited from the last Labour government. Borrowing. The Chancellor forgot to point out, borrowing £1 in every 4 that they spent. Debt rising every year and unemployment at 8%. Now, I understand the Chancellor's shameless political motivations, why it suits her to cook up a false justification for her agenda. But today, the OBR has, in fact, declined to back up her claims of a fictional £22 billion black hole. It actually appears nowhere in their report, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is deeply, deeply disappointing that she has sought to politicise the independent OBR that should be above party politics. But as she now knows, her playing politics has done real damage to our economy. She talked about being a Bank of England economist. Well, as the Bank of England's former chief economist has said, Labour's approach has generated fear and foreboding and uncertainty amongst consumers, businesses and investors. The rhetoric of this Chancellor and this Prime Minister damaging the British economy for political purposes. Now, you only need to look at the facts to see that the Chancellor's claims about her economic inheritance are nonsense. Labour inherited an economy with inflation back at its 2% target, mortgage rates being cut and unemployment low. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we left office, the United Kingdom was the fastest growing advanced economy in the world. And when it comes to the public finances, not once has the Chancellor acknowledged that we took the right decision to spend £500 billion to protect the British people from the impact of COVID and Putin's war. And let me remind you, not only did the party opposite support all those interventions, they wanted us to go even further, Madam Deputy Speaker. And when I made the tough choices to fix the public finances afterwards, the Prime Minister and Chancellor opportunistically opposed me every step of the way. So I will take no lectures from those two about difficult decisions. But because of those decisions that we made, the Chancellor inherited lower borrowing than France, America, Italy and Japan, and the second lowest debt in the entire G7. So any which way you look at it, Labour's claims about their inheritance are purely ludicrous. These are her choices, so stop blaming everyone else and take responsibility for them. Now, let me turn to the substance of those choices. During the election, the Chancellor repeatedly promised that her plans were fully funded. Only a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister said the budget would balance the books. But this budget does no such thing and reveals they have not been straight with the British people.
Oh, come on. I can see you, even when you're hiding behind another colleague.
No.
Yelling across the chamber is not on. The public and our constituents are watching. I know emotions are high, and I expect some noise, but have the confidence to shout closer, and I will definitely call you out. Leader of the Opposition.
A few weeks ago, the Prime Minister said the budget would balance the books. But this budget does no such thing and reveals that they haven't been straight with the British people. Because today, the Chancellor has launched an enormous borrowing spree, saddling our children and grandchildren with billions upon billions pounds more debt, pushing up interest rates, leaving our economy more exposed to future shocks, and leading the OBR today to now forecast higher inflation in every year of the forecast. And her decision to let borrowing rip make a total nonsense of her claims on the state of the public finances. Because if they truly were in such a dire strait, as she has said, what we should have seen today is a significant reduction in borrowing to repair them, not the splurge that she's just unleashed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead, what we see today, borrowing higher in every year of the forecast, debt higher in every year of the forecast. Now she has tried to cover up that splurge by fiddling the fiscal rules. According to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the new measure will not actually even be a constraint on the amount she can borrow. And it is hard to escape the suspicion, they say, that the government is attracted to this change by the fact that it would allow for significantly more borrowing without any need for tough choices elsewhere. Fiscal fiddling is what they have called it. And the Chancellor herself actually agrees, because she specifically told the British people she wouldn't change the debt target. Because, and I quote, she said, "I'm not going to fiddle the figures to get better results." But that is exactly what she has done. She has gone back on her word and fiddled the figures so that she can borrow billions more. Broken promise after broken promise, and working people will pay the price. Now, the reason the Chancellor has increased borrowing and increased taxes is because she has totally failed to grip public spending. First, she has no meaningful plan. First, she has no meaningful plan to deliver the £20 billion worth of savings available if the public sector returned simply to its pre-pandemic levels of productivity. Instead, one of the first things the Chancellor did was to hand out inflation-busting pay rises to the unions without getting any productivity-enhancing reforms in return. The Chancellor also scrapped her predecessor's plan to get the civil service back to its pre-pandemic numbers. She doesn't seem to think that the civil service can be reduced by a single person. And the Chancellor has no plan to control welfare spending. Yet if we simply got working-age welfare spending on people with a disability or health condition back to pre-COVID levels, that would free up £30 billion worth of savings. So whether it is scrapping our plans to shrink the civil service or their failure to control welfare spending, this is not her inheritance, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are her choices. And the result, higher spending, higher borrowing, higher taxes. It's broken promise after broken promise, and working people paying the price. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn next to growth and remind the Prime Minister and Chancellor that they did in fact inherit the fastest growing economy in the G7, and that is testament to the last government boosting investment by introducing full expensing, increasing the labour supply by expanding childcare, reforming welfare and cutting tax on work. All decisions the OBR said would increase growth. Now, the Chancellor has said that growing the economy is the government's #1 priority. The Prime Minister even said that higher growth would come very quickly. Well, to be fair, the Prime Minister and Chancellor have had a rapid impact on growth. As their plans for the economy became clear, survey after survey showed business confidence plummeting. And no wonder. The government's own assessment says its French-style labour laws will impose a £5 billion... Well, they will be explaining it to the businesses in their constituency that their labour laws, by their own assessment, will impose a £5 billion direct cost on business, disproportionately hitting smaller businesses. And as business group after business group has pointed out, the tax rises on jobs and enterprise in today's budget will hobble growth. A poll tax on business is what they've called it. But despite these record-breaking tax rises, despite fiddling the figures, despite letting borrowing soar, today the OBR has forecast growth is going to be lower under this government than it was forecast to be under the Conservatives. That's the change they have brought. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what happens when the Labour Party is led by people who have no experience of business and enterprise. Relentlessly talking down our economy, delivering a tidal wave of anti-business regulations, destroying our flexible labour market and raising taxes to the highest level in our country's history. It's the classic Labour agenda. higher taxes, higher borrowing, no plan for growth, and working people paying the price. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister specifically said there would be no tax surprises under Labour. The Chancellor went even further, saying she wanted to bring taxes down. Each time they made these promises, we warned they were not telling the truth. And today, the Chancellor and Prime Minister have done what they were always planning to do, but chose to get hidden from the British people. Far from reducing taxes as a result of today's budget, never in the history of our country will taxes be higher than they are under this Labour government. Now, they specifically promised that they wouldn't raise tax on working people. The Chancellor said Labour will not put up income tax, national insurance or VAT. Just this month, the Prime Minister gave, and I quote, an absolute commitment to not raising tax on working people. So what does today's budget do? It raises tax on working people by increasing national insurance and breaking Labour's promise. As the Independent Institute of Fiscal Studies have said, this is a straightforward breach of their manifesto. Because as the OBR have made clear, this tax rise is passed through entirely to working people. Even since she started speaking, the IFS have already confirmed that the vast majority of this tax increase will hit working people through lower pay. But you don't need to take it from the IFS or even the OBR. You can take it from the Chancellor herself. She has previously described her tax rise as a jobs tax, which takes money out of people's pockets. And not only that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor also said the problem with national insurance is that it is a tax purely on people who go to work and those who employ them. So far from protecting working people, she is literally raising the only major tax that exclusively hits working people. But it doesn't stop there. Businesses on the British high street, your taxes are going up. Businesses investing in British energy, your taxes are going up. The small business owner looking to reap the rewards of years spent growing a business and creating jobs, your taxes are going up. The young couple saving to buy their first home, your taxes are going up. The family...
Mr. Streeting, you promised me this morning. Let's try and keep our promises.
I'm sure the front bench would explaining to the young couple and their constituency saving to buy their first home that their taxes are going up. To the family wanting to pass on their farm or their business to their children, your taxes are going up. The parents sacrificing to give their kids the best start in life, your taxes are going up. They're taxing your job. They're taxing your business, they're taxing your home, they're taxing your savings. I said it during the election campaign. You name it, they will tax it, and that is exactly what they have done. Broken promise after broken promise, and working people paying the price. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the final time, from this dispatch box, let me deliver.
He's wiped the floor with Rachel.
Let me deliver some basic truths. Government can foster growth, but it can't magically conjure it up. We need businesses, workers, investors and entrepreneurs to all back this country and build our economy. It doesn't matter whether your income comes in a pay packet from investments, in dividends or profits. It is a poor politics that is so focused on what people receive that it fails to see that what matters is what people put in. The only way to grow the economy and to create wealth It's for people to put in more. So when you create a negative environment for business, when you undermine confidence in our country, when you vilify and penalise people for doing exactly what we need them to do, which is to invest, take risks and work hard, you don't create growth, you hold back growth. And more than that, the promise of growth today does not pay the bills. The growth tomorrow does not pay the bills today. This is not the first government to peddle the borrow to grow myth. But time and again, we have seen the same ending. Not higher growth, but higher debt, higher inflation and higher taxes. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever you think about the economic arguments around today's budget, there is a more fundamental point that I want to conclude with. The Prime Minister has talked relentlessly about trust. Yet today's budget reveals, above all, that the Labour Party... Today's budget reveals, above all, that the Labour Party did not tell the truth. They said they wouldn't fiddle the figures. They have. They said they wouldn't increase borrowing. They have. They said they wouldn't raise taxes on working people. They have. Broken promise after broken promise, and it is the working people of this country that will pay the price.
Order. Order. I call the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
I'm just getting ready to
It's a genuine, relevant point of order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if you could give me some advice, because I'm concerned the Chancellor may have inadvertently failed to declare an interest. She spoke a lot about working people during her speech. Is she a working person, and should she declare that? Or maybe she isn't?
That was not a relevant point of order, and it will be noted in case the gentleman wishes to bring forward any further points of order. Now we wait to hear the Treasury Select Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, in addition to my register of interest, I need to draw the House's attention that I have a family member who works for Allied Irish Bank. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been looking forward to today. I'm honoured to have been chosen by this House across party to chair the Treasury Select Committee. And to be the first Labour chair of Treasury Select Committee to welcome the budget of a Labour government. And our first female Labour Chancellor. And to do this after a 14 years long wait, I thought would be an exciting moment. And in a moment of sentimentality, realising that for the second time today I would be following the Right Honourable Member for Richmond speaking in this House, I was going to reflect on the interesting constitutional position that in my former role as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, there was a common ground at times with the Prime Minister of the day. And in private, when I had cause to meet the Right Honourable Gentleman, he was courteous, thoughtful, respectful, had the national interest at heart, and on constitutional matters was in very much the same place as me. So I was very disappointed today to hear the cheek of the Right Honourable Gentleman to stand up and have the chutzpah to talk about fear and foreboding and uncertainty when it was the 2022 mini-budget that plunged this country into crisis, put up the mortgage rates of our constituents and is still leaving people living in great hardship. And it was under his watch as Chancellor when he did some things in COVID that we would all recognise need to be done, and we did at the time. But it was the bounce-back loans that were on his watch that led to a significant amount of the fraud as a result of COVID. And now, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has stood up, and what has happened? The FTSE is up. It may have gone up more since I stood up. 1.6 percentage points, unless anyone can update me. And the OBR has said this will add growth to the economy. And he also attacked the Chancellor on fiscal rules. But let's be clear, fiscal rules are not a new thing. But since 2011, there have been 7 fiscal mandates, 5 supplementary debt targets, 2 supplementary borrowing targets, and an investment limit. And the rules set in 2011 lasted 3 years. But in the last 3 years, we've had 3 different fiscal mandates, 2 different supplementary debt caps, and a supplementary borrowing target. So fiscal rules, and I think the Chancellor knows when she's in front of us as Chancellor and the Treasury Select Committee, we may be challenging her and asking her about her fiscal rules. But I have certainty, we all have certainty, that the Chancellor will be in her post for long enough to stick to the fiscal rules she said. They will have a longevity beyond the previous government. And I really do welcome this budget, and particularly want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the UK's first woman Chancellor. Standing at that dispatch box, another glass ceiling shattered. She should be proud. We are proud, and I congratulate her on that achievement. And it is my first budget as chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and I've spent 13 years in total, 9 years as chair of the Public Accounts Committee, examining public spending in enormous detail. And I know, like me, the Chancellor was a scrutineer. She chaired a select committee, and she understands the importance of that scrutiny. And I'm very clear, the Treasury Select Committee won't be giving the Chancellor an easy ride, because she's a highly capable woman who can come and explain all her decisions to us. And she knows it's our job to rigorously examine the detail of the budget next Wednesday when she appears in front of us. And she will be getting a bit of what she dished out as chair. And I know she would expect nothing less than robust challenge. And if she weren't up to it, then she wouldn't be in her post now. But I have to add a note, I have to say. I am disappointed that so much of this budget was revealed before today. This is not normal practice, and I hope going forward that the courtesy to this House and to the Treasury Select Committee means that constituents and MPs representing them will be the first to know about major issues, and that will, from now onwards, be a hallmark of Treasury engagement. So, this budget is a very exciting time. And it is a difficult one, though, for the Chancellor. She has made very clear that she would deliver certainty, and she has inherited one hell of a mess. After a tumultuous period of Brexit, the pandemic, the mini-budget, 14 years of austerity, delayed and failed decisions repeatedly, particularly on capital spending. We've had 3 carbon capture and storage projects that have never come to fruition. The saga and the cost of stop and start on HS2, 700,000 pupils in schools not fit for purpose, public services on their knees, public nectar set at its highest rates since the Second World War. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and can I congratulate her on her election unopposed to chair the wonderful Treasury Select Committee? Does she share my concern that the individual who has been appointed to the Office for Value for Money was previously on the board of HS2?
Well, as the Honourable Lady, Right Honourable Lady knows, and she's a member, of course, of the Treasury Select Committee, and welcome the former chair being a member. That's great value to the committee. We will have the opportunity to raise questions with the Chancellor at next week's hearing, and I'm sure she's now forewarned that you may be asking her about this issue. But it is important that we recognise good people who provide support in the public sector to watch our public finances. And I always take people on good faith unless I have a reason not to do so. So we have opportunity to explore that elsewhere. The public sector net debt is at its highest since the Second World War. The taxes as a share of GDP are higher than at any time since World War II. And before the election, my honourable friend was tough on spending commitments. Sometimes there would be a bit of moaning in the tea room. I don't want to tell her tales out of school. But people would be, shadow ministers were just dismayed because they couldn't spend everything that they were promised, everything they wanted to. But as chair of the Public Accounts Committee at the time, I knew what she was talking about. and I knew what was coming wasn't going to be very pretty. So I really welcome some of the steps that she's announced today. I haven't had a chance, of course, to look in the Red Book or at the detail, but the multi-year funding settlements that she's put in place are a really great opportunity to give certainty to business and investors in our country. Finally nailing, hopefully, the issue of HS2, which has cost the taxpayer a fortune, and we need to get on with that in order to make sure that we are delivering investment for our country. Moving on cladding, and we'll look forward to seeing the detail of that, but it's a big issue in my constituency, particularly where many people who have lives and hold as a result. And the money for affordable homes is incredibly vital for those who are living in difficult situations. And she's absolutely right to have finally funded the compensation schemes for infected blood and the postmasters and postmistresses. Yeah. When the state makes an error, the state needs to correct it, and that should never be a party political football. Yeah. So she's had to make tough choices. And she's set out in clarity with her fiscal rules and to provide clarity to the markets and a long-term trajectory for investment and growth. And net financial debt was something that we, of course, on the Treasury Committee will watch closely to see how the benefit is measured. And it's important, though, for taxpayers and the market that we do that. And she will be more aware than anyone about the impact on the market if she doesn't manage this very carefully. But international investors also may use the existing or the pre-existing debt model. So I'd be interested to talk to her when she comes in front of us about how she sees this playing in the international arena. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Lady, for giving way, and I have enormous respect for her both in her previous role and now in her really important role as the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee. And I know she's said that already she's got the Chancellor coming to see her Select Committee very shortly. So I wonder if on my behalf she could put a question to the Chancellor. I think we all know that we can learn the previous lessons of previous budgets, the law of unintended consequences. And on this budget, the thing that concerns me most is the combination of raising employers' national insurance, cutting the threshold at which they start paying it, and raising the minimum wages. The business that will most be impacted by those are businesses that employ a lot of people on low wages, businesses like care homes and childcare settings. So I wonder if she could ask the Chancellor, will there be special support for them? Because otherwise those will be money that will be passed on.
Meg Hillier. The Honourable Lady is very experienced in this House, and she's made her point, and she'll have obviously the opportunity to speak in this budget debate, no doubt. And there will be plenty of opportunity across the committee corridor, and I welcome her as a fellow chair. Already, committee chairs are planning how we will work together in order to make sure that we hold the government to account, whichever party we represent. And the fiscal rules, of course, are designed to provide that fiscal certainty and predictability, and bring a sense of discipline to the public finances and to reassure the market, as I've mentioned. So I welcome that stability, as no doubt will the markets, as the FTSE increase suggests. And the committee will be watching how much she invests of the headroom that she has secured under this new rule. Because we do need to see the growth that she set out as her goal. This must be sustainable, so needs to be productivity growth. And there's no single solution, but the Resolution Foundation, in one analysis, found that a 1% increase in capital stock increased productivity by 0.4%. So we will look closely at this and at the spending review in 2025. On tax, the increase in employers' national insurance to 15% is an understandable measure, always a challenge about where to find money in these difficult fiscal circumstances, but this brings money into the exchequer at a faster pace than some of the other issues that were raised in the media. It was interesting. I have a wide approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, to reading about things. If you read the Daily Telegraph, you'd think that the world was going to hell in a handcart. And if you read more measured commentary, I think the Chancellor will be judged well on what she's achieved today. So there are obviously, exactly as the Right Honourable Lady opposite has raised, there are issues about how these interact. And we will, of course, as a Treasury Select Committee, be examining those along with sister committees and make sure that I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Decent and patient in doing so. Can I just ask her, through her committee, whether she would look very carefully about the Chancellor's proposals on agricultural property relief and the damage that it's very likely to do to small family farms, owned farms, and especially to tenants who are likely to be evicted as a consequence of this? Will she look at what this might do, not just for basic justice, but for food security in this country?
Well said.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I was the sort of person to get big-headed at the number of members who are asking me to do things that probably aren't in my remit, I could extend the remit of the Treasury Select Committee and its power infinitely, it seems. Of course, it is his own right honourable friend, the member for Shetland, who chairs the EFRA Select Committee. And as I say, we're planning as chairs to make sure we work closely together on issues where there is an overlap of interest, and we will be picking up on all of these issues. But I have to say, we have a government has promised openness and transparency and accountability. And I take my front bench at their word on that. And I'm sure that the Chancellor and her ministers themselves will be available to talk to people and explain the issues of concern that many members may have about very specific elements of the budget. I welcome some of the other measures that have been announced. The increase in the national living wage will have a huge difference for so many of my constituents and others who work hard. And they are certainly not shirkers, as some might call them on the other side, but they can barely make ends meet. In my constituency, there are many people who work 4 days a week because they earn enough to be able to do that. Others who have 4 jobs over 7 days just to hold body and soul together. So I welcome that and the removal of the age discrimination. And the devolution model, it makes so much sense in so many ways. On the Public Accounts Committee, we repeatedly looked at the challenge of pots of funds that had to be bid for, and it's something that's costly, it's time consuming, and we need to trust our elected mayors to make decisions for their area, and this shows the direction of trust that this government hopefully will continue to go down. Before the last general election, Madam Deputy Speaker, I listed what I called the big nasties. This was just some of the additional spending that needed to take place. Things that have been left sometimes by the last government, some by successive governments, sadly. Such issues as the RAC failure in schools, so I welcome the move to deal with that finally. The long waiting lists in the NHS, overcrowded prisons. What you see, I think, in the Red Book, it looks like the Justice Department has had an uplift. It's difficult to make full judgment on that in the few minutes I've had to glimpse through it. But there are other issues like the Animal Health Centre in Weybridge and Porton Down, which need investment. These are risky things not to invest in. So there's going to be a challenge in public spending with the increase. And although the increase is welcome, this will require the growth that the Chancellor has called for and is trying to achieve to really deliver in order to make sure that we do see the spending that we need. Because even with the uplift that she's highlighted, the 1.5% from next year in day-to-day spending, this is a very tight financial situation for all government departments. But the boost to the Department of Health is staggering and welcome. And I'm sure that between the Public Accounts Committee, the Treasury Select Committee and the Health Select Committee, we will be holding the Health Secretary to account for his promises on making sure that that is spent well and delivers permanent and lasting change. And the capital investment is so desperately necessary. It is not that long ago the last government raided capital budgets for day-to-day spending in the NHS. That cannot be allowed to continue. And the investment in defence, absolutely necessary. There is a huge gap in the defence equipment plan, which I know my right honourable friend is all over, and she is right to increase that. And I look forward to that path to 2.5% of GDP on defence. Never again should we be going below that. Local government, although it has a boost, is going to be very squeezed, and we will be working again with sister committees to look at that. The Chancellor has also promised, Madam Deputy Speaker, to close the tax gap and reduce it. This is very bold and difficult to deliver. So again, the committee will be looking closely at how this is dealt with, as well as the recovery of fraud monies, which can be very challenging to deliver in any particular timescale. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to be here as I'll give way to the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee.
New Chair of the Select Committee, and I congratulate her on her new role. There was one very welcome bit in the budget today, and that was the funding of the infected blood schemes and the Post Office Horizon schemes. That is welcome, but would she join me in urging the Chancellor to make sure that these amounts are quickly paid out so that those victims, we're hearing on them almost every day on the media, are rapidly compensated and they can get their lives back to normal?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems when you become chair of the Public Accounts Committee, there's something that we share in common, and one is that we hear good promises made by governments of different colours that don't always deliver as they should. And he is absolutely right. In fact, the National Audit Office, my request, pulled together a document looking at compensation schemes, because they are often differently put together, although these have now been set, and they're often not delivering as well as others. We think of Windrush as well in that mix. So it is important, and I'm sure the Chancellor, he may be offering his services to the Chancellor to make sure that this money gets out of the door, and of course his committee will be examining these programmes as time goes on. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to respond to the Chancellor today, to welcome a Labour Chancellor to her place. I wish her well, I wish the Labour government well, of course, and I want to see these results on the ground in my constituency. But as I say, without fear or favour, the Chancellor will appear in front of us over the coming years, and we will be challenging her and her ministers to make sure they stick to the promises that she's laid out today. Thank you.
We now come to the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and I wish her all the best in her new role, especially her promise to scrutinise this budget very, very closely. And I join with her in noting that this is a very historic day, the first budget that's been presented by a female Chancellor. And I want to congratulate the Chancellor, and I'm sure she's blazing the trail for women and girls who are watching our proceedings today. Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be no doubt about the enormous task that was facing the Chancellor today. After years of chaos and decline under the Conservatives, their appalling economic legacy, set out so clearly in the figures today, is being felt by people across the United Kingdom. So people were looking to this budget for a clean break with those failures of the last few years, for a sense of hope, urgency, and the promise of a fair deal. But I fear the budget won't deliver all that. The Conservatives left behind an enormous mess in our NHS, but I'm afraid it won't be fixed unless the government fixes social care too. The cost of living crisis won't be solved by hitting families, pensioners, family farms and struggling small businesses. And our economy won't grow strongly again unless we repair our broken relationship with Europe. So Liberal Democrats will continue to stand up for our constituents and press the government to be far bolder and act much faster on people's priorities. But having said that, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also recognise there were some good things in the budget. Indeed, I would want to welcome the Chancellor's decision to move away from the Conservatives' broken fiscal rules, to allow capital investment that our country so desperately needs. I was genuinely surprised, actually, that there was no recognition from the Leader of the Opposition of the difference between capital and current spending, which is the heart of this change. I'd like to welcome the promise of full compensation for the victims of the contaminated blood scandal and the Horizon scandal, and hope that that can be delivered quickly. And I want to welcome the extra investment in our NHS. Fixing the crisis in our NHS is literally a matter of life and death. And it's also essential for growing our economy by getting people off waiting lists, fit and healthy and back into work. The Conservative Party left a health service on its knees, and we on these benches have consistently argued for more investment across the NHS. In hospital buildings, extra GPs, cancer nurses, new radiotherapy machines and much more. So I'm glad the government and the Chancellor has been listening. But Madam Deputy Speaker, people have heard bold promises of extra GPs and new hospitals before. The Conservative Party made similar promises on the NHS and then broke them. So what we need now is a guarantee that this government will deliver. So I can assure the Chancellor, Liberal Democrats will hold the government to account on its NHS plans. And I hope the budget document sets out in full the answers to some obvious questions. When will the funding be in place for desperately needed hospital projects? And when will those projects be completed? When will the government be able to guarantee that people can see a GP or an NHS dentist when they need one? When will all cancer patients be able to start treatment within the 62-day target and not have to wait for months? When will people know once more that when they call an ambulance, it will be there within minutes, not hours? And Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said before, above all, I worry that despite the welcome extra investment announced today, the government will not be able to fix the NHS because it is ignoring the elephant in the NHS waiting room, the crisis in social care. Yeah. We all know how bad it is. Hundreds of thousands of people waiting for care, many stranded in hospital beds because the care isn't in place for them to leave hospital. That's bad for them, it's bad for their loved ones, and bad for the NHS. I'm afraid today's announcement on social care just won't touch the sides. It's only a standstill in a crisis. So unless we finally tackle this problem, unless we finally agree a long-term solution for social care, we will never end the crisis in our health service either. So I urge the government once again, please start cross-party talks on care without further delay. And take action now. Any solution must involve paying care workers properly to fill the 130,000 care worker vacancies so elderly and disabled people can get the care they need. The government's plan for a fair pay agreement is a step in the right direction, but it's nowhere near enough. So will the Chancellor look at our plans for a special higher minimum wage for carers? And we mustn't forget the vital role of unpaid family carers, the heroes, keeping the entire system afloat. So I strongly welcome the Chancellor's decision to raise the earnings limit for carers' allowance. It's a good first step. But as she knows and accepted in her speech, on its own, it will not end the repayment scandal or fix the system. So can the Chancellor confirm whether the earnings limit will now be pegged in the future to at least 16 hours a week at the minimum wage? And while I'm glad that review, as she described it, will look again at getting rid of the cliff edge for carers' allowance and the earnings limit altogether, I hope she and her colleagues will look at a broader review to give family carers the support they deserve. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives' cost of living crisis has hit family carers particularly hard, but they are not alone. Practically no one has been left untouched by rising bills, higher mortgage payments, and soaring food prices. And our small businesses and self-employed have experienced a crisis of their own, dealing first with the pandemic and then with a spike in energy prices and other input costs. The Conservatives only added to that pain, hitting struggling families with stealth tax rises, betraying pensioners when they broke the triple lock, and raising national insurance for our small businesses. So I do welcome, when it comes to the cost of living, the increase in the national minimum wage, although I urge the Chancellor to extend that higher wage to apprentices as well. But it is very concerning to see the Chancellor repeat a number of the Conservatives' mistakes today. Raising employers' national insurance is a tax on jobs and on people. The OBR report published today shows the budget will reduce real household incomes. And it will it will make the health and care crisis worse by hitting thousands of small care providers. Hitting family homes with inheritance tax changes isn't going to help. And cutting winter fuel payments will leave millions of vulnerable pensioners worried sick this winter. Instead of taking up Liberal Democrat proposals to raise the money we need, by reversing Conservative tax cuts for the big banks or asking the social media giants to pay a bit more, the Chancellor has chosen unfair tax hikes that will hurt small businesses and medium-sized businesses, the engines of our economy. They've already paid too high a price for the Conservatives' economic failures. Forcing them to pay even more simply isn't right. Another Conservative mess that I fear this budget will not begin to clean up is the crisis in local council funding. Year after year, we saw the last government slash funding while asking councils to do more and more. The result has been nothing short of a disaster. Spiralling social care costs are a huge part of this, and that's yet another reason why reform is so vital. But there's another black hole in council budgets, and that's due to the broken system for special educational needs. An extra £1 billion announced by the Chancellor is therefore welcome. And I pay tribute to my colleagues who have campaigned so hard on this, not least my honourable friend, the member for Twickenham. But I feel that the crisis in SEND budgets that's been left by the Conservatives is much bigger than that. Last week, the National Audit Office laid bare the sheer scale of the problem, with half of children waiting more than the 20-week limit for an education, health and care plan, and 43% of councils at risk of bankruptcy. The severity of the crisis left by the Conservatives speaks for itself, and so we need to act with even greater urgency to tackle it. So we will be pressing the government to give this House a clear timeline for reform, because neither children, parents or councils can wait any longer. Madam Speaker, the Chancellor has said her main objective is economic growth, and she's right on that. We all agree that we need to get our economy growing strongly again so we can create the jobs and the opportunities for everyone and raise the money that our public services need. We need a real plan to do that, not just to stop things getting worse or just return to business as usual, but to build the economy of the future, an economy that is genuinely innovative, prosperous and fair. Part of that is fixing the health and care crisis. That will be crucial. So we're managing the public finances responsibly and giving businesses the certainty and stability they need to invest in our economy. And so we're investing in cheap, clean, renewable power to drive a strong recovery, bring down energy bills and create secure, well-paid jobs. And I welcome the steps the government has taken on this so far. But we must also back small businesses much more. They are the beating heart of our local economies. So I'd urge the Chancellor to go further than today's announcement on business rates and to make a historic change by overhauling the broken business rate system that's destroying our high streets and town centres. Tinkering around the edges simply won't be good enough any longer. And finally, Madam Speaker, one more crucial ingredient for growth: fixing our broken relationship with Europe. Removing the Conservatives' trade barriers would be a massive boost for British jobs, British business and the British economy. But by ruling out important steps like a youth mobility scheme or key long-term goals like membership of the single market, the government is trying to grow our economy with one arm tied behind its back. So, Madam Speaker, in July, the British people kicked out of office one of the most damaging governments in our country's history. On the Conservatives' watch, we saw living standards fall, the economy stagnate, and public services decline. And no government would have an easy time turning that around. But people were looking to this budget for hope and a genuinely new direction, for urgent action to fix health and care crisis, for a break with the last government's mistakes on tax, for a plan to grow our economy and rescue local councils on the brink, for a fair deal. Yes, there were big and difficult decisions for the Chancellor to make, but I fear she has got too many of them wrong. We needed a different budget to repair the damage done to our country and to give people the fair deal they deserve. For our constituents, these benches will push the government to do far more for our economy, NHS and care. They are what Liberal Democrats will always champion.
I go to the Chair of my old Select Committee, Business and Trade, Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me immediately add my congratulations to our first female Chancellor who delivered an outstanding budget settlement today. It's a great pleasure, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak in the House this afternoon because this is the first budget debate that I have spoken to in 14 years. I think that period of silence was probably more appreciated on my side of the House than on the benches opposite. But yet, when I look back on the debates that I've listened to but not spoken in over the last 14 years, what strikes me more than anything today is that the curtain has finally fallen on an economic philosophy, an economic approach, an economic settlement that has fundamentally failed this country. If you look at the last 14 years, what you can see is something equivalent to the ABC murders of the British economy. Austerity, a bungled Brexit, followed by chaos. I see clearly now how today's budget is a very different kind of settlement. It is a budget that honours the approach, the compassion, the intelligence and the judgment of the last budget that was offered to this House by my good friend, my mentor and my boss, Lord Darling, back in March 2010. Alistair Darling is much missed in this place. He was a man of dry wit and patience and tenacity, kindness and compassion. And I have to say to the House this afternoon, without a hint of reservation in my mind, that this is a budget of which Alistair Darling would have been proud. Yeah. He would have been proud because the budget that was delivered by the Chancellor today was a budget that got the balance right. All budgets are a balance. We ask people, we ask Chancellors to balance the numbers, but more importantly, we ask Chancellors to balance the interests at stake in our country. And when I look back on the kind of budget that we had to deliver in March 2010, actually the task that the Chancellor had today was far, far harder. We were basically trying to present back in 2010 a budget that was going to remedy a deficit that was opened up by the greatest financial crash that we'd seen since the 1930s. I will in a moment. But we aimed to get a balance right. We aimed to get a mix of spending restraint and budget rises and growth and time. Balancing those four ingredients was at the heart of any budget judgment. And the judgment that we assembled actually would have halved the deficit in 4 years and had debt falling by 2016. Our obsession was to avoid the double-dip recession that had been experienced in Japan and to ensure that we escaped the perils of widening inequality as we had seen in the United States. Mr Osborne chose a different path and he was supported by the honourable member to whom it's my pleasure to now give way.
Desmond Swain.
Indeed. The reality is, and he knows it because he wrote to us about, or he wrote to his successor about it, the reality is he left us a deficit fully 10% as against the 4.2%, in sharp decline that we've now bequeathed to this government.
Well, let's be really clear about what has been bequeathed to this government, shall we? Because back in 2010, it's absolutely right to say at the height of the financial crash, the deficit went up. What happens in a financial crash is the economy has a heart attack. Spending continues because to cut spending would be to deepen and turn a recession into a depression. Tax receipts fall off a cliff. And actually the role of government is to sustain a country through that kind of crisis. The deficit rose to £154.4 billion. Yet today, what is the interest bill that we pay on the debt that we have been bequeathed? £104 billion in interest alone. That is almost the entirety of the deficit that we had back in 2010. Why? Now, but it's important for the House to recognise why. Because Mr Osborne chose a balance that was different. He chose to load his austerity programme on public spending cuts. And actually, he eventually arrived at the same settlement that Labour proposed in 2010, but he took sort of 4 or 5 years to get there. And of course, he put the economy into a recession too. I think, if memory serves me correct, Madam Deputy Speaker, he blamed it on the light snow at about that time. But of course, I will in a moment. But of course, that austerity programme was then followed by a Brexit that was bungled. And of course, that was followed by the chaos of the former Prime Minister. I give way to him.
I thank my member for giving way. Would he recall that actually the former Labour government actually had the fastest recovery from the international incident, was back in growth by the time of the election, and it was through investments like the over 20 billion given for R&D investments so that we can have an economy that competes on a race to the top, not to a race to a bottom as we saw under the previous government.
Correct. And in a way, that is the point that I'm gently trying to make to the House with a very brief, and everyone will be pleased to hear a soon to conclude lesson in the fiscal consolidation of the last 14 years. Because What that approach, austerity, bungled Brexit and chaos left us, is with a growth rate that fell from an average of 3% in the Labour years down to 1.6% over the last 14 years. Tax forecasts that failed time and time and time and time again. Living standards that simply did not rise in the last Parliament. Productivity growth which collapsed from about 2% a year to about 0.5% a year. Inequality that has soared, and as I have just rehearsed, debt that has multiplied to an extraordinary £2.7 trillion. Now, we used to have debates in the old days about whether the roof had been fixed while the sun was shining. And the reality is, for the last 14 years, the party opposite has been trying to patch the roof by ripping out the foundations of our economy. And that is the approach that is now drawn to a close today. Because we have only got through the last 14 years through the ingenuity, the fortitude, the kindness and the compassion of the people that we represent. However, those are people who deserve a better approach, and that is what they got from the Chancellor today. What we have got, I think, is an approach that Alistair Darling would have well appreciated. A budget balance, not simply in the numbers, but in the balance of interests. And if we look at some of the numbers that have been set out in the Red Book today, you can actually see the guts of that different approach. We all know, everybody knows in this, we might as well be honest in this House today, we all know that the original sin of the British economy is a failure in the investment rate. And what has been happening over the last 14 years is an approach to trying to stimulate investment that has relied on tax cuts and tax cuts and tax cuts and tax cuts. And what the Chancellor has done today is end the insanity of trying the same thing over and over and over and over again and expecting different results. When you look at the surge in capital investment that has been delivered by this budget, we are seeing £104 billion extra which is being surged into capital investment in this economy. The Chancellor was absolutely right. What we heard at the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank last week is a very clear message from the IMF that unless we raise the fixed rate of investment in our economy, then we are not going to improve living standards, we are not going to improve the growth rate, we are not going to pay down the debt, and we are not going to improve living standards. And so the approach that the Chancellor has taken today is extremely welcome. When you look at the budget forecasts that have been set out, you can see that over the forecast period, we will now see the rate of fixed investment increase in our economy by somewhere between 6 and 7%. That is still probably not enough to catch up with our competitors, but it is a hell of a good start, and crucially, it is a departure from what is a failed economic philosophy for stimulating investment that we have seen over the last 14 years. After 14 years of failure, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was time to try something new, and that is what the Chancellor has given us today. Now, what that allows us to do is to strike a new bargain with business, where we can say to the business community, look, we will put £104 billion extra of capital investment into the economy. We will make sure that you've got the roads and the railway systems and the digital infrastructure which you need for your markets to function. We will make sure that you've got a workforce that is actually healthy and well, fit for work and well trained. We will make sure that there is investment in the skills that you need in your business, and we will make sure that your workers actually stand a hope in hell of getting a home somewhere near where they work. We will make sure that there is investment in research and development. Why? Because if you put it all together, we have the greatest entrepreneurs in the world. Our entrepreneurs have been making history by inventing the future since the age of the Industrial Revolution. But they need good people, they need good ideas, and they need access to capital markets, which they do not have today, and this budget begins to make that available. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Would he also remember, and would the Chancellor remember, that working people also live in rural areas? I was very disappointed in the Chancellor's speech that the word rural was only mentioned twice in an hour, and that as an aside. No mention was made of the southwest of England, where there are serious pockets of deprivation, except Cornwall, but the rest of but no towns, but the rest of the southwest where we suffer from a lack of public transport. And would the honourable member agree with me that public transport and access to public transport and access to primary care is absolutely vital for working people in rural areas?
100% agree. But that is why I would gently say to honourable and right honourable members across the House, which is that isn't free. And actually, if we want to make sure that there are good transport links, and there are good digital links, and there is a workforce that is healthy and well, and there is a workforce that is trained, and that there is a rich ecosystem of ideas, then the money's got to come from somewhere. And so the sensible decisions that have been made, I think, to increase borrowing in order to fund a higher level of fixed capital investment, I think is wise, and I think the investment into public services is wise too, and I very much hope that it will benefit her constituency too. But the key point here is that if you increase the kind of investment on the scale that we have seen today, that will improve the profitability of businesses in this country. And on the Business and Trade Committee, we look forward, of course, to scrutinising the detail, making sure the government has got the balance right, because goodness knows it's hard enough to get this budget, this balance right in a budget, never mind translating that into legislation. But what I would say to the House is that that bargain for business has got to consist of two sides. On the one hand, we create a better business environment through higher capital investment, but on the other, we've got to give workers a pay rise. If you think about the fall in the labour share of income in this country, it's fallen precipitously since the 1950s. If the labour share of national income was as high today as it was in 1955, on average, a worker would be receiving this year a pay packet that was over £7,000 bigger. And that is why we have got to get the balance right between, yes, ensuring that business is more profitable, but second, making sure that workers, frankly, get a bigger share of national income too. Getting the balance right is difficult, and that is something that, like my right honourable friend, the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, we will scrutinise in detail, and we will begin that work when we see the Secretary of State for Business and Trade in front of our committee in just a couple of weeks' time. There is one final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I wanted to make, which is about where I wanted to see the Chancellor go further. Amongst the worst of the Chancellor's inheritance is the yawning gulf in inequality that scars our country. We have a moral emergency in this country, where sales of super yachts and luxury cars and big mansions are at an all-time high. At exactly the same time as the queues for food banks have never been greater. And there is no mystery to this. Over the last 14 years, the combination of easy money and low taxes on capital income mean the top 1% in our country, the luckiest top 1%, are 41 times richer than everybody else. Now, did they work 41 times harder? Were they 41 times cleverer? Did they win the lottery? Well, in a way, they did. Because £850 billion worth of quantitative easing held interest rates in our country down by about 1%. That triggered 3/4 of the rise in asset prices that we've seen over the last 14 years. And of course, if you're in the top 1%, then you will own assets and you will have seen a windfall gain. And yet, the rate of tax you pay on those capital gains is just half the top rate marginal tax. Now, I'm sorry the Leader of the Opposition is not still in this place, because he did a good thing a couple of years ago, which was to publish his tax return. And I'm sure all honourable members will have read it. It doesn't take very long, it's only a page long. But it declares an income of £2 million and a tax rate of 23%. Now, at a time when so many people in our country are paying a top marginal rate of 47 and a bit %, I just don't think it is morally right that those with the broader shoulders are paying tax rates which are much lower. So I would have liked to have seen the Chancellor go further on capital gains tax. I welcome the changes to the non-dom regime. I welcome the changes to the inheritance tax regime. There would have been other changes too that I would propose. If we had made that change, if we had made those changes, if we had truly restored fairness to the tax system, we could have raised the money to increase the National Wealth Fund, and we could have opened the opportunity for the first time of paying dividends to every young person in this country into a universal savings account that would have actually helped people get a foot on the housing ladder, or repay their student debt, or invest in their training, or kickstart savings for their pension. That would have helped us create a system in this country that you might call universal basic capital. And we're going to need a system like that if we are to fix the scandalous inequalities of wealth that now bedevil our country. But I accept that what the Chancellor had to do today is to put first things first. She had to fix the foundations, because as all of us in this House know, if you fix the foundations, if you get that job well done, then truly the best years for this country lie ahead of us.
I now come to the father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Birmingham, Hodge Hill, and he mentions his hero as being Alistair Darling, and of course my hero is Nigel Lawson, because I'm personally convinced that the way to create growth and prosperity is to flatten taxes and to lower them. Now, I must admit, I think I've sat through 45 budget statements in this House. They're quite exhausting, and I'm quite cynical about the whole process. I mean, normally, large amounts of good news are given out during the budget statement when we're all sitting in the chamber. And when you read the Red Book the next day, you find that you're probably paying even more tax than you were before. It's all been taken back. But here, the pain has been uploaded up front. And I suppose we should be grateful for small mercies. And I suppose the Chancellor of the Exchequer will claim that she's just being honest. But it is a massive expansion of tax and spend. And governments that indulge in massive expansions of tax and spends are governments that gradually impoverish countries. More and more people, even those just surviving on a state pension, are going to be dragged into tax. Ever higher taxes on higher incomes are going to drag more people into paying higher rates of tax. The Honourable Gentleman who has spoken, of course, has made the classic attack on the top earners. 1% of top earners pay 30% of all tax revenues. You simply tax people more and more at the top end of the scale, and you get less enterprise, less growth. They leave the country. It's a vicious circle. It doesn't work. But he wants to intervene again, so of course I'll give way to him.
I'm incredibly grateful to the Father of the House, who's been characteristically generous. I think we would both agree that his inspiration and mentor, Nigel Lawson, was not a hoary old socialist. But of course, he was the one who equalised the top rate of tax and the rate of capital gains. And I didn't see people fleeing the country back then.
The House.
We can have an argument, the Honourable Gentleman and myself, about history, but I would still defend my mentor, and even more so the Prime Minister at that time, Margaret Thatcher, till the day I die, and we'll just have to disagree on that, won't we? That's our philosophical foundation. I mean, I could devote this speech to an attack on the Labour government, and there's plenty of ammunition. The leader of my party has just given a brilliant expose of its weaknesses. But I just want to actually take the debate a bit further and not be too party political. I believe that actually the British state has very fundamental problems, and if you want, you can criticise the previous government for not having the time or the courage, or we were thrown off course by the pandemic, a whole load of reasons why we didn't actually try or were not able to solve these fundamental problems. And I don't think, and I believe this very strongly, that this budget is not going to solve them either. My personal belief is we have to create an entire new social contract. More and more people feel disconnected from the need to work and to take responsibility for their lives. And I believe that there are 4 or perhaps 5 key failures in the state, and I don't think the budget has long-term solutions for them. It's the health service, the National Health Service, the pension service, benefits, immigration, and probably housing. And they're all interconnected. And because successive governments have not had the courage to actually go to the root causes of our failure as a state, we are gradually falling behind other countries. First, the National Health Service. Pumping in more billions of money this year and next year and the year after that will not solve the fundamental problem of the National Health Service. This is a huge monopoly, inefficient, state-run monopoly that solves its problems with queuing. And if you are somebody of my age, you know all about the National Health Service. You know all about having to wait for non-urgent operations, not just for months, but for years, and I can speak with personal experience. And everybody knows it. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. In Lincolnshire, nearly 6 out of 10 people face wait times exceeding 4 hours to be seen in A&E in 2023. 42% increase. Would he agree with me that the investments made today will help those waiting times reduce in Lincolnshire?
You can pump more and more money into this broken system, and you can solve some of the short-term problems. But soon we won't just be, a country with an NHS. We'll be an NHS with a country attached to it. Is it 44% of total spending goes on the NHS, growing all the time? And that means that we're gradually, as a country, becoming poorer and poorer, and the long-term result of that is actually we have a worse health service. It is, of course, I say to the Honourable Lady, it's totally unacceptable that people wait hours to be treated in A&E and wait months and years for an operation. In Lincolnshire, 58% of people in A&E now need to wait for more than 4 hours. 4 hours! And I can tell the House of horror stories of my constituents waiting up to 24 hours. Now, this is not happening in any other developed country. It is totally unacceptable. And surely everyone in this House can unite around there should be an absolute principle that those who paid into the system for years to be treated with dignity and expeditiously. I mustn't give away too much because I'm just preventing other people getting in. Right. A study of 18 developed countries shows that the UK is in the bottom 3 when it comes to survival rates for common cancer, strokes and heart attacks. Lord Darcy's review found that 14,000 avoidable deaths per year were due to long waits in A&E. Now, this drags our life expectancy statistics down and down and down. And as I've said, meanwhile, already before the budget, the NHS is eating up 44% of day-to-day public spending. We are paying more and more, and the results are getting worse and worse. And I give this prediction that for the rest of this Parliament, the government will keep on pumping more of our national wealth into this failed system, and we will still fail to catch up other countries. Of course, no, I've got to keep going. Of course, some issues like hospital capacity can only be dealt with by spending. I accept that. But we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to learn from other countries. Now, the Health Secretary, who I admire for his apparent radical zeal, although we haven't seen much evidence of it, he studied Australia, for instance. And let me sort of break the national taboo on our NHS, our religion. There are other countries, like ourselves, who deliver much better health incomes, incomparably superior incomes. And my personal belief, and I think I'm about the only person who's actually said this year after year, my personal belief is that we should adopt Australia's social insurance model. There's nothing wrong with encouraging private provision in health. Is that some great heresy? Is that some sort of right-wing philosophy? Only not followed by any, not followed by, it's followed by France, it's followed by Germany, it's followed by Australia, it's followed by the Netherlands. All these other countries produce much better health incomes. Now, Australia slowly developed a hybrid system of state and private health insurance. Everyone has a universal public health insurance, but workers are encouraged to purchase private health insurance on top of this. And my point is that with a ballooning, ageing population, yes, we have to spend more on health. We have to get people to put more of their own money into health, and they've got to be assured that having put their money in, they're not just ending up at the back of a queue. They have personal rights. They are committed to this health service. For instance, for a 20-year-old in Australia, the average cost of treatment-only plan is just £23.14 a month, or comprehensive cover from £31 per month. This cost with age rises to £109 per month for a 70-year-old. People earning less than £119,000 can claim rebates or reduce the cost of health insurance. Higher earners without insurance pay a surcharge of between 1 and 1.5%. So, research commissioned by Australia's Health Department shows that the cost to the taxpayer would be greater without the rebates because the stress on the public system would be increased. Now, the health outcomes are noticeable. Australia has one of the lowest rates of avoidable mortality amongst the developed nations. Australia's cancer survival rates are several percentage points higher than the UK's. Stroke and heart attack mortality rates are several points lower. It's not perfect, of course, but not everything can be imported from other countries. But Australia's system shows that there are other models, and we have to have a national debate about, with an ageing population, we can produce the kind of health outcomes that people desire. Now, the UK has, by the way, this has had a cumulative effect in 2022. Australia's government debt was 70% of GDP, 70%. In other words, they're running a tight ship, a well-run ship. It's a country much like ourselves. The UK has already, even before this budget, reached a staggering 104% in the same year. We are going broke because we don't have the courage, I say on either side of the aisle, to actually think from first principles. And I'm making this argument as much to my own side as I am to the government. This simply cannot go on and on. And otherwise, people are going to start talking about charging or giving tax relief for private health insurance. But we have to have a fundamental debate about the whole structure of health. And the Health Secretary has the goodwill of people across the House and across the country to start thinking big and thinking of new ideas. If he can find a way forward and to improve health outcomes, he will go down in history as one of the greatest health secretaries we've ever had. So that's health. The other fundamental problem we have is the ballooning benefit system, particularly in incapacity. It's trapping more and more people into dependence. We need a culture of the necessity of work. We've got 4 million people on incapacity benefit. 2/3 of them, recent joiners, are claiming mental illness. This is out of control. Work should always pay more than benefits, and I would have liked to have heard more from the Chancellor of how she's going to attack this benefit system and incapacity, which is gradually reducing the government into penury. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the honourable member join me in congratulating the Chancellor in raising the national living wage, an uplift that will have a transformative impact on the lives of more than 1/3 of children in Gainsborough living in poverty, as well as children in my constituency in North Warwickshire and Bedworth who live in poverty, and this will make such a massive difference.
The Honourable Lady's made a point. I was actually talking about incapacity benefit, and I'm not sure how the point she's just made has actually addressed that point. The culture of living off the state for years when you are capable of doing some work needs to be stamped out, and we've got to work together in the House to actually get people off benefit, to help them. It's not just reducing their benefit, it's actually having innovative schemes that the former Social Security Secretary was trying to bring about, to try and encourage people back into work and making their whole lives better and more productive. Third, tackling benefits, of course, is a vital ingredient of curbing immigration. What is the spur for mass immigration? It's that health and social care simply can't get enough workers for the salaries that they are paying. There are too many people on benefit. We're dragging more and more people from all over the world into our system. We need to insist that anyone entering the country earns at least average UK earnings. We cannot go on undercutting our native workers with cheap foreign labour. We have to pay decent wages in our care service. We have to reform the whole benefit structure that people actually do want to work. We cannot solve our problems with mass immigration. So the mass illegal immigration is part of this problem. It is gradually destroying the social contract and people's belief in the system. And the government has to have a plan to deal with it, which basically means arresting people when they land illegally on these shores and offshoring them. Now, the other great problem that we haven't really addressed in our national psyche is this whole pension system. You know, I got to declare an interest. I'm of pensionable age. We have an ever increasing, and some of them will be very happy when I retire from this house. But I do try and tell the truth according to my own lights and say difficult truths. The fact is we have more and more elderly people, more and more sick people, more and more people with multiple health problems. We're all committed to keeping the triple lock, and I would get into awful deep water if I say that this is becoming increasingly unaffordable. But of course, actually, if the portion of the state spending devoted to pensions increases every year in real terms, you gradually ensure that the country cannot pay its way. So we have to, and again, it's a difficult truth that nobody yet has had the courage to address. We have to do more to encourage private pensions. Not, and I say this to Chancellor, not seeing private pension pots as a convenient thing to raise. I served on the Social Security Committee many years ago under the late, great Frank Field, a man immensely respected on both sides of the aisle. We studied countries like Chile that were making this explicit, that we should create a contributory pension system. So people were encouraged to put more people in their pensions, to plan for their old age. This is the only way, with an ageing population, that we can solve our problems. In addition to all this, of course, wokery and human rights legislation, I'm afraid, are gradually eating away into our... Well, they all laugh, but it's true. Many people feel that they're not part of the way this country is run. This is just lessons that the government has to learn. For 14 years, well, now she's tried again and again, so I'll give way.
You again.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. He mentions that many people do not feel part of how this country has been run. And for the last 14 years, we've seen regressive budgets that have hit the poorest hardest. Does the member welcome with me that our budget is progressive and, in fact, distributes the burden where it is most well-shouldered?
Yeah. Well, if the honourable lady thinks that, I wish her luck. But I fear that we're just going to gradually paper over the cracks. And I'll criticise my own side on this. For 14 years, ministers went along with the Liberal consensus talking about our NHS, papering over the cracks of the NHS with more and more money, employing more and more nurses and doctors, and getting worse and worse outcomes. Meanwhile, productivity nosedived, mass immigration reached unimaginable heights to keep public services going. We've got to be honest. We're now in opposition. If we're not honest now, and I welcome the fact that one of our leadership candidates is saying we've got to start from first principles. So that's what I'm trying to do, start from first principles of how we're going to recreate the British state. Mrs. Thatcher, I worked for her in opposition when she was leading the opposition in the 1970s. She did that. We need a whole new intellectual drive on the way that Keith Joseph and the Institute of Economic Affairs, they did that in opposition. They created a new, vibrant, conservative philosophy to how we could solve the deep-seated problems in this country. The budget could have been an opportunity, but it's still, I'm afraid, the old tax and spend instinct of the Labour Party. And I agree with the Labour Party that housing is a great failure of our state. Of course we need a massive house building drive, or more appropriately, a flat building campaign. The easy way out is to take good agricultural land and greenbelt land, particularly around London. Instead, we need an incentive to incentivise building in cities and build on brownfield sites. Now, I fear I've wearied the House, and I'll stop now.
We fear we've wearied you. Speak forever!
And no doubt these difficult words about the National Health Service or triple lock or something will be used by Labour Party spokesmen for years to come, if anybody's interested at all. But I do hope that we have the intellectual courage to try and solve the real problems in our society. How are we going to get a decent health service which is on a par with what we find in France, Australia and the Netherlands? How are we going to get a decent housing programme? How are we going to get people to contribute more to their old age? Unless we address these fundamental, deep-seated problems in the British state, we will just simply, gradually become a poorer and poorer nation.
Tanya Antoniozzi.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour to follow the Father of the House, and I hope not to weary the House following his speech. I'd just like to say that the Chancellor today has been extraordinary in her strength, in her ability to turn what is a really bad situation into a really good one. because we can't hide away from the fact that we've had 14 years of a Tory government. And while you may look on social media and say, oh, the Labour Party are just slagging off the Tories for the last 14 years, those 14 years are the reason why I'm standing in this House, and I decided to stand as a Member of Parliament. And I've been PPS to the Chancellor when she was a Shadow Chancellor, and to be the Shadow Whip to the Treasury team. I know the integrity in which, and it's all seriousness, in which they have dealt with her first budget. But it does really wind me up just to think that the scaremongering of the Leader of the Opposition, pretending to be a man of the people, really does stick in my throat, and I really don't know how he's got the absolute audacity to do it after 14 years of a Tory government. But this party, the Labour Party, the Labour government, has promised change from the failure of the last 14 years, and it shows our commitment to do that. And honestly, the scale of the challenge is gargantuan, and I know that the Chancellor has made some tough but very necessary decisions. Although this year inflation has subsided to around 2%, helping to boost household incomes, the interest rates are predicted to be cut later in the year, extending household budgets just that little bit more. I need not remind the House that under the last government, inflation rates actually reached 11%. Now, today I've got a number of hats that I want to wear, metaphorically, of course. As Chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Beer Group, and it's very important, and as the MP for a constituency where agriculture plays a huge role. Many of my farming constituents and many around the country were concerned to hear the speculation regarding the removal or upheaval of inheritance tax reliefs, including the agricultural property relief and business property relief. With many farmers still feeling the impact of the loss of direct payments, 2 years of severe flooding, high inflation and extremely volatile market conditions, the industry has welcomed the commitment reassurances from last year that from Labour that agricultural property relief would not be changed. Now, family farms are the backbone of the industry, especially in my constituency of Gower. These people whom farming is in their blood, they don't do it for financial benefit, because for many of them there isn't much money in it. They do it because it's their life and their calling. The 100% rate of relief continuing for the first £1 million of combined agriculture and business assets to help protect family farms and businesses is most welcome. But I would appreciate an opportunity to discuss with the Chancellor or the DEFRA Secretary and the Treasury team how we can ensure that family farms who may just come over that threshold can continue to play the role they do in our country, and how we can support them through this change and avoid any unintended consequences. I am hopeful that measures announced in the budget today will help the industry by driving ambition and investment. Investment in our agricultural sector will improve our food security and give farmers confidence in a Labour government. But as well as agriculture, brewing and hospitality have a huge footprint in my constituency and across every United Kingdom constituency. These sectors support 1 million jobs, provide 17 billion in wages and deliver 34.3 billion of GVA across the UK economy. The brewing and hospitality sectors are vital to the economic and social well-being of our communities across the United Kingdom. However, the industry remains under a great deal of pressure post-pandemic. I, supported by a number of members of the All-Party Parliamentary Beer Group, did write to the Chancellor highlighting key areas in which this budget could make a positive impact on the brewing and hospitality sectors. Firstly, business rates. The industry has previously welcomed the government's pledge to reform the business rate system, and I welcome the announcement today of the Chancellor's commitment to permanently lower business rates multipliers for retail, hospitality and leisure properties from 26-27. But do acknowledge that the drop to 40% relief will cause concern. So I hope that the Chancellor or Secretary of State will work with the sector to address these concerns. Now, secondly, taxation. The beer and pub sector is one of the highest tax sectors of the economy. In recent years, the industry has supported the alcohol duty review. The cutting of duty on draft products is a recognition of the commitment to pubs and smaller breweries. And again, I hope concerns around the increase on non-draft products in line with the RPI will be listened to. So, finally, regarding Northern Ireland, I am pleased to hear the Chancellor commit to ensuring Northern Ireland will see its fair share with an extra £1.7 billion received through the Barnett formula. I am also personally delighted to read that £730,000 will be given to the Executive to support integrated education and a further £45.8 million to support the vital work of the PSNI's Additional Security Fund and the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime. Aside from this, concerns have been raised with me over future funding applications for organisations in Northern Ireland, whether this be the Shared Prosperity Fund or the City Deals, or the poor execution of the Levelling Up Fund under the last government, let us not forget. Because community groups play such a vital role in communities that they work in Northern Ireland, and we must recognise that. The Shared Prosperity Fund has been a lifeline for many organisations, and whilst it is continuing at a reduced rate, it is welcome news that the budget puts aside £1 million for community groups in Northern Ireland. The decision also for the Causeway Coast and Mid-South West City Deals that was paused during the pre-budget spending review has been given. I'm absolutely sure that the people behind those deals are going to be absolutely delighted with the announcement today that they are going to go ahead. I am hopeful, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this government will work well with our devolved governments, as we've seen today, and because we have seen the last 14 years working against a Labour government in Wales, and we have to have the best outcomes for people across the United Kingdom. The increase in funding through the Barnett formula does show positive commitment to devolution. This budget is difficult, but it's also necessary. It is a once-in-a-generation budget. It will and it must deliver change for the change our constituents voted for. We will not be going backwards. We will only be going forwards, and this country needs change. So thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from the Gower. I don't think I wear quite as many hats as she does, but it was interesting to hear her perspective on today's budget, because I have a different one, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think my issue with today's budget is not the political choices that the Chancellor has chosen to make, because clearly she has the mandate to make any changes she wishes. My problem with today's budget is that it's a budget of broken promises to the electorate. I think that that's a dreadful thing to do in terms of trust in politicians, and I also want to highlight some of the economic choices that I think that the Chancellor has got wrong today. Turning to the broken promises, the first one was when, during the election campaign, the Chancellor said time and time again that she would not, and I quote, fiddle the figures. Today, she clearly has broken that promise. She has announced a multi-billion-pound change to the UK's borrowing, and she announced it overseas, Madam Deputy Speaker, and not first to this Parliament. I know how angry you and the Speaker are about that. And as we all know, and as the IFS have said, borrowing is not a free lunch. It will mean that there is more debt. It will mean that there is more debt interest spending. And I haven't had a chance to question the Office for Budget Responsibility yet in detail on their numbers, but I think from an initial look at their charts, it looks as if the amount of additional borrowing that was announced today by far exceeds anything in the mini-budget in late 2022. And we will be asking the Office for Budget Responsibility questions about that at the Treasury Committee. The second broken promise Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Chancellor made during the election campaign was that her plans were fully funded and that she had no plans to raise taxes beyond those listed in the manifesto. In fact, colleagues have counted 50 times when she and the Prime Minister made that utterance. And I believe that promise has been broken soundly today, and that a deliberate political choice has been made to announce the biggest unforced tax-raising budget ever. Unforced. Because during the election campaign, the Chancellor told the British public that taxes were too high. She said she wanted to bring taxes down. She has roundly broken that promise today, because the budget increases tax for every household in this country by possibly up to £10,000 over this Parliament, way beyond the £2,000 that we claimed during the election campaign, a warning that the Prime Minister himself said on national television was a lie. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor campaigned on a general election strategy that I believe was deliberately designed to mislead the electorate. Her plans and the plans of the Deputy Prime Minister end up giving us German taxes with French labour laws, a recipe for higher unemployment if ever I saw it. The scale of the tax changes announced today on small businesses that employ more than 4 people are astonishing. The opposition benches will let that sink in. I will not give way to my honourable friend who so often gave evidence to the Treasury Select Committee, and I recall that I had to press him on the fact that NHS productivity has not yet returned to the level it was before the pandemic. If it was able to do that, he's told us on the record that that would be worth £20 billion in terms of additional NHS output. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor promised that she wanted to focus on growth. That is her mission. But I believe that more taxes, more public spending and more borrowing do not lead to growth. Indeed, if they did, then Venezuela would be one of the most prosperous countries on earth. What the Chancellor was planning all along, together with her cabinet colleagues who have no experience of working in the wealth-creating, job-creating, tax-paying private sector, is a budget of the public sector, by the public sector, for the public sector. And she can't blame us, because in her first 25 days as Chancellor, she announced £25 billion of additional new spending, whether it was for Great British Energy, a National Wealth Fund, inflation-busting, backdated union pay rises with no productivity requirements. And I also want to speak up, Madam Deputy Speaker, for my farmers in West Worcestershire. Does the honourable gentleman want to stand up for my farmers? My farmers are some of the most productive and hard-working people in this country. They are the ones who put food on our table, and they are soundly disappointed by today's budget. There was no help or certainty in terms of their budget. There was no help for them in terms of agricultural property relief, handing on the family farm to the next generation. It will mean, and members opposite should know this, that there will be many family farms that will be broken up and will not be able to be handed on to. As she can see, I'm not actually giving way at the moment. And as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker knows that the only way that we get true, genuine, sustainable growth in this country is through productivity and investment by the private sector. Anyone who's actually ever worked in business, I'm not giving way at the moment. I'm going to allow more time for others later on.
Ms Baldwin, the honourable member's made it very clear she's not giving way, so we should just allow her to continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As anyone who's ever worked in business knows, you need to increase the productivity of your business. And then that investment in the business is linked to the profitability of that business. profits that will fall as a result of the measures that have been imposed today on business are measures that I think will equate, when we work out the numbers, to something like 4 pence on corporation tax. I believe this is a budget of broken promises that will end up giving the British people less growth. You don't have to listen to me to hear that. You can actually look at the Office for Budget Responsibility, because they have seen a short-term boost to growth but a longer-term reduction in the sustainable growth rate of the British economy, thanks to the measures that the Chancellor outlined today. So in the months since she became Chancellor, we have the evidence, Madam Deputy Speaker. Already we have seen businesses shutting at double the rate that they were a year ago. Already we are seeing a plunge in business confidence, and we've heard the former Chief Economist of the Bank of England saying that the socialist narrative we've had since the election has generated fear and foreboding and uncertainty. This is a budget of broken promises. It's a straightforward breach of promises to the British public, and it is a dreadful day for the British economy.
We were just going through the Hansard, and I'm sure that the honourable member did not mean to accuse another honourable member of lying. Possibly changing that term to misleading would have been far more appropriate. No doubt she agrees with me on that point, and I'll go, yes?
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. I referred to the Prime Minister as words on national television, and I was quoting him directly. But if I have inadvertently misled the House, I do apologise.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely an appropriate way to respond. I now come to Chris Evans.
Deputy Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure to follow the member for West Worcestershire. I well remember one of her very early speeches when we both came to this place, and she gave a lecture to this House about the benefits of the lava curve. And having listened to the member for Gainsborough, I am pleased to report that the idea, Milton Friedman and Keith Joseph and Mrs Thatcher may be long gone, but their ideas live on as long as these two members sit on that side of the House. I also want to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Gower, for a great speech standing up for her farmers and her rural constituencies. I think she faces the same problems we face in Wales as chair of the Northern Ireland Select Committee. We in Wales are too heavily dependent on the public sector and lack of entrepreneurship, which is the similar problems that Northern Ireland will face, but I can think of no greater champion to stand up for Northern Ireland than the honourable member for Gower. Things have changed, Madam Speaker, since last time I spoke in this House. I was the member for Islwyn, I am now the member for Caerphilly. And if you will allow me to indulge the House for a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor as Member of Parliament for Caerphilly, Wayne David, who was a doughty champion for his constituency, and he absolutely loved this place and was one of our great Welsh parliamentarians. And I'm sure he will join with me in welcoming today the very first speech by a Labour Chancellor for 14 years, and a female Labour Chancellor at that. For those of us who came in 2010, it has been a long haul in opposition, and I am delighted to be standing today on the government benches. Britain, Madam Deputy Speaker, has lived too long on borrowed time, borrowed money, borrowed ideas. We live in too troubled a world to be able to promise that in a matter of months, or even a couple of years, that we shall enter the promised land. The route is long and hard. Those words were spoken by Prime Minister James Callaghan at Labour Party conference in Blackpool almost 50 years ago, in 1976. His analysis laid the blame of Britain's problems at the doorstep of high government debt, high taxation and low productivity. The economic ills we suffer today have come upon us over several decades. They will not go away in days, weeks or months, but they must go away. Great as our tax burden is, it has not kept pace with public spending. For decades, we have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for political gain of the present. Continue this long trend is to guarantee moving towards tremendous social, cultural, political and economic upheavals. We face handing over a toxic legacy to our children and our children's children. This is how serious the current crisis we face is. Our challenge in this place, in this time, is breaking the cycles that mean those words of Callaghan still reflect acutely on the situation we face today. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to get away from two myths that have been peddled about the British economy. There are those who believe, that we've heard on the opposite side of the House, that sweeping tax cuts will, what they term, turbocharge the economy without there being any adverse effect on public services. They will cite the 1980s as a golden age, but taxes could be cut when the government could rely on receipts from North Sea oil and the privatised industries. In 2024, that is not an option. A tax cut would only come at the price of cutting public services. It's a lesson we should have learned from the infamous fiscal event of September 2022. Speak to most people, and their experience of government is poor, whether trying to book a medical appointment or simply renew a passport. That position is intolerable. The second myth is that if we chuck enough money at a problem, somehow it will solve it. Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who has served on the Public Accounts Committee for 5 years under the now Chairman for the Treasury Committee, that idea is almost laughable. Take the Ajax programme, which was meant to provide a new armoured vehicle for our army, initially meant to be delivered in 2017. It is now 2024 and is still not complete. Meanwhile, north of £3 billion of public money has been wasted. Both soldiers and the public purse have suffered the consequences of a wasteful mess that created unsuitable, unsafe and largely unusable vehicles. The National Audit Office called it flawed from the start and noted it was suffering from problems that plagued other defence programmes. The programme is now even yet to be delivered and faces the threat of being obsolete despite the mammoth cost to the taxpayer. We cannot, Madam Deputy Speaker, to allow a system in which regular mistakes are the norm and are simply part of the culture. You cannot have civil servants shaking their shoulders and say that's the way it is. This is public money they are spending. An estimated £7.3 billion was lost to fraud related to COVID-19 schemes from 2020 to 2022, according to the National Audit Office. £2.9 billion was spent on PPE that was deemed unusable for frontline services. Now, I welcome the Chancellor's announcement today about the COVID Corruption Commissioner, but it should not have happened in the first place. Most recently, hundreds of millions of pounds went down the drain for the failed Rwanda scheme. Now, whatever you think about those schemes, what message does that give to those who are working hard to pay into the system every month and ask for more and more of their hard-earned money in taxes? Ronald Reagan once said, yes, I have quoted somebody of the right wing, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Well, I believe that bad government is the real problem here. Government can't do everything, but it can do some things well. Raising the minimum wage announced today is one of those examples. However, we cannot go on the way we have been going. There is no future in giving the government departments more and more money if it's only going to be wasted. If there is a black hole in the department's budget, then the system created that. More money is not going to change wasteful practices. There needs to be fundamental reform in the way we manage major projects. The Chancellor has announced some productive measures today, but if we do not stop money leaking out of government through wastefulness and mistakes, then we are failing the taxpayer. We need to be strict with ourselves when it comes to projects and government spending. We need the chair of the Office for Value for Money, announced in July, to report annually to this House. They need to be tasked with several questions about each project. Is it on time? Is it delivering value for money? If not, it is necessarily we have to be ruthless. We either take the decision to carry on with projects doomed to lose money, or we take a step back. Do less, but do it better, and start creating more things that we can export abroad. As the Chancellor recognised in her speech, we cannot borrow indefinitely, and we cannot keep asking hard-working people for more and more, whilst governments make costly errors and ask the taxpayer to pick up the bill. Investment to rebuild is necessary, and the government is right to protect the most vulnerable from shouldering an increased burden. It is time, however, for a root and branch reform of the civil service. with a realistic economic policy that considers the state of the public finances as they are, not as we wish or hope they were. I am hopeful this budget has done that today. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do not act now, in 50 years' time, will future generations be speaking of the same elements? If they do, then it means simply we have failed. We have effected no real change in our time in this place. Callaghan raised these problems 50 years ago. Our duty is to ensure that we do not spend another 50 years stuck in the same place.
I call the SNP Treasury spokesperson, Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 4 months ago, the people took the Labour Party at their word and voted for change. Well, it didn't take long for it to become clear that the Labour Party was offering not change for the better, but change for the worst. Pre-election, there was no mention of pushing 900,000 pensioners in Scotland into fuel poverty, yet here we are. The Chancellor said that she wouldn't raise taxes on working people, and we now find, due to Labour's definition of working people being absurdly one-dimensional, yet infinitely flexible, that they are in line for 5 years of fiscal drag on their incomes and tax allowances. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but after the election she qualified that with on employees. As she now raids payroll accounts for charities, care homes and local businesses for her 1.2% national insurance hike. And during all of this, where were the Scottish Labour MPs? Where were their howls of indignation defending their Scottish constituents and the Scottish economy? Silent. A mere 7 Labour MPs rebelling on the 2-child cap, and not one of them from Scotland. These national insurance increases are a direct assault on Scotland's businesses, on their workers and on their growth plans. Scotland's vital hospitality sector, our pubs, our hotels, our cafes, already hamstrung by Brexit, will face an increased burden as a result of these changes today. A punishing tax hike hitting many of Scotland's 340,000 SMEs hardest. The very companies who drive growth, reinvest locally, who sustain 1.2 million Scottish jobs, 42.4% of all private sector turnover in Scotland, and who sponsor local groups and clubs, all caught in the crosshairs of this anti-small business Labour Chancellor. Like much else, raiding employment taxes was not in Labour's manifesto, and many ordinary self-employed people with modest incomes from local businesses delivering essential economic activity where the capital generated remains local, many of whom may well have voted Labour, and whose businesses turn a profit on average of £23,000 a year, many of them will fall foul of Labour's rank duplicity in this change to tax orthodoxy, unlike those working for PLCs or the public sector earning 6-figure salaries. This national insurance hike, the threshold down to £5,000 and the rate up to 15%, a £25 billion double whammy tax on jobs, plain and simple. The resources which will fund the Chancellor's raid on payroll are the same resources that businesses would have used to recruit more people into work, reducing unemployment, growing their own business and assisting in the ambition of greater growth in the wider economy. The Chancellor has just torpedoed that. And it's the same resource that would have delivered pay rises for those ordinary working people next year. Where will that resource come from now? The Chancellor notes that she's not putting up taxes on working people, and that may technically be true this year. But with next year's pay claims guaranteed to be suppressed by her raid on employers' NI, she's baking in lower wages for workers next year and in subsequent years. On the duty on whisky, the Scottish Whisky Association have described this as a hammer blow. And the Prime Minister actually promised, Madam Deputy Speaker, to back Scotch whisky to the hilt. But he should have told his Chancellor, because she's just taxed Scotch whisky to the hilt. It's completely unacceptable. And that is part of Scotland's burden. None of this is acceptable. We are not content to continue footing the bill for decisions we had no part in. We went into this election with the highest taxes in living memory, and they've just gone up again. 10 years ago, we were implored to lead the UK, not to leave the UK. And what have we got now? Government benches awash with Scottish Labour MPs where Scotland waits for bated breath with just one of them to stand up for their constituents, where their interests lie at odds with Westminster. The Scottish Labour MPs have backed the Chancellor's two-child cap, snaring 87,000 of our constituents' children into poverty, and voted to strip the winter fuel payment from 900,000 Scottish pensioners on ours, the coldest part of this island. If that's a local Labour champion, then I don't fancy meeting a local Labour villain on a dark night. And all of this justified by the fabled £22 billion black hole. With all this black hole hyperbole, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like somebody in the Treasury to put the lights on, because it might shine the white light of truth on the black holes that Labour fear to mention. The £30 billion black hole where we've been mortgaged to the twin burdens of increased administrative costs by ripping ourselves out of the EU and lost opportunities of membership of the world's largest trading bloc. The black hole of nuclear energy sucking billions from the taxpayer, producing the most expensive energy sometime indeterminate in the future. Or the Bank of England's £24 billion black hole for quantitative tightening, where it hasn't been discussed once in this House. Now, I want to welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, the £12.21 minimum wage. It falls short of the £12.60 Scottish living wage, but it's a start. I welcome the £2.9 billion for defence, but I'd be interested to know if any of that's ring-fenced. And alarm bells will be ringing on farms all across Scotland after the agricultural property relief, especially as has been consistent throughout this debate, as this was specifically said that by the DEFRA Secretary prior to the election that Labour had no plans to review agricultural allowances. It's deeply worrying. Budgets will now be annual, that's good. Investment in capital investment should be 3%, and that should be a ceiling, not a floor. But long-term certainty is needed for devolved nations. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you. You may have seen the STUC today said that the Westminster blame game is over for the SNP. They have the money, they have the powers. I wonder when he stands up, will he acknowledge that this budget ends austerity and that the Scottish Government now have no more excuses for their failures?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and indeed I will not accept that. And I'll get on to that in just a minute, if he could just bear with me for a second or two. Infrastructure, I'll get on to the block grant in particular just shortly. Infrastructure, Madam Deputy Speaker, is like a sport. If you don't do it very much, you tend not to be very good at it. See smart motorways, see Hinkley Point C, and see also HS2. The Chancellor claims that there is no return to Tory austerity, and in that she's right, because this is Labour's austerity, plain and simple. It's all the same to Scotland, though. She's called on government departments to make 2% efficiency savings. There is literally no precedent for that, ever. No government has ever achieved that. So those efficiency gains will not be realised, and these 2% savings will turn into 2% cuts. Now, the honourable gentleman asked about the Scottish Government's position. So a block grant, we are led to believe, is going up by £3.4 billion. Clearly, that's welcome. But let's look at the backstory, because that's what's important. Scottish Government now receive a lower share of UK spending than at any point in the last decade. While total UK government expenditure has decreased since 2020, Scotland's share of that expenditure has decreased faster still. In 2014, the adjusted block grant represented 8% of UK government expenditure. However, it's fallen now to 7.6%. This attrition represents a real terms cut to the Scottish budget every year since 2020, and the Scottish block grant is now worth £6.4 billion less than it was in 2021, a drop of 12.7%. So £3.4 billion, of course the Scottish Government, as we always do, will put that to tremendous use, but it still leaves us £3 billion short on where we were just 4 years ago. That's the problem with this union. And last year the Scottish Government's capital block grant, moreover, was cut by 9.6%, a real terms cut of £600 million, and we face a further 3% cut from Westminster to our capital grant of £200 million this year. That's money not available to build schools, hospitals, roads, etc. in Scotland. The Chancellor never addressed that in the budget today. Concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, fresh austerity and a fresh cost of living crisis delivered by this Labour government, a Hobson's choice for Scotland in a broken Brexit Britain where things can only get worse. 900,000 Scottish pensioners will have watched today in the vain hope that the Chancellor would have U-turned on her winter fuel payment cut. Well, she finished that hope today. Their winter fuel payment raid is a political choice with the most serious consequences. Labour's own figures show that it could result in 4,000 excess deaths this winter, and estimates suggest that the cost to the NHS will be just shy of £1 billion and just shy of 100 million in Scotland. Moreover, Labour promised to reduce energy bills in their leaflets that went out across Scotland and elsewhere in the UK by £300. Energy bills have instead risen by £149. So where's the £449 saving coming from? From Labour. Speaking to us from Manchester, the chair of GB Energy couldn't say when any savings would materialise, and Labour last night moved to block any move to put that on a statutory footing within the GB Energy Bill. It's heads Westminster wins and tails Scotland loses. This budget has done nothing to atone for the 4.3 million UK children living in poverty, which is further entrenched by Labour's two-child cap, impacting over 87,000 Scottish children. Over 100 children a day fall into poverty with Labour's two-child cap. That means 10,000 children since Labour took office in July. What a record! This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a know-your-place budget for children, the disabled and those living in poverty. It's a wait a little longer for waspy women budget. It's a kiss goodbye to your family farm budget. It's a hand over the money budget if you're in Scotch whisky. It's a show some gratitude to Scotland budget to get a piece of what was already ours to begin with. And it's a Grim Reaper budget for the 4,000 pensioners across these islands who will not survive to see another budget.
I call Pamela Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Angus and Perthshire Glens, despite the member's failure to acknowledge that actually this is the biggest real terms block grant that Scotland has ever seen from the UK government. Real terms, it's the biggest one. And a failure to apologise for the mess that his government, the SNP Scottish Government, has made over the last 17 years for people across Scotland. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was from the opposite side of this House in 2010 during the budget debate that I rose to make my maiden speech at this. The debate was led by the Conservative Chancellor of that time, and it felt only fitting to speak for the first time in my return to the House in the budget debate today. And it seems fitting when we have our first Labour budget for many years, with our first female Chancellor, no less. With your leave, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will touch on my return to the House and on my new constituency before returning to today's debate. I'm from a working class background, the daughter of a factory worker and a car salesman, and I was raised to know that the odds were against us. I entered politics to work hard to make sure that I could even the playing field with my colleagues, giving people the homes, the education, the health care and the money in their pocket to ensure the best possible quality of life. But my last period of serving in this House from 2010 to 15 as a Scottish MP was seen only through the prism of the constitutional debate. All politics was seen through this prism, and progress in Scotland withered in its shadow. So it means the absolute world to me to be returned to this place now, to a Parliament when we are moving now from a period of stagnation in Scotland and across the UK, and can get back to fighting to improve the lives of our constituents from every single background. In Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke, my constituency, I'm now the next door neighbour to my previous constituency. It's an area I know and love exactly the same, and I'm so excited about working with the people there in the months and years to come. With our three main towns, Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke, the smaller towns of Forth and Law, our lovely villages and beautiful rolling fields and views of Clyde Valley, our constituency is a brilliant place to live and visit. Carluke is picturesque with its sandstone town centre and is known as a town called Courage. in recognition of 3 sons of the town, William Angus, Thomas Caldwell and Donald Cameron, who were each awarded the Victoria Cross, and over 2,000 men and women with local connections who have served our armed forces in the last 200 years. This is a testament to the bravery and dedication of our community, both past and present. Motherwell and Wishaw was at the heart of Scotland's industrial landscape, with the towering Ravenscraig at its centre, and its closure in the early 90s having repercussions that we still feel today. Now the site is home to our state-of-the-art sports centre, the new College Lanarkshire campus, and thousands of people in homes built for the future. The rejuvenation and hope at Ravenscraig for me symbolises both the hardships and that Lanarkshire has faced for decades, and our ambition and our drive for achieving a better future. I will do everything I can as the MP for Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke to make that future a reality. Our new constituency was, until the election, represented by Angela Crawley and Marion Fellows, and I'd like to pay tribute to them now. Angela has been a hard-working champion for her constituents and became known in this House as a vocal advocate for LGBT rights, especially for trans people at a time when it has been most difficult to do so, and I applaud her for this work. Marion proved to be a respectful and fair opponent in the summer's election campaign, and her time here will be remembered for working for the rights of people living with disability and as a lead campaigner for justice for sub-postmasters long before it became a fashionable cause to champion. I wish her well in her retirement. But before returning to the budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't let this moment pass without paying tribute to the immediate Labour predecessors of my constituency who I served alongside in this House in 2010 and 15. Jimmy Hood and Frank Roy both had their politics forged in the Thatcher years, with Jimmy a leading member of the NUM during the miners' strike, and Frank a steel worker at the forefront of the battle to save Ravenscraig. Jimmy served his constituents for 23 years, and we sadly lost him in 2017. People both here in Parliament and at home in Carluke often remember him fondly to me, and I knew him to always be sitting smiling, fun and kind. Yeah. Frank Roy has been a trusted friend of mine since I started out in politics. In fact, Frank was the first person who asked me to stand for Parliament, and this simple question helped give me the confidence to express my ambition to do so. He was an incredible representative for Motherwell and Wishaw and continues to serve the people of Lanarkshire now, leading the Lanarkshire Cancer Care Trust based in Wishaw. I'm lucky to call him my friend. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will turn my comments to the business of today's debate. Today's budget represents a real commitment to protect working families and to reject the damaging austerity measures that have scarred our communities for far too long. We all remember, indeed, are still living with the effects of austerity, cuts to vital services, job losses and increased hardship for our most vulnerable citizens. This budget unequivocally signals that this government is committed to moving away from that approach. We will not return to the failed economic model of the last 14 years that has prioritised cuts over care. Instead, we are focusing on investment and growth. The people of Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke have felt these consequences deeply, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they do not return to that path, The country voted for change, and this budget is all about delivering the solutions that we need for a brighter future. It's the irresponsible choices of the last government that caused this mess, and it is the responsible choices of this government that will get us out of it. I can't help but have a bit of personal excitement today in this budget debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see an old friend deliver the budget at the dispatch box, the first woman to do so. I've been asked several times recently about the Right Honourable Member for Leeds West and Pudsey. When you were first elected together in 2010, did you ever think that she would end up Chancellor? And the answer to that is yes. Yes, I did.
Absolutely.
It should never have taken us this long to have a woman at number 11. But I think we can all agree, at least on this side, that it has been worth the wait. So let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's budget from our Labour Chancellor is good news for people across Scotland, good news for people across the UK, and especially in my constituency, Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke. We in this side of the House campaigned loud and clear at the general election for change, and that is what has been delivered here today. The triple lock confirmed for pensioners, meaning pensions go up by £900 this year, £470 next year, and projected to go up by another £1,700 during this Parliament. A wage rise, I won't give wages now, a wage rise for 200,000 Scots, with an increase in minimum wage and steps taken to remove the discrimination of young people who deserve the same wage for the same work. The largest increase ever for carers allowance, an additional £3.4 billion for Scotland, bringing our block grant to a record level. It is now the responsibility of the SNP Scottish Government to put that money to good use. Madam Deputy Speaker, you and I know that those of us in this House are a bit unusual. Political animals are not the norm. And when I speak with my constituents, they don't care if it's Labour or Tory or SNP politicians who put more money in their pockets and fix public services. They just want it done. So no more vanity projects, no more money wasted on research papers for an independence debate that people are sick of hearing about. This is real money that can alleviate real problems now. So I don't want my constituents to have to wait until the Scottish elections in 2026 for an improvement in our schools and our hospitals. This money has to get to the front line immediately, and the Scottish Government will be judged at the ballot box if they do not. I'll finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying my welcome back here has been heartfelt and warm from colleagues across the House, from our doorkeepers and staff across the estate who look after us in this place every day. But the one question I'm asked over and over again still is what has changed since the last time you were here? And the truth is, not much has changed. We still work very much the same way. Perhaps a couple of changes for me. Last time I was here, I was baby of the house, and now I'm old enough to be the current holder of that title's mum. But the one enormous change from the last time that I was here is that I'm in government with this Labour Party. A Labour government. There could be no bigger change, and we're just at the start of seeing the great waves of investment, of progress and growth that this new government is going to achieve.
Sir Desmond Swing.
It's an enormous pleasure to follow the member for Carluke, where my cousin was until recently the minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, a piece of Swahili wisdom. Huwezi kafakuza suala walili. You can't chase two antelope. And that is exactly what the government has been doing since it was elected. It announced that its overriding priority, immediately after the election, and repeated today, was to secure economic growth by investing. But in reality, its main effort was elsewhere. Its main effort was actually creating a narrative in the public mind that it had inherited a wasteland, the worst inheritance of any government since Kingdom Come, that the wicked Tories had operated a policy, a scorched earth policy, leaving absolutely everything broken, nothing working, and a huge black hole. And as a consequence, things were going to have to get worse before they could get better. And there would be implications for tax in the forthcoming budget. And of course, we've now discovered that today. Of course, the reality is that investment requires an optimistic outlook. By pouring such a bucket of cold water on the British economy, what the government achieved was to reverse what was soaring business confidence into absolutely collapsing business confidence. And business confidence is the key to investment, not the great binge of borrowing about which the government is about to enter into. Of course.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would he welcome the £63 billion of investment that came to the International Investment Summit as a result of the election of a Labour government? Money that had been held back until the election, and then following the election led to those billions of pounds being invested. And is that not a sign of significant business confidence in our country?
Much of it re-announced, and much of it actually put at risk by the behaviour of the Transport Secretary, but nevertheless retrieved. Of course, I welcome any inward investment. What I think is a huge risk is a great borrowing binge for exactly the sort of investment that we saw throughout the 60s and 70s that never delivered. Real investment is what is undertaken. Investment that improves productivity is that which is undertaken largely by medium and small firms to invest in their own enterprises. And that is crowded out by the increased costs that are entirely a consequence of the government's great borrowing binge. And on that basis, this budget is a disaster.
Preet Cargill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's my great pleasure to speak in this debate responding to the first Labour budget in 14 years and delivered by the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer ever, and I congratulate my right honourable friend for making history today. Madam Deputy Speaker, in July the country elected Labour to fix the foundations of our country and put us on a path towards national renewal. That is what this budget does. The Chancellor is not ducking the big decisions or slapping sticking plasters on the problems, but instead fronting up to the challenges and taking long-term decisions in the interests of Britain. My constituents voted for change, and with this budget they will see a government that is on their side, on the side of working people, pulling up its sleeves to deliver the change that they voted for. I was delighted to see the Prime Minister visit Birmingham earlier this week and set out his desire to put our city at the centre of this government's plan for growth. Growing our economy is the only sustainable way to fund the public services that we all rely on. So can I thank the Chancellor for the many excellent announcements in her speech. We've heard a lot of bluster from the opposition already, playing silly games with semantics over the definition of a working person, but it couldn't be clearer whose side this government is on. And can I remind members opposite that the last Parliament was the first in modern history where living standards fell. They left an economy of high taxes, low growth, low wages, public services on the floor, a pay more, get less, doom loop of stagnation and decline. And under the Conservatives, the very basics of what one needs to live a good life, a safe and affordable place to live, money in your pocket, the security of strong public services that are there when you need them, were all ripped away. First, austerity, stripping over £1 billion from Birmingham over a decade, then their botched Brexit deal, and finally crashing the economy under Liz Truss. A Tory record that left us with slow economic growth. Nearly 8 million people stuck on NHS waiting lists, a housing crisis with Birmingham having 24,000 people on its housing register, crumbling schools and hospitals, stagnant wages, rising living costs, limited job growth with young people and graduates facing fewer employment opportunities for jobs of the future. Worse still, under the last government, people lost faith in the fundamental promise of this country that the next generation should do better than the last. They lost trust that politicians were able to take tough decisions for the long term, to put country first before their own political skins. The here today, gone tomorrow culture of broken promises damaged people's faith in politics. But with this budget, we can begin the patient work of rebuilding our country because we have a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who understand that we were elected to serve. And finally, the people of our great country
have a government prepared to take the tough decisions and get on with the job of cleaning up the mess left by the party opposite. We will invest in our NHS after 14 years of decline. We will make fairer choices on tax spending on welfare, protecting working people with no increase in national insurance, the basic, higher or additional rates of income tax or VAT, just as we promised, bringing in a record-breaking $63 billion of private investment into Britain at our International Investment Summit this month. I think that that is a vote of confidence in this government. $500 million worth of new investment in battery storage that will create the jobs of the future in Birmingham. And today the Chancellor has confirmed a change to the fiscal rule to break the low investment, low growth cycle under the previous government. And that is a decision to secure Britain's long-term future. It will put muscle behind the government's industrial strategy so we can invest in the industries of the future in partnership with the private sector and create the revenues to fund the public services that our constituents expect and deserve. The question has always been invest or decline. The benches opposite can choose decline because we choose investment. The truth is that since 2010, the average person in the West Midlands is £4,320 poorer than if the economy had grown at the same rate as it did with the last Labour government. That is why I heartily welcome the Chancellor's decision to boost the national minimum wage. That is £1,400 boost to the full-time equivalent pay for over 45,000 people in Birmingham alone. The University Hospital Birmingham in my constituency is the largest hospital trust in the country. So I want to thank the Chancellor for announcing funding to support the delivery of 2 million extra NHS operations, scans and appointments a year to cut waiting lists across England. I can't describe how much this means for people in my constituency, not just the many NHS staff whose morale has been ground into a fine dust over the last 14 years. I have constituents who have died waiting for treatment, and I know a case of one child who lost her sight waiting for an appointment. A healthy economy depends on the health of the country, and it's undoubtedly part of why we reached nearly 3 million working-age people out of work, long-term sick, a British record under the last government. And that's why I'm pleased to also see the announcement of £240 million for local services to help people back into work, Skills England to map the jobs that are needed and the pathways to opportunities, £30 million into primary school breakfast clubs, which will help children get a nutritious start to their day and take the pressure off parents who want to get out to work, and the £1.8 billion confirmed to support the expansion of government-funded childcare. That is extremely good news for hundreds of young families in my constituency, especially after more than half of our children's centres in Birmingham were closed under the Tories. Families will be far better off with Labour. Now, I appreciate the Chancellor has had to make some extremely tough choices in this budget to get the public finances back in order. And the £22 billion black hole is a tip of the iceberg after the last 14 years, but it is no less appalling. The OBR has revealed today an absolutely shocking litany of mismanagement and failure, and spending the reserves 3 times over, wasting money on hundreds of millions on the Rwanda gimmick, billions on asylum hotels, propping up failing train companies, all of it unfunding spending commitments and undisclosed before the election. So can the benches opposite please save us some of the Forks outrage about tax? They raised the tax burden to its highest level since the Second World War. They knew full well that public services have to be paid for. And when they hid the £22 billion black hole from the public, how do they expect to pay for that? They should have some shame, frankly. This government is fixing their mess and protecting working people's payslips as they do it. And our announcements today will make a difference, investing billions to get Britain building, making business rates fairer to protect our high streets, giving certainty to business on tax going forward, supporting frontline policing levels, funding for local government, £1 billion for SEND provision, protecting the pension triple lock, and money for potholes. And I could really go on. Some things, of course, will take time, but these decisions are why we can have confidence that the Britain we are building will be built on something solid, not sand. With this budget, this government has returned stability to our economy. It's reinforced the role of the OBR, and it's making sure that we can never, ever again have a repeat of the reckless mini-budget that sent mortgages through the roof. We are backing business by releasing investment in sectors with potential to grow. rail and road, green technology, green hydrogen, gigafactories, and we are investing in our public services, our NHS, our early years and affordable housing to ensure that we are ready to face the challenges of the next decade in an increasingly uncertain world. This is a budget to deliver on the promise of change, a budget that will fix the foundations of our economy, invest in our future, get the NHS back on its feet and rebuild Britain. Thank you.
I call George Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Birmingham Edgbaston. It's also an honour and a pleasure to be able to rise after 14 years as a free man, free to speak on the opposition benches, liberated from the tyranny of the whip's handout that we're hearing beautifully read from the benches opposite, or the tyranny of desperate ambition to get onto the front bench. No, I want to speak today with the reflection of 14 years on and off the front bench about the state of the public finances, much more in sorrow than in anger, not to score party political points, but to share reflections on the real depth of the crisis this country faces in our structural deficits and the challenge this Chancellor, this country, this Parliament faces in tackling it. And I should just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former Minister for Life Science, for fusion, for quantum, for space, delighted to have been elected by, I think, the House to the Select Committee for Science, Technology and Innovation, and Chair of the Science in Parliament All-Party Group, the oldest all-party group, and Chair of the Agricultural Science and Technology Committee. And I'm proudly and gladly pleased to declare my registry of interest. I am trying to repair my finances. I carry too much debt, like this country, by working with some great British companies to try and help them raise money in international markets and to grow. It's what this country has to do to get itself out of debt as well. And I wanted to really say three things, if I may, this afternoon. Something about this, the real nature of the crisis in our public finances, something about why I so deeply believe the innovation economy is the only way to get us out of this doom loop spiral of structural deficit and debt, and thirdly, something about my poor constituents in Mid-Norfolk and the effect of this budget on them. Tempting though it is to stand up and accuse everything, all the ills of the world on the party opposite, and to take no responsibility, I want to do the opposite and suggest that actually this Parliament, this country, for the last 25 years, has been failing to grapple seriously enough with the deep nature of structural deficit in our broken broken public finances. I remember when newly elected in 2010 having a brilliant briefing from the from the IFS, from Robert Choate and Paul Johnson, and having the structural deficit properly explained to me. And I think it's stayed with me, and it's worth sharing for the benefit of those listening to this debate. Traditionally, all governments in this country tax and spend. They earn each money every year from tax revenues and then spend it. In some years, the economic cycle turns down, so we don't cut spending. We borrow a bit to maintain our spending and then repay that off when the economic cycle turns. Occasionally, in the cycle, we run deficits. The structural deficit is that bit of the public finances which means that even when the economy is growing, even when it's growing at 2-3%, we're running a deficit. We're running a deficit because there are bits of the economy that are constantly swallowing more money than we are capable of earning. And when we took office in 2010, remember, debt interest was the fourth biggest department of state. We had a serious crisis on our hands. And I think the truth, if we're honest to go back, is that in the cool Britannia years of New Labour back under Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, we didn't pay enough attention to reforming deeply the nature of our public finances. In the 2007-8 crash, that government unleashed £700 billion of borrowing, QE. We could argue now about whether that was the right thing to do, but it drove huge asset price inflation, left us with huge debts. The coalition tried to get us out of that debt with austerity that I think the country was with us for the first 2 or 3 years and then felt we'd overdone. Despite all of that, yes, of course, we've had that crash, we've had the disruption of Brexit, we've had a terrible once-in-a-100-year pandemic, we've had a war in Ukraine, yes, all of that. 700 billion of QE, 400 billion pandemic relief, 40 billion cost of living relief. But we've come back to the same place we were in 2010, effectively, which is a structural deficit, flashing red lights in the public finances. I call it the bonfire in the basement of the British economy. Even when it's growing, even when you can see that skyscraper as you drive from Norfolk and you see Canary Wharf, even when that economy gets bigger, deep down invisibly in the basement there's a bonfire. It's eating away at the resilience and the sustainability of that economy. It should worry us all. It should worry all of us involved in public policy. And I have a sneaking feeling that the public do understand. And on my doorsteps in the election, they're not economists, they're not seasoned political observers, but the sheer common sense of observing successive governments fail tells them that there is a deep problem in the state. And I want to suggest that a lot of the political volatility of the last few years comes from an inability, yes, in my party, to tackle honestly and to be honest about the scale of those. I happen to think the Brexit revolution was driven as much by deep, deep anger and resentment in this country, not just at Brussels, but at the failure of political economy in this country. People feeling outside of the golden triangle, left behind by their own government, their own country, their own model of growth. So, to go back to that lecture in 2010 that Robert Choate and Paul Johnson gave me, because it's just as relevant today. What drives the structural deficit? 4 things. One was debt interest. We've been lucky and kind. The markets, there was an inflation surge because of Ukraine, but the markets have generally not punished us for borrowing too much. Welfare bills. The coalition put in place very painful reforms to stop the rise of the welfare bill. We didn't cut the welfare budget, we just stopped the rise of it. Thirdly, public sector pensions, some very painful reforms. Again, not to cut the cost, but to stop the cost of public sector pensions booming and bankrupting the public finances. All significant. But the big one, far bigger than the others, is healthcare. And the structural cost of healthcare in our economy, an ageing economy, more and more expensive medicines, an NHS that was designed for the 1940s, not for the 21st century, is bankrupting itself and in danger of bankrupting the public finances. And I am on record, and I'll repeat it, in saying what a breath of fresh air I think in that respect the Health Secretary is in being able to confront honestly. The NHS isn't broken by lack of Tory funding. We've all been pouring money into the NHS. The problem is the model is not fit for the 21st century world in which we live. So much more in sorrow than in anger, I want to suggest that we need to start this debate by being profoundly honest about what the real nature of this problem is. And the truth, you cannot cut, borrow, tax, or spend your way out of a debt crisis. And successive governments have tried and failed. And I came here today genuinely as a card-carrying supporter of industrial strategy and a supporter of increasing spending on R&D and getting this country out of this spiral into a higher growth model, wanting to cheer on much of this budget. And maybe tomorrow when we read the Red Book, there'll be more to cheer in it. But at this point this afternoon, I'm worried and for some concerns that I will share with the House. I'll happily give way to my friend.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the honourable member and my fellow Science and Select Committee member for giving way. And he knows that the R&D funding is vital to drive the innovation, the productivity and future growth and prosperity. So would he agree with me in that we should welcome the commitment to protecting the core R&D funding, as well as the specific investments in high-tech areas like automotive, aerospace and clean energy, and that we should also look forward to examining the detail of the budget to see the impact on science and technology in every department and across the country?
Yes, I'm grateful for that intervention and for her chairmanship of our Select Committee. Yes, indeed, I do welcome bits of the budget. I welcome that 20 billion commitment. That was a figure that I and our former Prime Minister, then Chancellor, the member for Richmond, secured, a very historic commitment to go to 20 billion a year R&D, and I think I heard today the government ring-fencing that, and I support the notion of an industrial strategy, as long as it's not earnest committees of Whitehall mandarins far away from the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the people out on the ground, and I support the Wealth Fund and the Mansion House reforms. But I have some serious concerns about the message today that today's budget sends about innovators, about entrepreneurs, about wealth creators, about businesses, about the people who turn great science into great businesses that drive growth. Let me just say then something about why the innovation economy is so key. It is the only bit of our economy, it's the only way if we really want to get out of debt, it's the only model of growth that will deliver the productivity increases that we so urgently need, that will reduce our reliance on low-wage labour, which has been completely built into the service economy that's dominated this country since the 80s. Through the years of Cool Britannia with Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, it was a model based on letting London boom, pull in cheap labour, drive an immigration crisis that my party would then get itself twisted up about, and put huge pressure on our public services. We have to get away from that model of growth to a model of growth led by innovation, with higher skilled jobs, much greater efficiency and productivity, sectors that are growing in this country that are attracting and could attract billions of investment all around the world. There is a wall of capital to invest in agri-tech, in clean tech, in fusion energy, in satellite manufacturing. I could go on in all of the sectors that we're so strong in. That's the bit of the economy that we should be focusing on. It's the only bit of the economy that also drives genuine regeneration. The really sustainable levelling up is happening in Glasgow now through the satellite manufacturing economy. It's happening in Edinburgh through quantum computing, in Newcastle through data, in Leeds through digital health, in Norwich through agri-tech. The R&D economy is the best mechanism for driving that levelling up, driving the regeneration, and creating the opportunity society that we all need. You can't have an innovation economy without an opportunity society, and I'd go as far as to say you can't have an opportunity society without an innovation economy. So it is the key if we really want to tackle this problem. And we are... I'll happily give way.
Thank you very much to the Right Honourable Member for giving way. And does he agree with me that key to supporting the sort of economic growth he's talking about is also supporting skills and employment, and getting young people on a pathway where they can train and receive the skills that they need so that they can then secure the job at the end of that pathway is critical?
Yes, I completely agree. She makes a very important point. And when I was the Minister for this agenda, the science superpower piece is about us being a bigger player in the world, attracting billions in, and using our science and research to solve global challenges. That isn't yet what our science ecosystem is set up to do. It isn't even what it thinks it's there to do. And the innovation economy piece is precisely that. It's about turning that science engine into, through the catapult network, much greater industrial R&D, through the skills investment, making sure that we're training the workforce for tomorrow's industries, through using procurement and regulation in order to drive economic advantage here in this country, and supporting those clusters, and those skills are completely key to it. So it's in that context that I want to suggest that this opportunity is the opportunity. The real challenge, and I think what the Chancellor has missed today, is that to drive the innovation economy, you need entrepreneurs, you need innovators, you need people who take a risk, people who will create a business. It doesn't happen in the Treasury. It doesn't happen, dare I say it, in my beloved old Department of DCIT. It doesn't happen here in Whitehall. Our job is to create the conditions for that to flourish. And I fear in today's budget, the signal that has gone out is that, yes, we've had a change of government, but we haven't had a change of the core narrative. It feels to me today as though Treasury orthodoxy has been reasserted. We're going to balance the books by cuts, by taxing existing wealth, chasing harder and harder growth down, inflation up, borrowing up, mortgages up, taxes up, rather than to send a big signal that this country is open for business. And the member opposite made an important and interesting point about the Global Investment Summit, which we set up now, called the International Investment Summit. It is good news that that money is coming in. But I have to say, I have never in 30 years in the innovation economy seen more people decide more quickly that they're going to sell their business, get out, leave the country, than in the last 3 or 4 months. The government, I think, thought they were playing a clever political trick of rolling the pitch so that the budget news wasn't as damaging, as politically damaging, when the budget day came. But I think they've misunderstood how mobile capital and talent are in the global economy. We need people to come to this country, to want to. I didn't, but they often want to put their children into independent schools. They want to make money here. They want to build businesses here. We need to attract them. We have no right to just assume that they will come. So if we're going to build an innovation economy, we really need a tax regime that is fair. Yes, nobody wants this to be the home of Russian money laundering and international criminals and an abuse of the non-dom system. But we have to build an economy which is attractive for innovators. There's something else we need to do, is to connect the city better to our science, research, technology and innovation sector. It is shocking to me, and I think to this House it should be, that in 1997, to choose a date, 73% of the £3 trillion odd held in the city, our money, this country's money invested in pensions, 73% went into equities and 53% into UK equities. That figure today, 53%, is 4%. In fact, it's just under. We've seen in the last 25 years the most extraordinary globalisation, digitalisation and indexation of the city. The city hasn't been encouraged by successive governments and hasn't been itself investing actively in the productive businesses of this country. We've seen a hollowing out in the city of its commitment to support British industry and British companies. And it's an accelerating model in which, in the last 4 years, every month we've seen a net outflow of investment in UK equities. So I hugely support the work that the fantastic Parliamentary Secretary at the Treasury is doing on taking forward our Mansion House reforms. We have got to connect our capital in the City of London better to our productive innovation economy. I'm not for a minute suggesting that everyone's pensions should go into one biotech company. Quite the opposite. But if we connect some of that money into our innovation economy, we will unlock tens of billions of private money, our money, to drive growth in this country, rather than what we do at the moment, which is incubate world-class businesses and then watch the Australian pension fund, the Canadian pension fund buy them out, or American investors buy them out and float them. And I really worry about today's inheritance tax and capital gains tax announcements. There'll be a lot of devil in the detail in the Red Book tomorrow, but if we kill the engine that drives the people who create the companies of tomorrow, we will end up with a big science investment and not enough actual innovation in the economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to close by speaking briefly about the issues in rural mid-Norfolk. It's a rural, sparse, disconnected, something of a backwater in the middle of East Anglia with poor traditional access. I'm afraid today's budget is hitting the two key groups in my constituency. A lot of pensioners who've been hit on winter fuel, a huge damage to the small businesses on the high streets, the hospitality businesses, the pubs. They were looking for real relief today, not just a penny off beer duty, but real relief for businesses out in rural areas. And the agricultural property relief hit will really damage the rural economy of mid-Norfolk. I hope that when we read the Red Book we will see some better news, but I fear today this has been a change of government, but all too little change in the economic orthodoxy. This country, like a company, is running out of cash, and we need to unlock new models of growth with a much more innovative and enterprising model of economic growth.
Dr. Jeevan Sander.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to rise. Today's budget is where we start to turn this country around. We begin to rebuild prosperity, we rekindle the belief that things can get better. With this budget, we begin to rebuild hope. Now, I became an economist and then a member of Parliament to help set budgets in this chamber, because what we spend, what we tax, what we invest, it determines the future of us all. In my teenage years, I did have the privilege of growing up under a Labour government, and I saw great Labour chancellors from that dispatch box deliver budgets that built a better Britain, a Britain where wages grew, where hospitals were built, and where poverty fell. But more than that, I saw a budget and a country created where hope and graft were rewarded, renewed and refreshed by a Labour government that delivered on its promises. But then I became an adult and I grew up under a Conservative government. A government that cut investment and created a no-growth economy with the worst fall in wages since Napoleon, that cut home insulation and blocked clean energy, leaving us dependent on fossil fuels supplied by dictators like Putin, that blocked house building so young people in my generation saw house prices soar while their wages only fell, that cut defence and weakened our armed forces. And on this side of the house, we understand that amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics. That is what this Conservative government left us and gave us for my entire adult life. Until now. Winning the last election means that this Labour government can rebuild our nation's prosperity, rebuild a country where wages rise, where things do get better, investing in our schools so kids can learn more today and earn more tomorrow, investing in our NHS so that temporary illnesses don't stop us from working permanently, investing in clean energy so we get bills down for good, and investing in our police so we can go to the shops without fear. And investing in homes for my generation. Mum and Dad, we love you, but it's time for the kids to move out. Rebuilding this nation, brick by brick, it is hard and it is patient work. We won't notice how each brick changes this country. We do not notice the inches that make up a mile. But slowly, surely, certainly, as we invest in this nation, we will create a more prosperous Britain, a Britain where each of us can and will thrive. Now, some of us, including myself, will measure that progress in numbers and graphs. But what we create will be defined by so much more. A country defined by hope, defined by pride, a country where tomorrow is better than today, a country built by a Labour government upon budgets delivered by a Labour Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker. Unlike the Father of the House, I haven't sat through 45 budgets or whatever it was he said he had sat through. I'm far, far too young for that. But I have sat through a number of budgets where, after a change of government, Chancellors have and Prime Ministers have sought to ensure that they blacken the people who they have inherited the economy from. When I played football, we used to call it getting your retaliation in first, and I think that we've had a bit of that. We had it under the last government as well, of course. For about 3 years, I had to listen to George Osborne telling us that the previous government hadn't fixed the roof while the sun was shining. And I suspect that for about the next 3 years, we're going to have to sit and listen to the black hole that the present government has inherited. And so it will go on as people try to justify the situation which they find themselves in, and indeed some of the failures of government year after year. Listening to a debate like this, I suspect that most of the population, it goes over their heads. Billions are thrown around here. We're going to spend billions in this, we're going to take billions out in that and everything else. And really, it doesn't resonate immediately with the population. What does resonate with the population, though, and we have seen it in the last 3 months, is when figures are given to them or when policies are introduced where they can quickly identify the impact which it's going to have on them. And I suspect one of the reasons why there's been such reaction against the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment is that people can understand. They might not understand when the government takes £3 billion off a departmental budget, but they understand when they take £300 off them in the middle of the winter when they're trying to struggle with their fuel bills. I wonder, has the Chancellor learnt that lesson already? I was relieved when she made the announcement that she wasn't going to increase fuel duty. And I suspect that one of the reasons is that she knows that the increase in fuel duty would have been easily understood by people who, going into their petrol station, fill their car up, saw that there was another 7p on the price of the petrol per litre that they purchase. I'm glad that if she has learnt the lesson, that we will have a situation where my constituents, many of them living in rural areas and dependent on the car, and living in Northern Ireland where we depend on an awful lot of our supplies coming in by road, that their costs are not going to go up. The one thing I'm fairly sure of, though, is that looking at the broader picture which the government has tried to paint, that this budget and the behaviour of the government up until this budget will increase the cynicism that there is towards politics and politicians. On one hand, during the election, the Labour government talked about, we have a fully funded programme. We know what the figures are. We're not going to be increasing your taxes. And then suddenly, there's a black hole. And then, when they paint the black hole, what do? They immediately start spending stacks of money. They give it to in wage increases. They set up quangos to deliver net zero. They spend money on carbon storage and capture. And so billions of pounds are suddenly announced against the background of we have no money and we're going to have to put up taxes. And then, of course, the promise was that no taxes will be imposed on working people, and try to wriggle off that. Who are these working people? Who will be affected? And I'm not going to go through all the reiterations that there have been about working people. The fact of the matter is, though, that as a result of this budget today, people know that they are going to pay more tax, and that they're going to find that their wages are affected. And I notice members nodding or shaking their heads. Look at the Office for Budget Responsibilities report. What's the prediction that it makes? That disposable income is going to fall in real terms, that real earnings are going to be reduced, that interest rates on government bonds are already going to go up and will expect to go up further, all of which impacts on the livelihoods of people. And then, of course, the government promised that we'll not be fiddling the figures, though. We will be dead straight with people. And then immediately, and the Chancellor talked about today, immediately start redefining what borrowing is. Now, it really doesn't matter what you call borrowing. And it doesn't matter what you class and put some borrowing in one barrel and some barrel in another. The truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, it has to be paid back. And interest has to be paid on the money you've borrowed. And it doesn't matter how you classify it. It's fiddling the figures to try and pretend that borrowing is not borrowing. And it has consequences for the economy and consequences for individuals. There are some things that I welcome in this budget. I welcome the fact that, and as the chairman of the loan charge all-party parliamentary group, I welcome the fact there's going to be a review of the loan charge, and it'll be interesting to see what the actual terms are. It's not outlined in the Red Book, but we'll have to tease that out from the government, and the all-party parliamentary group will be more than happy to talk about what the terms should be and what the issues are that need to be addressed. I also welcome the fact that the suspended city deals, one of which would have affected the periphery of my constituency, have been restored. Now, being the cynic, I wonder, were they suspended or were they stopped so that they could be given back and we could all be grateful that we had got something back as a result of our lobbying? I know that there was extensive lobbying by the councils, by the chairman of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, and I welcome her intervention, and the Secretary of State, as well as by the political parties in Northern Ireland. And those city deals were important because, as we have heard from a member from Mid-Norfolk, one of the ways of growing and making our economy more robust is to have spending on research and development and innovation. And in both those city deals, there was a strong element of research and development, of innovation hubs, and already there was interest from the private sector because of the money that was going to be spent on that. I also welcome the additional money under the Barnett formula. Northern Ireland has been shortchanged under the formula for funding for many years. It wasn't based on need, as it was in other parts of the United Kingdom, and I note that in future it will be based on need, and that's a welcome change and will help the executive in delivering public services in Northern Ireland. I also, because I've seen so many of my constituents who've been affected by infected blood, the commitment, and I hope that now the commitment to the funding is there, there'll be no slowdown in the delivering of that funding to those who have been infected. I have some concerns, though. I represent about half of my constituency as a rural constituency, made up of small farms. And the inheritance tax, and especially the ending of the agricultural property relief, is going to have huge implications. Because not only do we have small farms, we've got farmers, the average age I think is 58. So many people are coming to that point where the farm will be passed on. And for the small farms like that, the burden, they're not cash rich. There'll not be lots of cash to pay the tax. And how will the tax be paid? Simply by selling the land, breaking the farm up, making it less viable. And that has huge impact on the agricultural community in Northern Ireland. And I think that it's a mistake that the government has made on this one, and it will impact on businesses such as small farms and on food security. And it's something which I hope there will be a greater examination of. Northern Ireland has many small businesses. Most of our businesses are small and medium sized businesses, and the government in this budget has placed further burdens on them, not least the tax on jobs and on the cost of jobs, with the national insurance contributions, the threshold being lowered and the percentage which businesses are going to have to pay. They're already experiencing difficulties, and I believe that will add to them. And the last one, of course, and I've already mentioned it, the borrowing which the government is going to undertake is going to have, it's having an effect immediately on interest rates, and the OBR points out that yield on government bonds is already increasing and will continue to increase. That will feed through to ordinary mortgage payers and to people who have to borrow money for their own businesses, and that in turn will have an impact, I believe, on growth. And the very fact that the OBR indicates that as the 4 years goes on, growth rates are actually going to fall. They'll be lower at the end of this period than they are currently. And yet this is meant to be a budget for growth. And I think that we've got to ask ourselves, and I mean, I noticed members cheering the government as the Chancellor made her announcements today. I hope that they're still cheering in a year's time. I hope they're still cheering in 2 years' time. I want to see people cheering, because I don't want the country to do badly just to make a political point. But I think it is important. I think it is important that we be honest, and that we do not build the expectation that this is a budget which is going to deliver all of the good things the government has done, even when the warning signs are there. And we will certainly be examining the government and holding the government to account over the future years as to whether or not the policies which they've pronounced today will deliver on the things which they've promised to people.
Before I call the next member, members will be aware that this debate is very oversubscribed, and in order for people to help each other, I am imposing an informal 7-minute time limit. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for East Antrim, and I hope I'll be joining him in celebrating in a few years' time on some growth rates exceeding the target objective. What a tour de force by the new Chancellor. If only we'd had a general election back in the summer and autumn of 2022. Madam Deputy Speaker, there has never been a budget more important in recent years. After more than a decade of decay, this budget must herald a decade of renewal. As did the previous Labour government from 1997 to 2010, so this government must rebuild our country by founding a stronger, more diverse, more balanced economy. And as the Chancellor has spelt out, it will be by investing in our country, growing the economy and attracting private investment. Only then will we be able to restore the public services that the public need and expect. You know, it's in stark contrast to the 14 years of failure we have just suffered. Beyond the absolute poverty, beyond the waiting lists in our hospitals for surgery, for cancer treatment, beyond the decay in our schools, the crumbling schools, the teacher retention crisis, and then, of course, beyond the economy that has been virtually stagnant, boasting terrible productivity and income inequality. They have been dreadful metrics of this last government. But in fact, when you look at the IFS and what they say, UK economic activity is 36% lower than it would have been if it continued to grow in line with the 1997 to 2008 trend. This is a lower level than the Eurozone or the United States. And when measured in terms of productivity, the latest 10-year average of growth in potential GDP per worker is 0. The second lowest in the last 150 years. An economy still reeling from the effects of Truss's kamikaze budget, which sent mortgages soaring and prices skyrocketing. And inequality. The UK now has the 9th most unequal incomes in the OECD. Wealth inequality is even more glaring, with the top 5th of the country owning 63% of the country's wealth, while the bottom 5th hold only 0.5%. This doesn't just impact the amount of money in your pocket, it impacts on the economy too. It is why I believe we must address the imbalance of regressive flat taxes, council tax, which must be addressed in the future. And I'm glad to see the Chancellor has closed tax loopholes and rebalanced the burden of payments to those who can afford it. At the same time, this budget will ensure that hard work pays off by raising the minimum wage, and I welcome this. It is striking that many states in the US already pay a higher minimum wage than we do here in the UK, relatively. For hard-pressed households, today's budget will be welcome, of course, with the cost of living crisis. The fact that we have frozen fuel duty is important, but of course not having any increase in income tax, personal national insurance, or in VAT, the penny off the pint as well. These will all be welcomed by people, constituents of mine in Warwick and Leamington. But it is through investment that we can grow and rebalance our economy. Strikingly, 14 years of the Conservatives' economic policies have led to us having the lowest level of public and private investment in any G7 economy. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to be sitting on this side of the House discussing this Labour budget, because we understand the synergy between investing in people and in the economy. We've already put £7 billion into a sovereign wealth fund. We've set up GB Energy, and we'll be establishing a Skills England to ensure we have the skills for the next decade. The Investment Summit announced £63 billion, an extraordinary achievement a few weeks ago. This investment is desperately needed, as pointed out by Gus O'Donnell, Jim O'Neill, Mariana Mazzucato and Mark Carney. They argue the case for loosening the fiscal rules, stating that the current fiscal framework has helped to drive this short-term thinking and create an inbuilt bias against investment. It is a point that is also supported by the IMF. The economists have been calling for years for a radical shake-up to our economy. We need to shift from a consumption-driven economy to an investment-led one. And here I welcome the Chancellor's announcement to support vital sectors such as the energy transition and the automotive industry through the Advanced Manufacturing Plan. The opportunities are huge. It's why the Industrial Strategy Council is so important. So the announcements on green hydrogen, the announcements to support the gigafactories, the life sciences and the aerospace sector, and the £2 billion promised for electric vehicles in the UK are so important. And we need investment in our schools, in our infrastructure, and our NHS. And I'm particularly pleased to see the additional investment going into our NHS, because we can only become wealthy as a nation if we are healthy as a nation. If we do not address our NHS, we will just worsen people's lives, but also this will have a significant impact on our economy. In 2023, the number of people economically inactive because of long-term sickness rose to over 2.5 million people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd love to talk about productivity, but perhaps I'll do it another time. But the LSE report last year found that the UK productivity is lower than in France, Germany and the United States. It is why we need investment. It's why we also need to address the flexible labour laws that we've had in this country, which has led to or contributed to that lower than average investment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time, but I welcome all the measures that, my Right Honourable Friend the Chancellor has announced, but particularly in speaking to address business rates, which is so important for our town centres up and down the country. I welcome the investment into to local government, the additional monies for potholes, for example, but also the support to families for the support for carers, but also for those families with children with SEND needs. This budget has been about stability. It's been about certainty and about credibility, about investing in our economy, and it's so important because above all we need to fix the foundations of our economy. The Chancellor has set out her plan to deliver that change as was promised to the British people, and I commend those choices she has made.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we have to give credit to the Chancellor for a budget that in terms of political presentation was very, very clever. I think the SNP have had an absolutely rotten day. I think the decision to put money into potholes was clever. The fuel duty freeze, very, very welcome, especially for those living in rural parts of our country. But for me, the big one, of course, is the 1p a pint off draft beer, which I've worked out will save me over £1 a week, so I'm particularly thrilled with that. But economically, I sat listening to the numbers thinking this budget is illiterate. I don't know who's doing the sums, whether perhaps it's the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North, but the sums do not work. And the markets now agree with me, because just in the last couple of hours, we've seen a very substantial spike in gilt yields. We're not quite yet back to 2022 with that mini budget, but clearly people are saying this isn't going to work. And even more concerning, I suppose, is that the new head of the Office for Value for Money, David Goldstone, has served for many years on the board of HS2, which I would suggest is the very opposite of value for money.
This point of order will be relevant. Can you confirm it's going to be relevant?
It is relevant, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman mentioned the member for Hackney North. I just wondered whether he had actually warned her that he was going to be mentioning her in the chamber.
I thank the honourable member for the point of order. However, that is not a point of order. It is a courtesy of the House. Nigel Farage.
Nice try. I was just gently teasing, that was all. Invest, invest, invest is what we heard at the start of this budget speech, and I thought, yes, that's what we need, absolutely. Not just the big multinationals that come to smart conferences, but equally, hundreds of thousands of people putting their own risk capital into start-ups, into new businesses. But no, this invest, invest, invest is going to be done by the Chancellor on our behalf. Not just a top economist at the Bank of England, but she's now going to be the fund manager of the nation, investing money and trying to pick winners. And I would suggest the last time governments attempted back in the 1970s to invest money and pick winners, it ended very badly indeed. I will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I just question, when he talks about investment in our country and in businesses, whether he'd prefer to have investment from our government or whether he'd prefer to have investment from maybe the Russian government.
Maybe one or two members of the House ought simply to grow up, but there we are. It's a bit sad. And I've worked in private business myself, and I do wonder, I do think picking winners is wrong. I think we leave this to the free market, and we let people either make money or we let them lose money. And frankly, if they do their dough, well, that's just the way these things work. Any business employing 5 or more people has today been hammered. And I make the point that I've set up companies and run companies. Nobody on the front bench has ever worked in private business. Nobody on the front bench understands what genuine risk capital is. Our business secretary, from what I can make out, has never even had a job. But the most dismal part, no, I've had plenty of jobs. Well, apart from being in the European Parliament, which doesn't really count, obviously. But I got to tell you, What is dismal about this budget is the growth forecast. If the ambition of our Chancellor is that in 4 years' time growth should be 1.5%, that is very, very bad news for everybody, and particularly because it takes no account of the rise in population that will happen through legal immigration. It basically means a rise of zero. And nobody's even mentioned today the fact that gross domestic product per capita, wealth per capita, has been falling consistently nearly every single quarter for the last 2 years. The bigger our population becomes, the poorer we are becoming. And that's a reality we've got to wake up to. But I would say this. The big picture is we're in decline. We're getting poorer. There isn't a £22 billion black hole. That's nonsense. It's 2.7 trillion. Our debt repayments are 90 billion a year. And from all the figures I've seen today, that will be worse in 5 years' time than it is today. We need a complete change of culture. We need to start saying success is a good thing. Making money is a great thing. People becoming rich is something we should encourage. We've got to change our culture of work. The idea that, oh yes, work from home, do a 4-day week, get your work-life balance right. Well, you know what, actually, why don't we say to people, young people, hard work is a good thing. Yeah. Hard work is the only way anybody succeeds individually. And hard work is the only way we're going to have a chance as a country to turn any of this around. We're in much deeper trouble and much more... now, you keep on going. Please sit down, honestly. You've had a go. We are in much deeper trouble than anybody on either front bench dares to admit. It's a reality we should all face. And I have to say that, for a Labour Party that couldn't define what a woman was, couldn't define what a working person was, well, after today, I'm pretty convinced they can't define what economic growth is. Thank you.
Yeah. I call Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to say it's a pleasure to follow the gentleman for the Honourable Member for Clacton, but honesty forbids me, and I will move on at this point, I think. Because this is a long-awaited budget. We have in Wales waited 14 years for a budget from a Labour government in Westminster, a government who will finally work with and not against the Senedd in Cardiff and provide support for the people of Wales. I'm also so proud to say that this is the first budget to be delivered by a female Chancellor, the first female Chancellor ever in the UK. This is fantastic, and I'm really proud to have been able to listen to her deliver her speech today. Since I was first elected back in 2019, I've had hundreds of constituents email and write to me about the effects of previous Conservative budgets, most noticeably after the disastrous mini-budget by the former Prime Minister Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, the failed Chancellor. One constituent wrote to me that every day is becoming a struggle. Another person had been living off less than £2 over the weekend and came into my office saying they were very low on food and was overdrawn. As Members of Parliament, I know that where we are able to help, we do, but we have too often reached the end of what support we can offer too soon. So I welcome this budget, a budget for working people to help them after 14 years of constant deterioration in their living standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be under no illusions. The budgets of the past governments were budgets to enrich the rich and impoverish ordinary people, not to help them. The situation that this Labour government inherited as a result is not one that we wanted, but it's one that we're left with. And we are faced with this black hole, and we must face up to it. This new Labour government promised change from the failure of the past 14 years, and this budget confirms our commitment to do just that. The government's already taken steps to fix the foundations of the economy by shifting power towards working people, with the Employment Rights Bill, addressing the rail rip-off by bringing train operating companies into public ownership, and introducing a bill to combat the Tory sewage crisis. The Conservatives crushed the economy, sending mortgages through the roof, wasting billions of pounds of taxpayers' money on their failed asylum system, propping up private rail companies that weren't delivering, and facilitating dodgy COVID contracts, leaving the £22 billion black hole in the nation's finances and public services on their knees. And let's not forget, this £22 billion is a recurring amount, so it needs to be addressed right away. We cannot afford to wait any longer. And then, of course, after all this dither and delay, the Conservatives called an election and then ran away. All of this means there are choices to be made. The first choice that this government's had to be making is to be open and honest with the electorate. All of us have felt the effects of 14 years of Tory government. It was evident in every aspect of our lives. But as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has made clear today, the true scale of the problem did not become clear until very, very recently, until she actually had the keys to number 11. The second choice that this government has had to make is to be responsible about how to go about filling the £22 billion black hole created by the party opposite. And then the third choice is to truly acknowledge the parlous state of our public services and the scale of work that must be done to address this. Crumbling buildings, poor staff morale and recruitment and retention problems are present throughout our whole public sector. Schools, hospitals and the brilliant people who sustain our education and health systems are crying out for investment that they need and deserve. After 14 years of austerity combined with a post-COVID inflation crisis, we've seen the decline of living standards and the cost of living soar. All while private profits increased and the wealthiest became wealthier still. The Prime Minister is therefore right to insist that tax rises should not be levied on working people. Those with the broadest shoulders should bear the costs, the very wealthiest and the large corporations who have registered soaring profits. We will not raise national insurance, VAT or income tax as we promised in our manifesto. Just as we pledged in the election campaign, Labour will protect working people, people like my constituents in Newport West and Isthloyn. This budget has delivered for Wales for the first time in a generation. Wales voted for change at the general election and change has begun by sustainably investing in Wales's future. And as Chair of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, I really welcome the £1.7 billion of new money for Wales, both through the Barnett formula but also through direct spending. Most notably, I welcome the substantial increase in Barnett consequentials for Welsh Labour Government to put towards day-to-day spending on public services like the NHS. I welcome the money to support steel communities, both through the Transition Board, but also protecting the levelling up funding in Port Talbot and elsewhere. I, of course, welcome the £25 million to make coal tips safe, and I'm so glad that our government has stepped in so quickly to do this important work. I welcome the £430 million in funding for communities across Wales and investment zones to drive economic growth, and I welcome the money for rail projects with the promise of a sustainably funded future. In Wales, we are seeing the largest real-term settlement since devolution began in 1999. Labour is creating the conditions for long-term economic growth so people can finally enjoy the proceeds of their hard work and see an actual increase in living standards. Change has begun. With this budget, this Labour government is investing in Britain's future so we can protect working people, fix the NHS and rebuild our country. This budget shows the difference having two Labour governments working together makes for Wales. I thank the Chancellor for her drive and her determination and her honesty, and I look forward to her remaining in her post for many years to come.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's with sadness that I rise to speak in this debate on the budget of broken promises, because during the election campaign I heard from many constituents around how they felt regarding disillusionment in our political system, feeling that Westminster seems to only talk about itself, doesn't represent them, at times treats them like fools. And I think this budget that we've seen in this announcement is a damage to our democracy in the way that it treats our voters, our population, with contempt. For the past few months, my constituents have been hearing from the government how everything is going to be awful and this is going to be a punishment budget, and they have been waiting with trepidation to the announcements that's going to happen. They've heard that when the Labour Party came into power, they discovered things they weren't expecting, and so had to announce winter fuel cuts, despite the fact they've been talking about doing so in this place for quite some time. They've said they've got to make difficult decisions and they would stick to all their promises, but hey, it turns out there's various loopholes which they'd weaved carefully into their manifesto that they can pull out, which is one of the reasons why we've seen over the past few weeks this incredible debate over what a working person is, which has been so far pure and utter sophistry. Well, what is a working person? Because it would appear this is what so much of this budget debate turns on. Certainly, I'd say I'm a working person. People here, for the most part, are working people. The majority of my constituents are working people or have been working people until they started claiming a pension, and that needs to be respected. In fact, as we go through the budget, and since the Chancellor said that there will be no tax rises on working people, then this leads to a great degree of confusion. So as a business owner, is somebody who works as a tradesman, are they not a working person? Ironically, they say they want to fix the foundations of the country. I wonder where they're going to get the tradespeople to do so. How about people who save for their future? Are they not working people? How about our pensioners? Have they not been working people? How about people who use the bus? Are they not working people? But thankfully today, I got an email from the TUC which helped clarify who the working people are, because they pointed out that they are the people who represent working people. And I think our constituents all know that unless you're a trade union member or someone who is dependent on the state, the party opposite doesn't think you are a working person and they are coming for you. Now, I was sad. Well, look at the tax rises. When the members opposite start digesting what has been announced today, they start digesting what the impact of an extremely low growth rate over the next few years is going to do. When they look at the impact on farmers who are going to struggle to pass on their farms, when they look at the impact of small businesses, the businesses who we depend on growth and investment and prosperity, they're going to regret what's been said today. And I'm sad that the South East wasn't really mentioned. Surrey wasn't really mentioned. Well, he laughs, but he would do well to consider that outside of London, Surrey is the biggest net contributor to the Treasury. So he would do well, the Chancellor would do well to listen to Surrey MPs in terms of the investment that we need in infrastructure locally so that we can continue to provide money to the economy for the ambitions for all of us. And for me and my constituency, that means confirmation of support for the Weybridge Health Centre rebuild, fixing our level crossings, our motorways and rebuilding the Magna Carta School. Madam Deputy Speaker, they had an opportunity, this budget, which they have missed. They've chosen duplicity over delivery, politics over pragmatism, and sophistry over service.
Oh, Nashar. Honour to follow a gentleman from Runnymede. It's interesting. I would just urge a word of perhaps some humility is in order. Given my constituents in Bradford West, the amount of repossessions happened after the last budget, which had a run on the pound. Let's just go through what happened then. And that he supported, he might not, it wasn't that long ago when repossessions went up, when mortgages went up, when people were suffering. That party over there, I think it's quite good to do, food banks has become food porn. And that was under his government's watch. So maybe there's some need for a little bit of humility. Can I just, coming back to the crux of my speech, can I just say thank you to the Chancellor, the first female Chancellor to stand in this chamber and deliver what was today a landmark budget. I have waited more than 15 budgets for a budget from this side of the House, and I can tell you it is so heartwarming when for the last 9 years we've been on them benches having to fight for the basics, for school meals for children, and have footballers campaign, and the embarrassment that was for us as a country when austerity was a political choice that his side of the chamber made when they were on this side. So it's lovely to see the grown-ups back in charge. Grown-ups who are delivering a budget for the working people of Great Britain. There must be no doubt that the Chancellor's task to deliver this was extremely difficult, given the reality of public finances, what we've inherited by the opposite side. But today, the Chancellor put forward a plan to turn the tide. She has delivered a budget that will put money back into the pockets of working people. A budget that will not only save the NHS, but also ensures it will remain the pride of our public services for generations to come.
a budget that provides for our children and schools and education they deserve for a brighter future, and a budget that invests in infrastructure to rebuild Britain. From the moment the coalition was formed following the general election in May 2010, the new Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron, stated that his first priority was to reduce the deficit and restore economic growth. Well, how did that work out? Let me remind them. By the end of the Conservative era, both of these priorities were failed. UK GDP is now 400 billion less than expected from the growth rate forecast by the OBR when the Conservatives took office in 2010. When it comes to wages, from 2010 to 2014, earnings grew at probably the slowest rate in more than 200 years. For Bradford, for my constituents, this budget provides us with infrastructure investment, which I'm really grateful for, a huge boost we need. And therefore, I welcome the Chancellor's announcement today of funding for upgrades for Bradford Foster Square Station and investment in the mass transit for Bradford tramline that will redefine the urban journey from Bradford City Centre and to Leeds City Centre, improving public spaces, driving economic growth and ensuring faster and more reliable access to essential destinations while linking key communities in between. Whilst I'll be speaking to the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Transport on the finer details, this infrastructure investment is needed for Bradford to drive our economic growth. On the flip, what happened with the Conservatives, they promised time and time again, you know, in their 17 statements I sat through, they promised MPR, they promised to unlock the growth, they promised to level up, and all they did was level down and level down and level down. And now we have the chance to fix all of those issues, to fix what they did wrong. And our Chancellor and our government had difficult choices because of the Tory failures, but today they delivered. They delivered a pay rise for 3 million workers. They delivered the biggest increase in carers' allowances since its introduction. They delivered 2.3 billion increase in core school budgets. Delivered a budget that triples free school breakfast, adds 1 billion in funding for special educational needs and disabilities and 1.4 billion for school rebuilding programme to provide our children with the school buildings to ensure they thrive in education. They delivered in protecting the NHS with an extra 22.6 billion for day-to-day spending in the NHS, with 25.6 billion over 2 years to cut waiting times, with 40,000 extra elective appointments a week. A manifesto promise made true and delivered today. People can have the care and the health protections in the NHS that they deserve. This budget is unashamedly a budget for working families and working people, putting money in the pockets of the very people that have been let down by 14 years of Conservative rule. I welcome this budget and I'm pleased to see the positive impact it will have on my constituents across Bradford West.
Kalinos Mede.
Today the Chancellor had the opportunity for a transformative change, but I'm afraid the Chancellor has decided to give with one hand and take with another. Plaid Cymru recognised the terrible financial legacy inherited from the Conservatives, but this was not the way to fix it. No fairer funding formula for Wales, no sign of the £4 billion worth of HS2 consequential owed to Wales, no devolution of the Crown Estate, and no U-turn on the winter fuel allowance or an end to the cruel two-child benefits cap. They could have tried to spread the pain, a bigger contribution by the very richest through a wealth tax, for example. Instead, the increase to national insurance will punish businesses and make it harder for them to create well-paid jobs. The budget document suggests that there is an allowance for public sector organisations. I would appreciate some clarity from the Minister as to what this allowance entails and what constitutes a public sector organisation. Crucially, austerity will continue for some of the most vulnerable in our society by failing to helping the 540,000 pensioners in Wales to keep warm this winter and refusing to bring an end to the two-child cap in Wales where a third of our children live in poverty. There is little in this budget that fixes the foundations for Wales. The uplift to the block grant will not rebalance Wales's fiscal settlement.
Welsh councils alone face a £559 million budget gap in 2025-26. And I'm afraid that changes to rules on inheritance will seriously threaten Welsh family farms, who are the backbone of rural economy. In opposition, the Labour Party supported Plaid Cymru's call for the £4 billion owed to Wales in rail funds. They criticised the previous government for failing to give clarity on the Wilbar project in my constituency, yet in government they are repeating the same errors. We welcome that Westminster is finally beginning to address the coal tip safety as a long-standing issue predating devolution. While this is an important first step in tackling its environmental impact, these communities will continue to suffer without meaningful efforts to create jobs and prosperity. I urge both Welsh and UK governments to develop a strategy that not only addresses safety and environmental concerns, but also breathes life into the local economy. That would be true, lasting cooperation. Plaid Cymru will scrutinise every line of Labour's budgets because Wales deserves more than broken promises. We demand a fair deal.
Noah Law.
Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the Chancellor's budget, which is a landmark budget, not just because it is the first Labour budget in 14 years, not just because it is the first from a woman Chancellor in over 800 years, but also because of the intellectual change it represents, which the Father of the House earlier made reference to. And in that change, we are looking to enact, of course, a significant shift in the mindset of budgets, from a no-can-do Britain to a can-do Britain, a Britain where we believe that investing is not simply a waste, but an unblocker for private sector dynamism and investment of the kind that we so desperately need in Cornwall. So I welcome also the Industry Minister's commitment for us to join with us in a round table in the new year and meet with those most promising of industries that we have in Cornwall. I'm also delighted that our calls for structural funding in the form of shared prosperity funding have been honoured by this government, particularly given the willingness of the previous government to throw us under a bus, shipping young people on their not-so-merry way to a harebrained national service scheme. And I only wish more members of that previous government were sat on the benches opposite to debate this landmark budget with me this evening. It is through the National Wealth Fund and GB Energy we will be able to mobilise billions of pounds of private finance, de-risking investments to support critical infrastructure projects, including in Cornwall, which will turbocharge the green economy and propel our country into the future. Our Labour government will make sure that we invest every penny of taxpayers' money responsibly, prioritising our public services, ensuring economic stability remains at the heart of decision-making and protecting working people from preventable economic shocks such as those we've seen. We are driving forward that green industrial revolution at home in Cornwall, and I am committed to ensuring that the spoils of that are spread amongst the community. Our investment in skills and infrastructure will empower local people and open up those opportunities for growth and innovation. This government's budget... I'm actually making quite a brief speech here, but I appreciate the eagerness of colleagues to lend their remarks to this landmark speech, this landmark budget. Thanking honourable members on the front bench. This government's budget signals a clear departure from the short-termism and sticking plaster politics of the last 14 years. They are committed to taking long-term decisions to fix the fragile foundations of this country and secure a prosperous future for all. So for St Austell and Newquay and the Clay Country, this means not just recovery, but a real chance to thrive, ensuring that our communities are at the forefront of this transformation and benefit from a brighter, more prosperous future.
Yeah. Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if, like me, you're a fan of Westminster, but perhaps if you are, you'll remember the first ever episode of what was supposed to be a sitcom, the episode Open Government, where Sir Humphrey starts by explaining to Bernard that get the difficult stuff, dispose of it in the title. It will do far less harm in the title than in the actual report. It seems to be a lesson that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has taken to heart. Because whilst we have any number of posters, slogans, signs, reports with growth in the title, it even popped up once or twice in the Chancellor's speech, there is virtually nothing in today's budget statement or the hundreds of pages of documentation the Treasury have published today that will actually lead to growth in our economy. There was almost nothing in the King's speech that could deliver meaningful growth in our economy that is clearly needed. And every hour that passes, it becomes clearer that the Chancellor's promises have not been delivered, that there is a wide gap between what was promised and the hopes that were raised before the election and what we have seen both in the legislative programme but also in the first budget in 14 years, as has been said by this Chancellor of the Exchequer. And the problem isn't the black hole that the Chancellor claims to have found but which the OBR report does not support. The problem isn't that hole. The problem is the hole, the enormous gap, the chasm between what the Chancellor and the Prime Minister promised in opposition and before the election and what they are actually now delivering for our constituencies. Every hour that goes by, people are seeing that they were sold a false prospectus. They were sold a false prospectus on that growth because the OBR outlook makes it absolutely clear that whilst they expect a temporary boost to GDP in the short term, there will probably be some crowding out of private activity in the medium term. And that is why the OBR forecasts that the measures in this budget will not raise growth, but will cut growth in 2026 and 2027 and 2028 and 2029. This is an anti-growth budget. For the measures that we're looking to the Chancellor to announce to support growth locally in our constituencies, where is the certainty around the levelling up funds that our communities were promised? The certainty around the long-term plan for towns that our communities were promised. That, before the election in my previous constituency, I'd worked hard with local stakeholders, local councils, with the combined authority to help secure. Now, those boundaries mean that those projects aren't in my constituency anymore. In fact, they are now represented by Labour members of Parliament opposite. But whilst it was pointed out repeatedly that people had voted for change, I know that the people of Brierley Hill did not vote to lose their next generation vehicle technology centre to deliver the new skills that are needed for the community. I know that the people of Dudley didn't vote to lose their £20 million of long-term plan for towns funding that would make such a difference to the community. Of course I'll give way to my honourable friend.
My honourable friend who's giving a powerful speech on this budget of broken promises. People in Dudley and elsewhere didn't vote for this Labour government to put up taxes on working people. And yet the OBR has said today that 76% of the cost of that rise in national insurance contributions will come out of ordinary working people's wages. They are rightly angry about it and will get angrier still as they understand the implications. Does he agree?
Well, my right honourable friend is clearly
absolutely spot on, and we don't even need to take his word for it, obviously definitive though it is. The Chancellor herself was clear that so many of the tax rises that she has introduced today were taxes on jobs that would find their way in, could only find their way into people's, or rather out of people's pay packets. But people were also sold a false prospectus on our national finances. Before the election, the then Shadow Chancellor promised the Labour Party would be the party of fiscal responsibility, that she would have iron discipline. Well, all we can see is that, at least with Gordon Brown, he was faithful to prudence for a full term. It looks as though fiscal responsibility has been jilted at the altar within the first few months by this Chancellor. On page 6 of the OBR Outlook, they are clear that the measures in this budget increase borrowing by £150 billion over the course of this Parliament. Of course I'll give way.
Can I ask him to clarify whether he thinks, if he thinks that taxes on businesses shouldn't increase, therefore where should the tax burden lie? And if he doesn't think that the borrowing should increase, what would he cut from the budget?
We have yet to see the departmental, the departmental allocations. What is clear, looking through those OBR projections, is that there are massive increases in borrowing, but they're even those are dwarfed. The savage tax rises that have been set out today are dwarfed by the increases in spending, the choices the Chancellor has made, not to do with any black hole, but because of her priorities that were there before the election, and that when people were told that taxes wouldn't have to rise under a Labour government, they're now seeing what the reality is. Because the current budget deficit is going to be increased by £9.3 billion for every year of this forecasting, of course.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. And I noticed that he still has a numerous pieces of paper left in his sheath, so hopefully he's coming to this point. But it's not entirely clear to me that the Chancellor stood here today and made choices for the future of the country. And it is, of course, what we do here that we agree or disagree with the choices that are made. But what I'm not hearing from anybody on that side of the chamber is what alternative choices you would make.
Well, it was very clearly set out, and the Chancellor was very clear with voters. The now Prime Minister was very clear with voters that there was nothing in Labour's plans that would require tax rises outside of very specific tax rises that they'd indicated, that they were not looking to raise taxes on businesses, on working people, on farmers. This was dismissed as being a lie in the television debates, whereas now we're seeing that in as far as the claims that were made during the campaign were untrue, they were untrue in as much as both the now Leader of the Opposition and Shadow Chancellor hugely underestimated how much the Labour government would hike people's taxes by. And it is, again, a false prospectus that has been sold. Because on page 11 of the OBR Outlook, they set out that earning growth will halve over the course of this Parliament. It is a betrayal of working people. There is a tax on work, the tax on jobs that the Chancellor was so keen to attack whilst in opposition. The increase in business rates that's going to add £6,000 to the bills on a typical pub at a time when so many are only just managing it. The increases in national insurance contributions for businesses that are adding £15 per worker. I'm getting glances from Madam Deputy Speaker to suggest I ought to be winding up. And of course these costs are proportionately much higher for those who are employing part-time workers on modest incomes. As my honourable friend for West Worcestershire had said, what we see is French labour laws and German taxes, and I fear it will then lead to Spanish unemployment rates. This budget is damaging growth. It's damaging to national finances. It's damaging to small businesses and working people. It's damaging to farming in our rural communities. It is smoke and mirrors. It is the fiscal equivalent of the people on Westminster Bridge who invite tourists to put money on Find the Lady. It is a budget that's hidden behind semantics, sophistry and small print. It is bad for the country, and the sooner that it can be reversed, the better.
Kanishka Narayan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this historic budget and on this historic day. I start by congratulating my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and the Treasury team. For 14 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of the Vale of Glamorgan and this country have been weighing up their hopes pent up inside. Today, the Chancellor has weighed those hopes up, looked at them in the eyes, and lifted them. For that, I congratulate the Chancellor and the entire team in the Treasury. Madam Deputy Speaker, government is supposed to be the means by which ordinary people exercise their collective agency to shape our communities. For 14 years, the party opposite denied ordinary people their voice. It denied us collective agency, and it denied us a sense of hopes in our community. Per worker productivity growth the past decade, weakest on average since 1850, the worst foundation for shared prosperity. Public services on their knees, the worst foundation for shared dignity. Our army shrunk, our prisons bursting, the worst foundation for shared security. And through it all, the double whammy of high borrowing rates and low nominal growth, through which they punched into our weak foundations a further £22 billion fiscal black hole. It is, as a side note, Madam Deputy Speaker, astonishing to me that the honourable gentleman on the other side talks about fiscal responsibility and semantics. I don't think he was rising and talking about it in the sharpest spike in overnight gilt yields this country has seen in the 21st century. It is a national embarrassment for them. They should be standing here and apologising, pointing the finger down as they ought to have been doing at the time, and apologising for what you were doing at the time. But I see no contrition on that side. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are those who will say why we talk about the £22 billion black hole they have left, why we dwell on the past. Well, I dwell on the past for this reason, because we have to know where we've come from to grip the urgency of where we must go. Even more, amidst the worst foundation for prosperity, for dignity, for security, and the final punch of their fiscal black hole, there is a deeper inheritance too. That is the inheritance of diminished trust. Diminished hope that we can get out of their hole. That is why the Chancellor's budget is not just good for our economy, but it is essential for my community in the Vale of Glamorgan. It says with strong conviction, that was them, this is now us. The voice of ordinary people, I must make progress for a second, the voice of ordinary people expressed in our collective agency. Foundations wrecked by them, fixed now by us. The OBR trashed by them, still being trashed by them, affirmed by us. Investment in our future, our health, our jobs, our future, structurally slashed by them, regained by us. I will indeed.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and he talks about investment for our future. What is he going to say to the farmers of the Vale of Glamorgan who fear that they will no longer be able to pass on their farms to the next generation as each generation before them has been able to do until this day, this black day of broken promises in this budget?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point. I will say to them what I said to them in the campaign, which is I see the pain inflicted on them by the last 14 years. The fact that the quality of our animal welfare standards, the quality of our environmental standards in proud Welsh farming and British farming sold down the drain in trade deals negotiated by your side whilst you were laughing along. Absolutely unacceptable. That is what I'm going to say to them, and I will confirm to them that we will not be allowing any of that again. Thanks very much. Investment in our future, Madam Deputy Speaker, structurally slashed, regained by us. Borrowing rates shot up by them, the biggest overnight spike in short-term gilts in the 21st century, brought back at par with the United States by us. Markets decried as conspiracists by them. Markets hailing the return of British fiscal credibility down to us. Wales, Madam Deputy Speaker, denied a voice by them, back at the front of centre of the budget and this government. Now again, real wages squeezed by them, a national living wage rising again, a fuel duty freeze, carers allowance and, much to my heart's delight, a pint off the pound for a penny off the pound in our pints in the pubs of the Vale of Glamorgan and across the country back again. At the heart of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, trust, that most critical foundation for my community, ripped up by then, now brick by brick, rebuilt by us.
Before I call the next speaker, members do know that we are pushed for time today, so I am imposing an immediate 5-minute time limit. Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think it's so inspiring for women and girls around the country to have heard the first female Chancellor deliver her budget speech today. And we as Liberal Democrats will always welcome the parts of the budget that aim to take the NHS off life support after so many years of underinvestment by the Conservative government. So it's good to hear the commitments that are being made today. If we are to fix the NHS and to bring down this disastrous backlogs in treatments and appointments, which are causing incredible amount of suffering to constituents around the country, then we need to not only repair those hospitals with crumbling roofs, but also to build the new hospitals. And that we build them as a matter of urgency, because the progress has been far too slow. We all knew that the new hospitals programme was ambitious, and sadly, this programme was failed by the Conservatives. Originally 40 new hospitals promised by 2030. Not one of them opened yet. And in a cruel sense of irony, we find ourselves with a backlog of hospitals waiting to be built. And no assurances yet, though, in this budget, how many will be funded. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of South Cambridgeshire, the Cambridge Cancer Hospital, a new hospital with great ambition to change the story of cancer forever, a cutting-edge hospital which will offer life-saving treatment to patients across the east of England, including, I hope, my husband. What really sets it apart is that this same building, alongside the patients and their medical teams, will be academic and industry researchers focused on delivering groundbreaking early detection and innovations that will transform the lives of millions of cancer patients, not just in Cambridgeshire and the east of England, but worldwide. This new hospital, however, is trapped in uncertainty, because despite having a full business case approved, planning permission approved, and spades in the ground, this essential hospital is on hold. With every day that we are waiting to hear the final green light, the costs escalate in the overall budget, not just cost to the cost of building, but potentially costs to human lives too. The government has placed these hospitals, promised in 2019, under review, and done so because the Conservatives never allocated the funding needed despite their promises, which means, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are waiting with bated breath for the final decision, now announced for January 2025. I had the pleasure to meet with the Chancellor's colleague, the Secretary of State for Health and Care, to discuss the situation that is facing the Cambridge Cancer Hospital in my constituency. I received assurances that funding to support the costs of the contractor are still being paid in the meantime. Will the Chancellor commit to allocating the funding necessary for the Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital, finally, so that the promises are not broken once again to all those in the east of England and beyond who are desperate for groundbreaking, life-saving cancer treatments? Thank you.
Call Steve Yam.
Deputy Speaker, and although it's somewhat disappointing for me to see the benches opposite almost empty tonight, it does at the same time give me really great pleasure to welcome the first Labour budget in more than 14 years. And I'm delighted that the Chancellor herself also visited Mansfield during the election, and she clearly listened to the concerns of my constituents, because many of the things that local people have been saying they wanted to see were announced in the House this afternoon. Now, during my election campaign, I set out a mandate of 5 missions to deliver as part of my commitment to help the people of Mansfield and Warsop, and it's refreshing to see that today's budget will enable me to deliver upon those missions alongside the national missions that we have as a government. And Nottinghamshire has previously held the accolade for being the worst place for potholes in the UK, and my constituents contact me regularly in exasperation about the state of the roads in Mansfield after 8 years of failure from the Tories in County Hall. And the people of Mansfield will therefore very much welcome the news that we're investing almost £1.6 billion further to maintain and renew the nation's roads. This will enable us to go even further than the previous government's commitment to fix an additional 1 million potholes across England each year, and I look forward to working with ministers to ensure that Nottinghamshire gets its fair share of that funding. My residents in Mansfield also report to me their experiences with the 8 AM scramble for a GP appointment, wanting more investment to rebuild our NHS and cut waiting times. And today, I'm glad that we made progress towards dealing with that mess left by the previous government. I know those Mansfield residents will therefore welcome the Chancellor's announcement of over £20 billion increase in the day-to-day health budget, which will help deliver our manifesto commitment to fund 40,000 extra hospital appointments a week, increase capacity for tens of thousands more procedures next year, and deliver that new capacity for over 1 million additional diagnostic tests. Now, local people also want to see us fix our broken housing market for both buyers and renters. The £500 million boost to affordable homes will help local authorities and housing associations. Visitors to our town centre wanted us to crack down on crime and antisocial behaviour, and I know that people of Mansfield will welcome today's announcement to increase core government grant for police forces. My final focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to see us create the conditions for a stable and growing economy that benefits the prosperity of people in Mansfield and Warsop. The Chancellor clearly understands this with the announcement of the additional £300 million for further education by transforming the apprenticeship levy into a growth and skills levy, and I look forward to collaborating with my colleagues in government to deliver the benefits of that package for Mansfield. Stability, Madam Deputy Speaker, ensures both energy security, protects household budgets. It means that my local businesses can have the confidence to invest in people. And stability means that instead of worrying about political infighting and jumping from one crisis to the next, we can invest in our public services. And that's what the people of Mansfield sent me here to deliver on. And so I am so very pleased to see that our first budget is also protecting working people. We are choosing to ask the wealthiest and businesses to pay their fair share while ensuring that working people will not face higher taxes in their pay slips. And Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, the party opposite wrecked the economy, and today we are fixing the foundations and beginning the work of rebuilding it. And that is why I'm so proud to be part of this new government, to support it and to support and vote for this budget. Thank you.
I call Brian Matthew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many members have welcomed aspects of today's budget, and I do too, especially the additional funding for the NHS and for school rebuilding in the face of the rat crisis. However, the impact on small farms, slightly larger than the 1 million threshold, is going to be devastating and will see family-owned farms in my constituency of Melksham and Devizes, and no doubt across the UK, selling out to big business as inheritance tax literally tears them apart. I urge the government to think again on this before it breaks up family farms, threatens food security and destroys communities. Thank you.
I call Blair McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I'm not surprised to see that the opposition benches are quite so empty when it comes to scrutinising their economic record, because people understand that the inheritance which this government was given from them wasn't just one of poor delivery, it wasn't one of an economic downturn, it was one of national decline. Because everywhere you looked in this country, nothing worked. People understand that because they live it every single day in their lives. But I have to say I disagree today a little with the front bench in their analysis of the Tories' record on growth, because I think there is a record on growth that the Tories deserve to have their names attached to. The number of food parcels given out in this country grew under them. It grew to 3 million. The number of workers on 0 hours contracts grew to more than 1 million. The number of patients on waiting lists grew threefold. The number having to go for private treatment reached almost 1 million. The average heating bill grew by more than 100%. The problems grew and grew, and the response became smaller and smaller from the last government. They shrunk from the challenge, refusing even to acknowledge the problem and hiding it in their own budget. And other honourable members today have mentioned Alistair Darling fondly today, and I think everyone who knew him and who was friends with him will be thinking about him today. But the worst insult that Alistair had for someone was that they were not serious, that they were not serious people. And the honourable and right honourable, and I think also gallant member for New Forest West earlier on impressed the House by quoting Swahili. Well, my Swahili was learnt from The Lion King, and that idea of Hakuna Matata sums up the whole economic attitude of the last government. And it's clear from listening to them today that if the voters had not intervened, they would have kept on for year after year with cuts, underinvestment, continuing with austerity. And thank goodness today we have serious leadership again, a budget that moves on from that failed project. And there'll be the debate about how public debt is registered within the public finances. But these are not technical details. That we took such a strict view of investment in this country is why we have so few scanners in hospitals. It's why kids in my constituency spend their whole childhood in crowded homes. It is why families are waiting for social housing. It's why kids are in classrooms that should have been rebuilt. And so what a relief to see that investment today, and particularly within my constituency, I welcome the investment into hydrogen within East Renfrewshire, building on the advantage we already have here. And values are, as others have said, about choices, and we've seen the choices of the others choosing to stand with the 1% who pay capital gains tax over the 99% who do, for the 0.1% of the population who are non-DOMs, and the private jet setters over the masses. But if they oppose the revenue raisers, then they are also setting themselves against the spending and the investment. And speaking of being serious, as a Scottish MP, I'm delighted that the adults are in charge here. But the clowns are still in charge of the circus in St Andrew's House. And not surprising that they're not here. But today, with the largest ever settlement for the devolution of the devolution era, they are left naked. The last fig leaf covering up their embarrassment is gone. Their own inadequacy is exposed, and what it lays bare is not very impressive. And so today offers the chance for Scotland to deliver change based on that investment that has been made available by Labour. But it cannot go down the same drain as everything else has done in Scotland. And so this budget offers the opportunity to grow the economy, to grow incomes, to grow industries. But there's something else, I think, stirring today, which other honourable members have mentioned, and it's an unfamiliar feeling. We can begin to hope again. We can begin to hope and to feel proud and to look forward to the future of our country once again.
I call Torsten Bell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can also praise my honourable colleague for his speech and also for his reference to Alistair Darling, who would indeed think that not being serious was the worst thing that could possibly happen. But he also would have had his definition of seriousness, which is, yes, on a day when we have a huge budget like this and people will be spending their time going through all the weeds, and I promise you it is sorely tempting, that you should focus on the big picture choices that have been made, because those are the choices that will define not just this budget but this Parliament and this government. I'm going to touch on two of those today, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, the choice that the state of the public finances and public services cannot continue as they are today, and the second choice is that we cannot continue to be a country living off our past rather than investing in our future, because those are the choices of this budget, and the fact that the members opposite are not in their places shows they do not know what their choices are. They do not have answers to those questions. Now, first, turning to the public finances and the public services. We all live in parts of the country where people are not getting the operations they need, where crimes are not going investigated, where prisons are overflowing and don't have the places we need. Tax rises are inevitable to start to turn them around, and it is tough but fair choices laid out by the Chancellor today that are how we start to do that. And on the public finances, we've heard from several members opposite today suggesting that this is a looser perspective. But the truth is the fiscal rules we've set on current spending today are for a target that have not been met once under the previous Conservative government. Not once, a single year. And the truth is, I think most members opposite know on the public services that they are not sustainable. And they know they left the public finances in a bad shape because the peak of austerity was back in 2018. And they knew then that it couldn't be sustained politically or indeed socially because they promised to bring austerity to an end. But it hasn't felt like that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, some of that is because of difficult circumstances from COVID to cost surges on energy, but it's also because they have been distracted, promising tax cuts while delivering tax rises. I would invite all honourable members to turn to chart 4.5 in the OBR document to recognise that the tax rises put in place by the previous government are much larger than the tax rises that have had to be announced, regrettably, by the Chancellor today. So if tax rises are the death of growth, the tax rises the country are living with are Tory tax rises. But it's not just on tax. They were also promising public service improvements without allocating the public spending to make them a reality. And the OBR has laid that out clear and bare today. And we all know the result. Public services are worse today than they were in 2018. And the spending plans we inherited would have made them worse still. £1 in £10 cut from day-to-day public service spending. None of us think that is possible. So we have made a different choice. We've chosen to take tough but fair choices on tax and to put the spending in that is needed, including £1.7 billion for Wales. Now, turning to the second choice. The second choice, to invest. Because we can't carry on living off our past rather than investing in our future. And even if that was ever an option, it isn't today, after doing that for 3 long decades. The previous government was planning a cut of a third in net investment, over £20 billion a year. Why? Yes, because politics of all stripes has short-termist incentives, but because for too long our macroeconomic framework has had built-in a heavy bias against investment spending. Fiscal new rules have driven back cuts whenever bad news has arrived, and that drives problems on the volume of investment. The average OECD country has invested 50% more than us this century, but also in the volatility of investment, just as the previous government was planning. And that weak investment undermines growth. Now, we've heard a lot today that business will not like every measure in this budget, and they may not. But we need to be clear. business investment in Britain has been lower than every single G7 economy for previous years. And why? Because of a lack of stability from Liz Truss to Boris Johnson. Because things can't be built. Because they can't get the workers. Because we have run down the NHS and people are too sick to go to work. So it is true this is a big budget, and it's true that there are big choices, because we have to recognise them. How do we deliver stable public finances? How do we deliver functioning public services? How do we deliver an investment programme that underpins growth, not undermining it? We should all actually agree those are the goals facing this country, and the Tories actually lost the last election because they didn't even try to answer them. And from the basis of today, they are not trying still. The Chancellor has answered all three. Tough but fair choices, not easy answers, but a new direction for Britain. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Josh Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too, rather than getting lost in the weeds, would like to take a step back, because we in this country today, like allies over the Atlantic and across the Channel, are reckoning with turbulent forces of change. Technological transformation, ageing societies, the destruction of our natural world, vast inequalities of wealth and power, and mass migration across the globe. Ours is an age of insecurity, of uncertainty, a moment when grasping the opportunities before us requires choices. Choosing whose side we're on, which industries will power growth, what frictions we'll permit in pursuit of security, and which partners we will embrace around the world. Today, the Chancellor has made choices. What underpins these choices is a simple but powerful point I would like to underscore, that because the challenges of this age are immense, so the solutions must be equally bold. A turbulent age requires the confidence to stand tall, to square up to what is not working, and to make sure that we reform what is not delivering for the people of this country. The Chancellor's choices today demonstrate this commitment, this reckoning with the magnitude of the challenges this country faces. First, the Chancellor chose investment. Sometimes I wonder if the members opposite could benefit from more time to think through what they are really for and why. Because to oppose the changes she has made today is to welcome the apathy, the defeatism that says decline is inevitable. There's a certain mental attitude which appears to have gripped the members opposite. It's too hard. There's too many barriers. It cannot be done. By opposing the revolution in investment the Chancellor's unleashed today, the members opposite have firmly put themselves on the side of the naysayers, those who would lie still while Britain declines. Not us, not on these benches. Second, the Chancellor chose who...
There is a member.
I'll make some progress. Who this government will stand beside. This government chose to do that by raising taxes, by taxing assets and wealth and those who can afford it, and by protecting working people, and following my predecessor, Ian McCartney, in raising the minimum wage for 8,000 constituents of mine who will benefit. No, I won't. We on these benches are proud of that fact. Alongside the Make Work Pay package, this government is delivering a generational shift in wealth and power towards workers, a shift that is long overdue. We know that eroding worker power and pay is bad for productivity and bad for growth. More importantly, how can any worker in Britain trust their government and have faith in their country when for so long their government has failed to deliver for them? This government will stand beside working people no matter what. Lastly, the Chancellor chose to move Britain confidently into the future, to be an activist government embracing a new era of technological change, investing billions in data storage and processing, transforming how we deliver healthcare to shift towards prevention and community health provision. I hope she and the Secretary of State for Health will come and visit my local trust in Wigan, which is pioneering this in the towns I represent in Makerfield. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end by saying this. For weeks now, the members opposite, disinterested in big arguments about the future, have reverted to type. They have sought to sow discord and divisions, at times telling outright lies, as ever, wholly lacking the humility to reflect on why they are sat on those benches and we are sat on these. I have spoken to hundreds of constituents in the last month who've heard some of their nonsense, and to them I want to say this. I promised this government would not remove free bus passes for pensioners. We kept that promise. I promised this government would not levy income tax on pensions. We kept that promise. I promised that income tax rates would not go up. We kept that promise. We chose to back workers and tax wealth and assets. We chose to invest in our NHS. We chose to make Britain into the future and not wallow in the past. But above all else, we chose to keep our promises, because that is what Labour does. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if the members opposite will own up to their choices, to show some leadership in an age when it is so badly needed. If they oppose our investment rule, which hospital and data centre will they cut? If they oppose our tax rises, which struggling public service will they sacrifice? And if they cannot answer these questions, as they have not tonight, the public will not take them seriously. They will see them for what they are, the same old Tories. Always navel-gazing, always lacking the imagination and the hope to see how things could be better, different, what a stronger and more confident country might look like. They are a party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that no longer measures up to the age in which we live. I, for one, am mighty glad that we have a Chancellor and a government which does.
I call Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the Chancellor has not only made history, she's opened up Britain's future once again. History maker, game changer. Now, governments don't decide the conditions in which a budget is made, and nobody would choose these conditions after 14 years of Tory failure. But governments do get to decide the choices they make, and this government's choices are clear. It has decided to face the realities head-on, protect working people's pay slips, invest in Britain and in our future. That is the responsible path. It rejects the short-termism of the party opposite that brought chaos to Britain, and they can't even bother to turn up to the debate, which includes our ways to fix the mess they left. They shirked responsibility for 14 years and they're still shirking it today. Short-termism that saw prisons reach breaking point, where sentences increased for prisoners but spaces didn't. Short-termism that saw a handbrake turn on HS2, where investors saw a government not serious about its commitments or its infrastructure. Short-termism that saw the number one reason children were admitted to hospital was dental decay, and yet feeble inaction meant a crisis in dentistry. No wonder the country was left in such a mess. They papered over the cracks with bluster and boosterism, leaving people to fend for themselves. Well, where they shirk responsibility, we will shoulder it. The government knows that a measure of your belief in Britain is not in false promises and hollow headlines, but instead in real, meaningful investment. And our investment will mean more opportunities, better pay, public services there when you need them, a Britain we can be proud of again. This government is making the long-term decisions so that we can look back on a decade of expanding opportunities and rising standards, not another decade of shameful decline. Because the country can't afford that. Working people can't afford that. We were elected to clean up a mess 14 years in the making. Nobody thinks that can be undone in just one budget. But what has been announced today is the down payment on change that brings back hope. Not false hope, with announcements of new hospitals that never came, plans to reduce debt that saw it spiral, unfunded tax cuts that crashed our economy. No, that is not real hope. Real hope is built on solid foundations. A £1 billion investment for special educational needs, £1.4 billion to rebuild crumbling schools, £30 million to kickstart breakfast clubs, allowing our teachers to focus on teaching and giving our kids the best start in life. It's not just a good education policy, it's good for our economy and for the future of our country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot wait until we open those breakfast clubs in Wirral West, expanding opportunity for parents and kids alike. £600 million investment for social care, £22 billion for our NHS, more appointments bringing down waiting times so that people aren't waiting years for the help they need. That's not just a good health policy, it's a policy that will make Britain stronger and happier, ready to take on the challenges coming our way. I don't want to be faced with more stories of my constituents waiting years for important operations. I've heard enough of those heartbreaking stories from my constituents to last me a lifetime. Stress upon stress, costing jobs, crushing hope. What the Chancellor has announced today is vital. Choosing investment over decline, rejecting failed short-termism and fixing the foundations, and protecting the payslips of working people whilst we're at it. No increase in the VAT, income tax or national insurance that they pay, and a pay rise that Britain desperately needs. With an increase in the living wage to £12.21 an hour, delivering on the promise of secure work and better pay. This budget protects working people. It invests in our NHS. It rebuilds the foundation for Britain's future. We're once again investing in Britain, creating the conditions so that businesses the world over can do the same. It is a budget of investment, and it is a budget for investment. More of the same simply was not an option. Hope was on the ballot in July. This budget brings back hope. Thank you.
I call David Pinto Diskinski.
Speaker, and I want to thank my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for her budget statement. It brought sharp focus to the choice the country faces. The stakes could not be higher. We face a choice between beginning down the path of national renewal with today's budget or continuing to decline and denial if we tread the path of the party opposite. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't fix our problems until we face up to them. The party opposite parrots empty fantasies about their legacy. But the truth is they've left our economy, our public services and our finances in ruins. The figures are stark. Since 2014, according to the World Bank, real income per capita has only grown by 6%. This is without historical precedent. Poverty and hardship has risen. Meanwhile, Britain has fallen behind. Since 2010, if we'd kept up with comparable countries, the average household would now be over £8,000 richer. And while our economy has languished, our public services have been run into the ground. NHS waiting lists have more than doubled. In recent years, criminal prosecutions and convictions have halved. Our schools struggle to recruit expert teachers. Our prisons are bursting. The list goes on and on. Now, this stagnation isn't some kind of accident, some kind of economic act of God. It is rather the result of decisions made by the party opposite. Under Liz Truss, they crashed the economy, sending bills and interest rates soaring. But the Truss disaster was but one instalment of their 14-year story of economic mismanagement. Madam Deputy Speaker, investment is the down payment we make today to ensure prosperity tomorrow. Yet for 14 years, the party opposite turned that logic on its head, mortgaging our future to pay for their political gimmicks and undeliverable plans. They invested 50% less as a proportion of GDP than our peers and hamstrung private investment, leaving us consistently at the bottom of the league table for business investment. That may sound abstract, but the effects are all too real. Over the last decade, we have built only half as much motorway as Germany and a fifth as much rail track as Spain. Our overstretched hospitals have only half the average number of CT scanners of other OECD countries, and our crumbling schools have only half the number of electronic whiteboards. Today, Britain has barely half the capital per worker of comparable countries. No wonder we're growing slower. No wonder our public services are at breaking point. The party opposite failed the British people, and rather than coming clean, they overspent, hid the problems from the public, and hid the scale of their irresponsibility even from the government's own budget watchdog. A £22 billion black hole. An emergency reserve spent 3 times over. No money put aside for the infected blood crisis or the post office scandals. A festival of fiscal recklessness. For example, according to the IFS, they overspent the asylum support budget 25 times over, costing every man, woman and child in the country £110. Their cover-up's been laid bare by the review published by the OBR today. Yet they remain in complete denial. They have no shame. And importantly, they have no plan. But as the Chancellor's statement has shown, where they jeopardised our future, this government will fix the foundations. This budget will deliver stability, putting our public finances on a sound footing. Unlike the party opposite, this Chancellor will never gamble with Britain's future. Instead, she will begin the work of delivering the investment our economy and our public services need, launching new investments, injecting over £6 billion into our crumbling schools and boosting the NHS with record investment. She will protect the payslips of working people. She will drive forward reform. She will deliver the change the country voted for. Now, it won't be easy. Change won't happen overnight. The party opposite has left a terrible inheritance, and as we've heard throughout this debate, has absolutely nothing to say about what answers they would offer. But as the Chancellor, no thank you, I'm winding up. As the Chancellor has made clear, Our government won't shy away from taking the steps needed. We won't let our ambition be dimmed. Madam Deputy Speaker, to govern is to choose. The party opposite chose to put party before country. This government, this Chancellor, is making a different choice. To invest and rebuild, to fix our NHS, protect people's payslips and deliver change, to put our country first. It's a choice that will give us our future back. We should all support it.
Here. Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think with this debate today, with this budget today, we're basically asking a question: what kind of country will we be? And I think we should start, first of all, to think about this debate, because you have, on the opposition benches, desertion. In this debate, we've used lots of numbers, but I've just crunched some quickly. 3.3% of the Conservative Parliamentary Party are sitting facing. And it's important to mention...
That's not that big a to begin with.
It's important... I think the Honourable Lady should say to her leadership contenders that same thing soon. But I think it's important to say this because in this budget you have very big decisions being taken. And the party opposite and now the opposition, the public has entrusted to them the responsibility of holding accountable this government to get things right. There is a desertion of duty. There is a dereliction of what you are supposed to do. And I think the country will remember this. And I say too that having campaigned in many elections and lost many elections over the last 14 years, I know the pain that comes from losing, but I also know the importance of listening to the voters. And what we've heard in the Leader of the Opposition's contribution to the budget debate today was a refusal to listen to the results of the general election. So divorced to the Conservative Party from the reality of people's lives that they're projecting absurd notions, and I think again the Conservative Party will be judged for this. But enough about the Conservative Party. With our first budget in 14 years, this Labour government's putting Bournemouth and Britain back on track. We're fixing broken public services and broken finances. Unlike the Conservatives, we will fix the foundations rather than accept permanent decline. Unlike the Conservatives, we were elected to be on the side of working people and we will govern as such. Unlike the Conservatives, we are on the side of investment to grow our austerity, to grow our economy, and we reject austerity. After over a decade of stagnant wages and out-of-control prices, we're putting money into people's pockets. Over 8,000 people across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole on the national living wage will see their pay packet increase by 6.7%, and they will get a well-deserved pay rise of up to £1,400 a year. Labour are cancelling Tory stealth tax increases by ensuring that income tax brackets will rise with inflation from 2028, and we're freezing fuel duty. After years of economic mismanagement, Labour's budget will boost our local economy. We're restoring economic stability to give businesses the confidence to invest, and I welcome the Federation of Small Businesses, who today have said that the budget is a huge help for small firms, and they've been heard loud and clear. After a decade of austerity and underinvestment, Labour's budget will give a new lease of life to our struggling public services. We're investing a record £22 billion in our NHS. As somebody who cared for 2 disabled parents growing up, I know that waiting lists kill, and waiting lists have got longer, and more people are dying because of that. With this Labour government, there is an investment in protecting people's lives and people's quality of life, and we should never, ever forget that. We're also providing more than £2.3 billion, not quite £3 billion, £2.3 billion of extra investment into our core schools budget, and £6.7 billion to rebuild crumbling schools in all of our communities. And particularly important to me, we're investing an additional £1 billion to start to fix the special educational needs and disability system. A good start, with more to go. These are just a few of the measures that Labour is taking to boost the economy nationally and locally and improve people's lives. Labour is taking different choices to the Conservatives. And as somebody who grew up caring for disabled parents, who grew up in mouldy and damp council housing, who knew the value of a Labour government, I'm so pleased that people across Bournemouth East and across Britain will once again know the value of a Labour government after 14 years of Tory chaos and Conservative austerity. I'm particularly pleased that those who are claiming carers allowance will see the earnings limit increase, and this means that people claiming the allowance can earn over £10,000 a year while continuing to be eligible. It's such an important step for people who are caring. who are giving so much to their families, their loved ones and our communities. And I commend all that they do in my constituency and all they do across the country, and this government has got your back. And we're investing billions in our public services to ensure that children have access to breakfast at school, our roads are fixed and their potholes are filled. And this is all happening because of balanced, careful choices by our Chancellor of the Exchequer to fund the changes that people voted for at the general election. Somebody earlier today was talking about hope. I feel hopeful. Yeah. I feel hopeful for the first time in a very, very long time. And when I go knocking on doors in Bournemouth East on Saturday and Sunday, I am 100% confident that people will feel hopeful too.
Yeah. I call Sam Carlin.
Thank you very much for calling me Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank my Right Honourable friend, the Chancellor, for delivering this budget. It shows the difference a Labour government makes. It shows a government willing to invest in our country and deliver support for those who need it. And this investment will not be built on tax rises for working people. It will be focused on those with the broader shoulders who can afford to contribute more. Members opposite have criticised capital gains tax increases. Less than 1% of people pay capital gains tax. They've criticised the increase to employers' national insurance allowance, claiming that it would to national insurance payments, claiming that it would damage small businesses. We've just heard from my honourable friend that the Federation of Small Businesses has welcomed this budget due to the support for small businesses that we are bringing in with that allowance increasing. This budget will fix the foundations of our economy to focus on what matters most: higher living standards and better public services. These are the things that make a real difference to people's lives. I see there's currently 5 Conservative members present in the chamber, and I do wonder why they're not here. What is it they don't want to discuss and hear of? Is it perhaps this government's decision to finally set aside funding to compensate the victims of the infected blood scandal and the sub-postmasters that were so badly affected by one of the worst miscarriages of justice in our history? Apologies without action, as we saw from the last government, are not enough. Victims have had to wait for too long. I welcome measures such as the industrial strategy, more than £20 billion of funding for research and development in growth industries of the future, the investment in infrastructure and investment in broadband, which will make a real difference to my constituents in North West Cambridgeshire. And the cut to duty on draft alcohol will be a welcome boost to local pubs in my constituency. I'm delighted to see this just after I raised the need to support pubs with ministers in questions yesterday. Everyone has the right to a safe, comfortable, affordable home, and the housing measures that have been announced in this budget today will help to make that a reality for more people. Social housing was left to rot by the last government, who ended their time in office with nearly 1.3 million households on waiting lists and devastatingly 150,000 children in temporary accommodation. This budget includes an immediate injection of £500 million of extra capital into the Affordable Homes programme for next year, supporting thousands of new social and affordable homes. That takes overall investment in the housing supply for next year to over £5 billion. Reforms to Right to Buy will make the scheme more sustainable, supporting long-standing tenants buying their own homes, but crucially making sure that councils can replace those homes, which so many have been calling for so long. And newly announced housing projects across the country will allow for the delivery of over 30,000 homes. This government is delivering the biggest increase in social and affordable housing in a generation. And I'm delighted to see that education is finally getting the support that it needs. Last year, we saw school buildings literally crumble as the extent of the RAC scandal became clear. The £1.4 billion rebuilding programme we have announced will be welcomed by schools in my constituency and throughout the country. It is also hugely positive to see an extra £30 million for Breakfast Club funding, which will make sure that every child starts the day fed and ready to learn. I know how valuable that will be for my constituents. One of the biggest problems for the past few years has been the ever-increasing cost of living. Measures such as the 6.7% increase to the national living wage, the extension of the household support fund, the preservation of the triple lock on pensions, and the increase of the care allowance weekly earnings limit will do so much to ease the pressure on those that have been feeling it for too long. And the huge boost to childcare will see new and expanded nurseries across the country, easing the pressure on parents, including so many in North West Cambridgeshire, who rely heavily on those services. I also welcome the £44 million for kinship and foster carers as part of a trial, a subject very close to my heart and to those of my Labour colleagues on Peterborough City Council. One of the biggest kinship carers are family or friends who step in to help support a child when their parents can't. They do a tremendous and critically important job that too often goes unnoticed. I'm pleased to see this Labour government recognising their contribution and the greater role that kinship carers can play in our society with the right level of support. This budget also demonstrates our concrete commitment to the NHS. We are all far too aware of the fragile state of our National Health Service after 14 years of neglect under the Conservatives. The inability to see a doctor or find a dentist comes up time and time again when I talk to my constituents, and I know that picture is replicated throughout the country. But we are ending it with much needed resource for equipment and buildings that will set the foundations for clearing the backlog. It was Labour that created the NHS, and it is this Labour government that will transform it into a service fit for the British people. I am proud of Labour's first budget in 14 years. It is a strong step forward in the journey towards national renewal, and it shows our Labour government's drive to deliver for everyone across our country.
Before I call the next speaker, I will be imposing a 4-minute time limit with immediate effect. Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am proud to speak today at the first Labour government in 14 years and the first delivered by a woman Chancellor. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say, what better symbol of the hollow outrage from the Conservatives earlier than completely empty benches opposite? Just like their outrage is empty, so are their benches. Yeah. I'm disappointed, though, that the member for Mid-Norfolk isn't here, because I thought his contributions were thoughtful and I learnt quite a bit from them. We've heard how this budget will fix the foundations of this country, and as someone who has worked in housing all my life, I know a good thing or two about what good foundations look like. Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier on today I asked the Prime Minister about our plans to end homelessness, and he reiterated our strong statement and determination to put an end to homelessness. I'm glad to follow on from the remarks of my friend from North West Cambridgeshire. This budget gets us closer to delivering the 1.5 million homes we need in the next 5 years to tackle the housing crisis that is so damaging in my constituency. It will avoid the failures of the last government by making sure that those homes are delivered alongside the infrastructure that communities need to thrive. We've all heard the stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, of homes built with no public transport, no school places and no GP surgeries. The party opposite only delivered 1/3 of the £4.2 billion they pledged in the Housing Infrastructure Fund. They drained local authorities of capacity, and so developer contributions for local infrastructure have gone unspent. And they failed to provide any stability to social housing, leaving a black hole in housing revenue accounts. In London alone, this black hole reaches 170 million. This is a direct consequence of 14 years of Tory austerity, a botched Brexit deal, and Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget, which sent interest rates skyrocketing, the pound plunging, and the building costs through the roof. Thanks to this government, thanks to this budget, this government is back to directly delivering public transport, water and hospitals alongside the new 1.5 million homes we so desperately need. This budget chooses a 5-year settlement for the social rented sector, giving registered providers the confidence they need to invest in their stock. While Labour councils have been building social housing up and down the country, the last Tory government pulled out the rug from under them by turbocharging the right to buy. Yeah. And now, as the number of households in temporary accommodation continues to rise, the members opposite oversaw a net loss of 6,500 sorely needed council homes. The reforms that our Chancellor has announced today will set discounts back to a reasonable level, put sensible time limits on residents and introduce much-needed protections for new-build council homes, and a matter so close to my heart, combining right to buy receipts going back straight to councils where they belong. Yeah. We will give local authorities the security and stability they need to plan for the future and deliver a generational boost to social housing. This government was elected on a mandate to fix the foundations of our economy. This budget is the first step to delivering that change, and I am proud to support it.
I call Nezil Kaliskan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by putting on record my congratulations to my right honourable friend for being the first female Chancellor who stood at the dispatch box. A historic moment here in the mother of all parliaments. And Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 long years of low growth, low investment and failing public services, we are now turning the page. Yeah. This is a budget about fixing the fundamentals of our economy, demonstrating responsible government by sticking to tough fiscal rules and investing for the future, all necessary to achieve sustainable economic growth. Because in the end, Madam Deputy Speaker, economic growth is what will see the improvement on living standards and life chances people will experience, and certainly the benefit that my constituents in Barking will feel. And crucially, as we stabilise, fix and grow the economy, this is a budget that ensures that working people in my constituency of Barking are protected. And let me just say this on tax, Madam Deputy Speaker. If members of the opposition don't want to borrow to invest and they don't want to tax business, they should just tell us what in the budget they would cut.
Yeah.
They are simply out of touch, and as they moan and groan for those that were here earlier, we as a country will just not forget, nor will the people in my constituency, that when the Conservatives were in power, they caused inflation to hit the roof and interest rates rose. Almost 12,000 people in my constituency saw their mortgages rise by over £3,000 and rents have soared. Wage stagnation has cost working people on average £11,000. And as for tax increases, it was under the Conservative government who increased taxes on working people and left the £22 billion funding gap. So these Labour benches, Madam Deputy Speaker, will take no lectures from those on benches opposite who supported the chaos of a Liz Truss budget that crashed this economy. Yeah. And the audacity of Conservative members to stand up with zero humility after their government left this country in a worse state than they found it. Politics is full of choices, and the Conservatives played their politics in this place at the expense of British people. In contrast, today's Labour budget has chosen to make my constituents in Barking better off. The pay increase for public sector workers and the increase in the national living wage will put money into the pockets of working people. Increases in paying people a decent wage, so vehemently opposed by benches opposite, is with such disdain, it's unbelievable. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that the damage of the last government can't be undone with one budget, and of course there have to be tight fiscal rules that set out by the Chancellor. But we will rescue both the economy and public services. But we must also invest for the future. And I particularly welcome the Chancellor's steps today to unlock more investment for our public services, much of which is capital spend, which is really an investment for people. Additional money for schools, additional money for local authorities. Madam Deputy Speaker, this country has to invest or it will decline. That is what a Labour budget delivers, and I'm deeply proud to support it.
Adam Jurgey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in the first Labour budget in 15 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a long and painful 14 years for my constituents in Newcastle under Lyme. Families in my constituency have been struggling to make ends meet, and our services bore the brunt of a government that did not value their work, slashed their funding and created life-destroying waiting lists and response times. And we heard a lot from the party opposite today, but the one word we didn't hear was sorry. I'm proud, and I remain proud, to have stood on a manifesto commitment and manifesto generally to deliver the change working people need, and that's what we are delivering today. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe a huge debt of gratitude to the mine workers who powered our nation, and for former coal mining communities like mine in Newcastle-under-Lyme, our manifesto promise being fulfilled today by the Chancellor on the mine workers' pension scheme is so important. It gives the mine workers the justice they deserve, and it's something that the 838 former miners in Newcastle-Lyme I know will be grateful for. It's the justice, as I say, that they deserve. In recent years, I've made it a priority to visit local schools, and since the election, I've comforted desperate carers and parents. I've made regular representation to the Secretary of State, the Department for Education and the Tory-led Staffordshire County Council to plead for action on the SEND crisis in my constituency. And so I'm very grateful to the Chancellor for listening to many of us right across the House and committing a £1 billion uplift in funding for SEND provision and an acknowledgement of the crisis. It's progress, there's more to do, but that's the difference Labour in government makes. I welcome the minimum wage increase, the minimum wage introduced by the last Labour government, opposed by the Conservatives at the time, and a new Labour government increasing it for everyone of working age. This will help support people with the cost of living legacy left by the previous government. It will help lift children out of poverty and put more money into our local communities. The people of Newcastle and Lyme deserve a government that takes the tough economic decisions, that doesn't duck them, that doesn't pull funding from our public services, nor destroy the hopes of future generations. They deserve a government that has their best interests at heart, a government that will invest in our children and their futures, and a government that creates wealth and opportunities, equal opportunities for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is the start of a new chapter for my constituents. An ambitious economic plan that invests in our people and communities and turns the page on the failed Conservative policies of the past. I want to echo the comments made by my honourable friend from Gower about the importance of supporting our farmers. Support with the cost of living crisis, we've seen an increase in the carers allowance, an above inflation rise of the state pension, freezing fuel duty, an increase in local transport funding, and the cutting of the duty on draft beer. And we've ended the Tory fiscal drag. And we scrapped the non-dom status that some people not too far from this House enjoyed. Delivering on our promises to the country, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government will always be on the side of working people. And I'm proud to back my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, today in delivering on our pledge not to increase national insurance, nor income tax, nor VAT. Our roads in North Staffordshire, for all those who came to campaign with me in the election will recall, are shocking, not least thanks to the Conservative-led Staffordshire County Council. So, yes, my honourable friend from Warwick was there. And so I very much welcome the £500 million allocated to fix our potholes. This is a budget that delivers for working people, young people, local communities, public services, and the good people of Newcastle under Lyme. I look forward to working with the Chancellor and my colleagues on these benches to deliver the real change that the people of Newcastle and Lyme voted for on July the 4th.
I call Andrew Louis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to have the opportunity to speak on a historic day for this House. The first budget speech ever delivered by a woman. The first of this Labour government. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first budget in 14 years that is serious about investing in our country, our people and our public services. There is no escaping the inheritance this government was left by the party opposite. Austerity, the botched Brexit deal and Trussonomics. In the last 5 years, our country was presented with 6 different Conservative chancellors with no clear or consistent strategy for our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the question for a budget should be how we deliver the right fiscal strategy for the country. I'm afraid, under the Conservative Party, it became a question of how to deliver a budget in order to get through the next month without another leadership contest. This was no way to run an economy and no way to run a country. Business confidence was sapped, the cost of living spiralled, and as we have heard from our Chancellor today, the Conservatives made a conscious decision to cut investment in our future. Today we heard from a Labour Chancellor who doesn't pretend that the choices that confront us are easy, but has set out a clear plan for how our economy can grow and living standards can rise. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will only prosper as a country if our society is in good health and if we choose to invest in places and people. This is a budget that invests in the country and in my community in Welwyn Hatfield. In my local NHS trust, there are 1,700 people who have been waiting longer than a year to start treatment on our health service. We cannot fix the economy without getting people back to health, and to do that we need both investment and reform. That's why the £22.6 billion in extra investment announced for the NHS today is so significant. Excluding the COVID emergency is the single biggest investment since 2010. But we have to embrace new technology as well, and I know that is a priority for our government. We can't fix the NHS without supporting our staff, and the 5.5% pay rises that were announced in the first few weeks of this Labour government are landing in pay slips this week. People and key workers who endured so much over COVID finally being rewarded with a fair pay deal. Since the summer, I've visited a different school in Welwyn Hatfield every week. And on each and every visit, I've been blown away by the dedication of the staff and the abilities of the children. but too many have not been getting the support from the state they deserve. That's why I was so glad to hear today the £1 billion of extra investment in SEND education. I will be thinking of children studying at Lakeside School in Welwyn Garden City and Southfield in Hatfield who so desperately need that extra support. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Conservatives took office in 2010, they slashed funding for social housing. The results have been as devastating as they were predictable. A deepening housing crisis playing out in communities across the country. On their watch, Welwyn Hatfield has been losing council homes every year. We have to turn the corner, and this budget does. The immediate £500 million injection into the Affordable Homes programme sends a clear message. Labour will invest in building social and council homes again. The rebuilding of our country and my community starts with this government and this budget. It is a budget for schools, a budget for housing, and a budget for our NHS, and a budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I'm so proud to support.
I call Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I begin, I wish to refer the House to my register of members' interests. I'm one of those terrible trade unionists you've been hearing about from the opposition benches today. Although it's a shame so few of them are here to see it clearly, this is a contractual obligation attendance at this debate. I might genuinely and generally suggest that they should look at getting a trade union rep. Many have spoken in this debate already today, many who are trained economists, my honourable friends for Swansea West and Hendon being two of the most recent. I've been called many things in my life, Madam Deputy Speaker, but never an economist. So I want to focus on what this will mean for people where I'm from, in Gateshead. I'm particularly pleased to say that we will not be returning to austerity, because where I'm from, austerity ripped through Gateshead, and the scars will be there for a long time. Today was about rebuilding the foundations of communities like mine for a better future. So let's recap what some of that means. As my honourable friend, the member for Welwyn Hatfield, has said, it's the biggest investment in the NHS outside of COVID since 2010, £25.6 billion. That'll get waiting lists down. Promise made, promise delivered. There's investment in high streets and transport and homes that will change my community for the better. Promise made, promise delivered. A higher minimum wage up nearly 7%, and closing the gap faced by younger workers. For some, this will mean up to £1,400 a year, a life-changing amount of money, Madam Deputy Speaker. Promise made, promise kept. Injustice has been tackled. A promise made to those who suffered from the post office scandal, a promise made to those affected by infected blood. Promises made on all sides of the House previously, Madam Deputy Speaker, but a promise made by this party and a promise kept in government. £1 billion for the Household Support Fund, targeting those who need help most. A promise made, a promise kept, and promises too made to those who rely on our schools. And particularly, I want to mention our colleges. £300 million into further education is a huge change and a hugely welcome change for colleges like Gateshead Council in my constituency. The changes too on SEND. We all promised on this side of the House that we would act to help those with special educational needs. If we were elected into government, we have done that today. £1 billion investment, promise made, promise kept, and a promise too made not to raise the taxes of working people in their pay slips. A promise made and a promise kept. There were also, I think, some underrated changes in this budget I also want to refer to in the time I have left remaining. Universal credit changes, reducing the gap in deductions, will keep more people out of poverty, more people out of food poverty, and yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, more children out of poverty, as will breakfast clubs. No child should go to school hungry, and under Labour, none will. The people of Gateshead Central and Wickham who sent me here should take heart from today. The road to changing our country is a long one. We take the first steps together, but we should take heart because real change, positive change, is coming.
I call Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow my honourable friend from Gateshead Central, who has dedicated his entire life to working people and defending their rights. And it's no different when he sat on these benches either. After today, let no one pigeonhole women in politics or put limits on our ability to not only achieve the highest positions, but also to deliver, as the Chancellor has done today. I hope that in the future it will just be the norm, and my daughter will just shrug her shoulders and say, "Woman Chancellor, so what, Mum? That's normal." But until that day, let's keep celebrating the exceptions that smash through glass ceiling after glass ceiling and, importantly, pass the ladder down. And that's the Labour way, as demonstrated by this first Labour budget in 14 long years. It's one with positive focus on health, wages and schools. But there are also some very tough decisions. We expected that. No one who's been paying attention to the state of the finances left by the last 14 years of Conservative government would have expected anything different. A bin fire of waste and self-serving greed, all paid for with taxpayers' money. Not theirs, taxpayers' money, people that we represent. Billions of pounds wasted in warped priorities that didn't just put the Tory party before country, but in some sorry cases filled the pockets of former ministers' mates before filling the empty stomachs of children being taught in crumbling schools. If anyone needs proof of how little Conservatives care about the mess they left, take a look at the empty benches opposite. Not a single backbencher here. Working people much? It feels an age ago, but it wasn't, that the former Tory government had to be shamed by campaigners like footballer Marcus Rashford to feed hungry children during school holidays. Children that went hungry while the Tory government wasted money on reckless experimental budgets and doomed Rwanda schemes. I am so proud to say, because of this Labour government, primary school children in Luton North, where nearly half of children grow up below the poverty line, will get a breakfast. So they and every child across the country can start the school day with only an appetite for learning and not for food. Free breakfast clubs for primary-aged children will transform many young lives, but also those of working parents scrambling for the extra precious minutes of free childcare. £1 billion extra for children with special educational needs. Everybody of every political stripe will welcome and should welcome that investment that is much needed. Every child given the start in life they need to succeed. That's the power of a Labour government. This is the power of a Labour budget. But should we really be celebrating stopping children going hungry? Should we have had to fight to show that this was the wrong political choice? Of course not. But it isn't by accident that people in constituencies like mine were inflicted with so much financial pain, from stagnating wages to non-existent industrial strategies to cuts to local authorities. In Luton, to the tune of nearly £190 million. What a difference a budget like ours shows. Long-term strategies for investment and growth. No return to austerity that crippled communities like mine. So 3,300 people in Luton North will be better off thanks to the rise in national minimum wage. £22 billion for the NHS, £70 million for radiotherapy machines, improving poor health outcomes in our region and allowing staff working in Luton and Dunstable Hospital to help patients quicker. £5 billion in investment in housing. This is in addition to the 33,000 new homes. These programmes will help people in Luton. They will help the more than 8,000 people in Luton on waiting lists for council housing. People have suffered enough, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's why they voted for change. Delivering these changes will take time, but for once, they are not false promises. We know that no budget can give everyone what they need overnight, but seeing today that this government's intent on delivering for people I serve in Luton North gives me not just relief, but genuine hope for our town's future.
I call Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my honourable friend, the Chancellor, for what was a tremendous budget and remarkably difficult inheritance. We have kept our promises, change is here, and it can't come soon enough. Today's budget firmly sets out the foundations towards sustainable economic growth, benefiting towns, cities and villages across our nation. The Chancellor's proposals lay essential groundwork for addressing inequality, investing in our areas, the NHS, and tackling the housing crisis, full-throatedly supporting growth. Critical steps towards creating the prosperous Britain, Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield, a goal we can all get behind. Investment in our education system is critical for our future. Indeed, I'm hugely proud my honourable friend the Chancellor is prioritising education in this budget. More money for teachers, more money for support staff, breakfast clubs, £300 million for further education and a further £1 billion for special educational needs, a critical injection and an investment in our future. I'm glad to see this budget is centred on real priorities, supporting working people, fixing the NHS and rebuilding our country, paying down the overdraft that they built up. Madam Deputy Speaker, I still find it the height of irresponsibility that they spent the country's emergency reserves 3 times over for essentially electioneering, and they have the brass neck to lecture us about financial responsibility, and that is when they turn up. They didn't fund the bus cap, they didn't fund the new hospital programme, they didn't disclose their shenanigans to the OBR, they didn't fund our prisons, and quite disgracefully, they didn't fund the compensation schemes for inflected blood and the post office. They didn't even fund day-to-day spending, just to stand still. They left us with a £126 billion in-year debt interest payment, which people will see in the notes, just to stand still. It's short-termist and it's unsustainable. I'm glad to hear my honourable friend the Chancellor will not only cut the deficit but bring us into surplus in just a few years' time. They made promises that they had no intention of keeping in the election. By making promises and failing to fund them, you are playing politics with people's lives and people's services, which ends only in the grotesque chaos of a Prime Minister stood in Downing Street in the rain, calling an election. He hopes he's not going to win because then people will ask him to deliver on what he said he's going to do. He ran around signing cheques knowing they would bounce. For too long, working people have borne the weight of failed policies, from Liz Truss's rising mortgage rates to billions lost in inefficient projects. This plan provides a clear choice: continued stagnation or real change with Labour. I will be very brief on time, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I want to say a huge congratulations to the Chancellor for what is a massive £22.6 billion increase for NHS day-to-day spending, more capital spending indeed, the largest increase that we've seen since 2010. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour is back and the NHS and my residents are happier for it. Labour understands that revitalising Britain requires sustained investment in schools, hospitals, industries and infrastructure. Burnley exemplifies the transformative power of such investments. As part of the North West Industrial Cluster, companies like Safran Nacelles, AMS Neve and BWC Manufacturing contribute billions to the UK economy and provide thousands of jobs, exporting to over 100 countries worldwide. Supporting these local industries is essential for building a strong, resilient Britain. It's clear this budget is about the future and not the past, but I want to put on record my disdain for the old levelling up Hunger Games agenda of the last administration. The last Labour government rebuilt Burnley Town Centre, built St Peter's Centre, built Burnley College, rebuilt every school in Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield, brought UCLan to Burnley, making us a university town, and invested in our town centres too, particularly in the public realm. Contrast that with the 14 years that we've had of being ignored from 2010, apart from the large game show style levelling up cheques that really only contributed to a roundabout and a cinema. I'm glad to hear of all the commitments that the Chancellor has made today, particularly on levelling up, and particularly that we'll now get the long-term plan for towns funds. Thank you.
I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Motion number 2.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news. and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please, subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.